Let me ask you a question. When you got on Darkstar, I don't know why Darkstar had this idea to it. Did people think you were Canadian?
Oh yeah. People still every year.
Like I thought back in Canadians, I just think that was the thing.
People still sometimes would be like, oh, I thought you were from Canada.
Yeah, just because at one point it was so Canadian heavy, with like Mike Hasty and Galea and Mac now, it was really heavy. So anyone that was on Paul Hart was
No, it was Paul Trapp, and then I think people were confusing Paul Hart with Paul Trapp, and then like they just thought that both of those guys were Canadian when really only Paul Trapp was Canadian and Paul Hart was
from Florida.
Yeah, like I don't know how that rumor got around that Paul Hart was Canadian.
I thought he was Canadian.
I think when he came around, I never seen him like, oh,
because he's like the most American dude that I know.
Yeah, he really is.
Like I don't understand that.
Yeah.
All right, we are back, huh? We're back at the 9 Club, everybody. Today we have two very special guests. Ryan DeCenzo is back with us, and Tyson Bowerbank is on the show for the first time ever, dude. How are you guys?
Dude, good.
Yeah.
Super good to be back.
Dude, congrats on everything, dude. Thank you. Frontside 360 is still like a fucking madman out there, dude, huh?
I'm addicted to it.
We got the front side 360 and the back side 360.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Make a pretty good team.
They complement each other. Yeah.
And dude, how are you, dude? I think the first time that I was like really got to hang out with you was up in Portland at the Rockstar Energy Open. We were hanging tough up there, dude.
Yeah, that was a good contest.
It was good, right?
Yeah.
How did you like? Are you a contest guy or?
I feel like I used to be more, but I was kind of out of contest for a little bit. But
Really?
this past year, I've done a few, and I love contests though. I like just going and being there.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah.
That Rockstar Energy Open was really fun.
It was fun.
It was good.
Yeah.
You're throw some contests.
I'm definitely considering.
He's an Olympian, dude.
I know.
Yeah.
He was in the contest.
Yeah. Most contests do.
You're going to the you're going to Street League in where's the next one?
Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo. Okay. You're going down there
Yeah, like next week.
next week. Dude.
Yeah.
You trip me out the most that you're like been in it for so long and you still skate like you're 15 down these 12 stairs. I don't understand. You're like a mythical creature somehow. Of how you keep up with your body.
I know what it is.
I think that everyone else could do it. They just might not be taking the vitamins.
I'm telling you, when I saw,
Special recipe.
I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know if we could divulge what exactly you're gonna bust them out right now. You're busting them out,
I didn't take
What
them
is
this
it,
morning yet,
Medigen?
actually.
bro. I
don't want to open them in here that smell up the room.
you know that I'm a big
But that's
fan.
how you know they're good.
I'm a big fan of
That's
Senzo, and I mean they're vitamins, especially when you like.
They're potent.
Fish oil in there and
There's a lot.
So you take those every day?
not every day. It's kind of like, sometimes you forget to brush your teeth. Sometimes you forget to take your vitamins.
I wouldn't go that far. But sometimes I do forget to take them.
Yeah.
But I saw you down in Street League San Diego, and I'm a big fan. But you're still jumping, you're still doing your thing, you're still like you said, like a 15-year-old kid. And I'm like, what do you take? What do you eat for breakfast? What vitamins? And you told me what vitamins you took. And right then and there, I ordered the vitamins. I ordered them. Got them.
I was there. I saw it.
Bro, got them. I don't take them out. I don't take them every day. But I do
Did
take
they
them
come?
though.
They came?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of gnarly. It's kind of gnarly.
What do you?
I mean, like 8 pills, You're
That's
You take them all at once?
dude, I'll do 4 and 4, and it's like, wow. But when I first started taking them, I could only do 2 at a time, and I would have to have like a glass of orange juice this big just to finish them.
yeah.
Wait, do you have to
That's
take them
how
with
I-
food?
You do have to kind of take them with
Yeah,
food, too. Like
okay.
at least like a granola bar or
Right.
something small.
Right.
And that's
Otherwise, you'll be like,
Yeah,
Throw
it'll
up.
get you for
That's
sure.
the one thing I do feel when I take them all at once. Not all at once, but like pill by pill, and then I'm finished with it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like a belly
anxiety?
full of pills. Like I feel like it's. I could taste them almost. I could taste
or
them.
if you burp and it's like,
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude,
yeah.
it's the worst when it gets like stuck in your throat too. And you're just
Oh,
yeah.
dude.
I live alone, and I'm terrified that a pill's gonna get stuck in that.
Dude,
throat.
that has happened to me before.
Seriously?
No
Yeah,
way.
like choke on a pill and you're at home by yourself and you're like,
What did you do?
this is how I go.
Did you
I'm dying
Heimlich?
alone.
No.
Choking on a pill.
Did you Heimlich yourself on the couch or something?
No, I think I just drank some more water and just went down.
'Cause I'm terrified of that. It's
Yeah.
one of my most irrational fears. I'm gonna
Choking?
choking
Same.
by myself.
Yo,
on a
True
pill.
Faith, what's up, brother?
Only a pill?
Only a pill?
Not like
Yeah, because I'm by myself at home and I'm taking these pills and I'm like, dude, one of these is gonna kill me, dude. I'm
Oh,
gonna just,
brutal.
You think you could just like
What's up,
get
brother?
up and like go belly flip?
Got
belly
suckered
flop
into this
on the carpet?
BS.
I've
Or throw
watched
your back right against the wall.
You know it, man.
YouTube videos on how to do the Heimlich.
I want to be a legend.
yourself.
I gotta look down more. What's up, brother? Thanks, man.
Did you see they made like some sort of little machine that if you're choking, you just like put it in your mouth and
I
it
see that.
sucks it out?
For babies.
I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
I actually
Oh,
wanna
much,
try
man, Jill.
something
That's
like
cool.
that.
I don't get one.
You should get the pills.
That's good, man.
You have the pills.
It's ready.
Yeah, I got suckered back into it. That's definitely the word to use.
So let's get into this too because like since the last time you were here, and a lot has changed with you too, in the same
Should put an X setup, but yeah.
time frame also
Yeah.
with like Almost and Dark Star and stuff like that. Like you formed your own company now, 2 Cents,
Yep.
and you got Tyson on there.
Yeah.
Who's the rest of the squad? Who you got? You got the little dude.
Yeah,
Just
well
got
said.
Trey the Tank, like,
Me, I just want my first
and
like
Tyson,
golden eye
myself,
world
just,
record,
like,
man.
official guys, and we're
That's what I want.
working to grow the team, but not in a rush.
Okay.
And I'm just super hyped that I get to skate with Tyson.
My first one.
I've always been a fan, and I've always
I'm already
been
putting the
impressed.
cart in front of the horse.
In real life, it's even better.
Is it? I trip out
No.
on that, man. I trip out.
I gotta get used to
Did
this
you
look
guys know
down.
each other beforehand, really? Too much?
I
Oh, yeah.
kind of met like Tyson.
It's getting better. It's not very
Darcy
good, but it's getting
introduced me
better.
through like diet.
Yeah.
Oh, Adam died.
And
Yeah,
Adam Diet was like, there's this fucking sick kid who was telling Chet, like, we should get this kid on Dark Star and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I don't know, let me see the footy. And he was like back three kick flipping like 9 stairs and shit. And I was like,
Thanks, man.
you're pretty small. How old were you?
I think I was 15.
Yeah,
I was
15
like
and back
15
three
just
kick
turning
flipping
16.
like a 9 stair. So he was like kind of like a child prodigy, I would say. And then like we swooped him up. We had him on Dark Star for a while, and then
You switched over to
we switched
almost.
over to Almost.
Yeah. I quit Dark Star and then like a few years later I ended up skating.
Well, yeah, of
But how did
course.
that come
Yeah.
about? Because it's under the same
He like
hood, so to speak, right? I mean, you got Dark Star. You got. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't
What
know, man.
happened?
I don't know if I can get
how
it,
do you do
honestly.
Dark Star, but then you end up on
It's gonna take a
Almost?
grind,
So
I
I
think.
One or something?
This is
No,
ridiculous.
I left Dark Star.
I bet, man.
I
For
had
someone like
an
you that's, like,
offer that from somebody else that
Been
ended
watching
up
the
working
damn
out, but,
rankings for like
Actually,
fucking
dude, I actually talked to Chet about this recently. I felt super bad
18
about
years
it.
or whatever
He hit me up like he's like, hey, dude, like
I
haven't
bet
seen
it's, like,
anything recently,
ridic
like,
for
you know,
you.
you're always welcome back to Dark Star if nothing works out. And I was like, I don't know if that's the best move for me, but hey,
Did
I've
you see
always
it?
been footy, would you be down to go
Onslaught
to
put a
Almost
video
World?
online. Oh, I'm not looking down
Looking
enough.
back, I was like, I was super young and just
I look down more.
I'd actually talked to Chet about that one. this
What did
summer.
he say?
Onslaught put a
He sent my tape to
a
Luis.
video
He said,
online
"Oh,
showing
yeah."
the
But no, we were laughing about it. Like we were having drinks this past.
like
summer.
how
I feel like
Dude,
Chet-
the
that was lame
part
to
of the
me.
dam
Like,
is
I
loaded
feel
in
like
Sinnoh.
that's
I mean,
what
he
you
didn't even
felt was
trip off
right.
it.
I'm
I
just
feel like
warming
he's
up.
a reasonable dude. I
Yeah,
feel like
he's-
he's
yeah,
also
yeah.
like a business. He's so business oriented too that he doesn't. I don't think he plays favorites like that. I think he's just
No.
like, hey, whatever this makes sense to business wise. Like if you want, like, I feel like he's that dude.
And he's a people's person too. He just wants to like whatever makes you happy. You know,
Right.
like,
That's dope.
Yeah.
Chet Thomas, dude. That's he's
But
a
dude-
legend, bro.
Straight up. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
Come on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then so
I swear
you-
this is-
you showed the tape to Luis, and then Luis, I assume, showed it to Dave
With
Warren.
Pluto, I know you might not
Yeah.
believe in
Yeah, from
astrology,
there, it
maybe.
was
I
a
don't know.
couple years before
But with
I-
Pluto fucking
yeah.
Okay.
leaving Capricorn
It was
and then
kinda
turning
like a
Aquarius.
At that point, yeah. It was,
How
you know,
long?
you know.
How long were you off Dark Star, and then got?
It's gonna lead to like shocking new discoveries and strategies.
Yeah, okay.
Instead of
Yeah.
just working hard for a
I
time,
think I quit Dark Star
like fucking
beginning of like
Dam
2014,
52.
and then by the end of that year, I was getting off.
Like Pluto was in Capricorn the last
Like,
20 years or
The
something.
resurgence of the team.
And just like
for almost.
putting
You
in
guys have
300 hours to
something.
get Dam
Sorta,
52.
yeah, I
Now
mean-
there's like a surprising
like,
new
Tyson and
methodology
Eunice and
with
what
fucking
was the
Pluto
other-
and Aquarius
Yuri-
now.
Yuri
I see the
was on,
same
like,
thing happening with like
40.
Aztec
So Eunice was
00
already
and
on, and then I think
you busted your ass off for like 135, and like I think there's gonna be like I might be talking on my ass. I know more about astrology than Goldeneye, but
I think he's just chilling in Belgium.
I think
got him
like
as a kid, and
fucking there's gonna be a lot of new discoveries and shit, and like shocking, surprising stuff. It's gonna be pretty crazy. Okay, let me read someone that knows what he's talking about.
yeah, I know. Like I see him post clips here.
The
and there,
strat has
you know,
proven
but-
to me the lack of activity in Goldeneye is more due to lack of
Yeah,
interest.
yeah. I think he likes chilling in Belgium. You know, his hometown.
Nice, dude. That's cool. I just thought about that. Seen it for a while.
Yeah.
Yo, what's
So
up,
then,
TONC
and then you were on
Smash?
Dark Stuff. How did you feel about him?
What's the new
leaving
strat?
and Coming back to
I was
People on
kinda just
vacation,
like-
yeah.
I just kind of knew.
Or
like,
me
Dark
just
Star
being
was
an
the coolest
unemployed
shit ever,
neat.
and, like, go do whatever you're-
Yeah, no money, no job hope, stuck in Canada. Yo, what's up? What we do is we're now, or what people have been doing, they look now, they load the, I'll show you, they load the dam area really early.
Do this, or like let's try and do stuff, and I felt like it was really tough because it was just me alone, and
they
trying
skip
to, like, grow this brand
the
back.
button
Are
press.
you dealing with Chet on this?
I'm warming up, my lines are really
Yeah,
terrible
Chad
still. I also have to
kind
look
of
down
was,
more.
Kind of just like
Like that was really shit.
stepping away from it more. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it was like me, and then I was like trying to get like.
So you just like
Lando,
run
just-
to the
I was
fucking,
trying to just bring people with me to like,
Run straight
"Alright,
to the
let's do
gate."
stuff.
Did you feel like you were constantly trying to like?
I wasn't looking in the right places. You gotta look down more after the
Get, you know,
tunnel.
motivate people to go film. Like, let's make a promo. Let's do that.
I'm also not very good at this level.
You're trying to do, but when you
I
don't
do have 53
that
though.
much control, you're just like one of the pros that, you know, I was getting paid pretty good to where like I couldn't just go ride for something else.
Right.
Like even that was fucking 38 paws out.
You know, so
You still ride them too, huh?
yeah, I mean, I get the boards that my brand made from that same factory.
Oh, okay.
Skating those boards for 15 years now.
Do you stick it in the same shape?
Same shape.
Same shape. You've been riding the same shape for 15 years.
Been riding Caswell Berry's Enjoy shape for 15 years.
What is it? Break it down. Is it 8, 825, 81? What is it?
It started as, well, it's like a mold, right? So I can have, it's a mold, and I can have like a wider one or a skinnier one.
Okay.
But,
Okay,
like,
I'm getting
the way
it.
that the nose and tail are, and the wheelbase, and the length of the board.
So yeah, a bunch of people got
generally
52 now, dude.
Okay.
So
Like I think like
I was
6
originally
people have it
skating
now or something
85
crazy
for
like that.
years.
It's pretty insane.
like the majority of the time, and then I would step up to an 8.4, which is like 8.375 is technically the measurement. But I would skate those for like bigger stuff, big front threes, big gaps, and rails, and all that shit. And just like having more fun, like not trying to sit there on a tech ledge trick and flip in, flip out on this wider board, because that would be a nightmare. But so just kind of like having different tools for the spots. or
So you do.
tricks.
You've been riding the same shape, but you do have different tools for different.
It's basically the same board, but just different widths.
Slim down a little. Okay.
Wider, skinnier.
Interesting.
Yeah, and now it's at a 8.1
8-1.
is what I'm skating like in the contests. So that's like my main board that I'm used to. I feel like if I would go back to the 8.25 right now, I'd be like, oh, it flips a little slow. Like my kickflip lips don't get up as fast.
So if you're front threeing a crazy set of stairs.
I'd probably like put on that wider board, get used to it for like a day, and then
Okay.
yeah.
What about you, Tyson? Are you just on the same board?
Pretty
the
shit
whole
stairs.
No, I switched mine up recently.
Yo, what's up, Glover?
I'm still on an 825. Yeah,
Love how the
but
strat looks like something a day one
my-
player would.
my graphic is on is,
Yeah, I know. Well said, man. That's perfectly well said.
Yeah, basically when I started the company and Tyson was like, I'm down, I was like, all right, let's figure out
Yeah, it seems like it, brother.
what is your perfect
Seems
ideal
like 51
board,
might
you
be
know, like,
possible.
what do you want? We'll make it happen for you. Like, because as a rider and a pro skater,
That's from the
myself,
words
I
from
understand
Eric
that
Berg.
This is
and
your
truer
main
faith,
tool to
possibly.
do your job. If your tool's not working and it's broken, you're not gonna have a good time trying to do your job. So like that was the most important thing when I
Sorry.
started working with Tyson. So, hey, let me know. Like go into the shop, fucking find whatever board you want, send it to me. We'll contact the
Sorry.
manufacturer that makes it, and we'll get you got it.
Oh wow.
And so we got like some samples made for him, just blanks, and that was what he was like skating at Tampa Pro. Yeah, last year.
this year.
This year? and he was ripping at Tampa Pro. Like, what? You made the finals or semifinals.
Semis, yeah.
But like
Pretty
this first
exciting.
this qualifying run, I was like, dude, it's the board. It's working so good.
No, seriously, like,
So yeah.
yeah, the samples they made, like the first one I set up, I was like, this is the board I'll be on forever.
I just gotta warm up. I'm
Like,
pretty
I
shit.
knew exactly what I wanted, and I just, yeah, the first sample they made was perfect.
But before that, were you riding the same board, same shape and everything, or were you
Kind of like it's based off a real board, because after
Oh, real.
almost, I was just buying boards, trying out different stuff, and I had skated this particular real board. It was a Nicole House board,
Oh yeah.
and
Sick.
I loved it, and I was just like, oh, I just wish these little things were different. So that's what we told the dudes at Bareback, and they made it perfect.
That's rad.
First try.
First try.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Made my life easier.
And cheaper too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. So so you're dialed in now. Is that the same board? Is that production board, or do you
Yeah.
make the same?
Yeah,
Oh,
same
it's
board.
production. Okay.
That was like his idea. Also, was like sell the boards we're actually skating.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically the board company is, we're making boards for ourselves. We're going to make a couple extra. If you want to buy them, hit us up.
That's the idea. Okay, right.
That's like, I don't really give a shit about what happens or anything.
Once I posted a video
Like the sales, I know I'm not
Showing
gonna make
the-
money. It's not about making
how it
money.
remains
It's
loaded,
about literally just doing what we're doing.
showing the dam like highlighted in the top right corner.
I think
Or the
you've
bottom
been
right
skating
corner, rather,
long enough to know
of the
that,
screen.
like, especially right now, it is so tough
Yeah.
to own a skateboard brand. I don't
Yeah.
care if it's wheels, boards,
Anything.
grip tape. We got bolts. Oh, we'll give you some
want some
bolts
bolts.
after the show.
You guys are both on.
Where you guys are already on the team.
You guys are on the team.
Yeah, you're on the team already. Anybody that's we got about 350 people in there.
Already?
Yeah, anybody that's ever been on the show, their grandfather.
They don't know that they're on.
Oh,
but
I didn't
they're
know.
on.
So
Yeah.
I was already on and I didn't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna give you your first pack. Two packages.
Two years later, I get my first pack.
Two packages.
My
of
gate
bolts,
could be
man.
better.
That's our starter kit.
Are you Phillips or Allen?
Like my little lock
go
shot
either.
gate.
Oh, either
shit.
way.
7/8 or 1 inch.
I know how to use a screwdriver and I know how to use an
Oh.
Allen key. I'll get it figured out.
7/8 or an inch.
The smallest ones, dude.
7/8.
Yeah.
I have to have Allen.
You got to have
I
Allen.
have to have Allen.
7/8.
7/8.
Well, you're on the team. You good? We're getting first package. When we're wrapping it up, I'll give you guys your first box.
Wait, so you guys, both boards are different from different places, and you just sell those?
Dude, truer.
Okay.
115 would be insane. Oh
He skates
shit,
those
that was
boards
shit.
with
Manufacturers, yeah.
115 would be amazing.
Yeah, so that's my thing too. That like, yeah, you can show them that. So this is like the technology that I've been skating forever.
This is the one that the
Yeah.
Dwindle
Wendell
Yes.
had this, and like, they've had it forever, and I've been skating that forever, and it just takes a bit of the fear away when you're skating a big gap or a rail. I know I'm not gonna like do the splits and snap. I haven't done it on one of these, but I've done it on a normal board.
Right.
Yeah.
No fun.
No, it's like
There we
not
go.
flexible anymore either. So it'd be
You're
even
getting
worse.
it.
Even with the
You're
vitamins.
getting it.
Vitamins don't help you stretch.
Brutal.
You
Some
gotta stretch
sucks.
yourself.
You guys still gotta stretch
These
yourself.
vitamins are magical.
I'm also playing with a
So you've been skating these.
steel bowl
Yeah.
for
they're a little bit
my
more expensive.
looking around
It's
stick.
basically, yeah, the board's more responsive. It's stiffer.
I got
and
used to it.
It's just harder to break overall. You know what I mean?
Tyson, did you try these? I mean, you skated for.
Yeah,
you do.
I used to skate those, but I just prefer just a normal windboard.
Especially
They are a little
this
bit
part.
heavier,
Pretty
but
smooth.
I don't.
I took it really conservative though.
They also don't flex at all, you know. So,
Really, just, yeah.
and I don't know if this is just me, but I feel like because they don't flex, it kind of fucks your ankles up.
Yeah.
Yo, Mark, damn. What's up, brother?
I mean, you're probably this dude.
I feel
Thank
like
you for your acknowledgement, dude.
Well, have you ever gotten
Appreciate
so
that.
pissed that you tried
What's
to
up, brother?
break it and forgot that it's?
I've tried to bum drop it a couple times.
You were talking about your ass.
Yeah, and like broke my tailbone. I was like, oh no! And then I like hurt myself more trying to bum drop my board because I was mad. But that's what I get. There's my instant karma. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Can we talk about 2 cents? Because I think it's an interesting thing that you said, where you're like, I mean, I know you.
I'm still warming up, as you can
started
see.
this
Like,
company,
I'm
you
not
said
this
you don't give a
bad
fuck, but
always,
you kind of-
honestly.
we
I
all
swear.
know the landscape of skateboarding and stuff, and I think it's an interesting
I
concept
promise,
because
I
you
hope.
guys film YouTube videos. YouTube channel is
So
actually
the
really
steel
good.
bowl, I
That's,
love
like,
it, but
where
it's
we
a
have the
little
most fun, I feel.
sensitive
You know what I mean?
for.
And that's just like another thing, like, because there's no 411 and there's no,
slow.
you know,
Fuck off.
on video magazine where you get to see, you know,
So you have one
the
to just
pros
crank the mads,
skating
yeah,
in
right.
these spots. So it's like, I feel like we just got to take that into our own hands and kind of
Right.
give the people like a view of like what it's like, what we do when we're out skating. Are we having fun? Are we like
Yeah,
serious,
suggestions
like, upset, crying
are
when we get
welcome.
tricked? Like, no,
Like,
Only on
May-
only
may-
Suggestions on how to get
maybe
52.
one time, but like,
Back seating is allowed.
Right. No, but that's a good thing. I mean, look. I mean, just for when did you start this? This is.
I don't even remember.
But look, 29,000 views, 10,000, I mean, these are good numbers, for a brand new channel.
Yeah, I mean, we're just having fun.
Oh,
with it,
brutal.
and we have more episodes.
What is
that
up?
we're just kind
Big
of like building.
Because I also feel like
Amigo.
the landscape right now of skateboard companies is more like
Big Joey, what's up, man?
you get board royalties.
Hey,
you
brother.
get, like nobody, you're not making, even as a rider, you're not, like a lot of these skaters nowadays that gotta have another job, and
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
not good enough yet to run full ads. I made that mistake earlier.
God damn.
What are we talking about? What other job do we have?
Like day to day, I've been painting houses.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Okay.
one of my homies.
I realize you can really only run full ads when people like really need to watch you.
My
Like
brother
when you're like a top player, that's what happens. And I'm not there.
Radon's like a gas that can be in your house.
Thanks,
It's just,
brothers.
Like, completely
Thanks,
natural,
man.
just comes up from the earth.
How do you feel about this place right here?
It's like I was a prima donna
Are you
in the ads.
It's like kind of
'Cause no one's gonna
prevalent
watch
because of like the rocks. and
Fucking
stuff
3
that
minutes of
people
ads
can
for
do.
like some
But
like
anyways,
no
I did
name.
some of that.
Okay.
Like they just not.
Chet Thomas actually has been.
It's like why would they? I wouldn't do that
training some
for me.
life insurance and finance stuff.
Anyways,
Okay.
Yeah. and
Yeah,
that's-
so I still talk to Chet all the time.
fucking hell.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, that case in point right there. You
Trying
know,
to
it's
cut the
like when
corner,
when
maybe
we
I
were
should
coming
just
up,
go a little
also,
wider.
There's way more options out there.
Yeah,
There was more shoe options. There was just more clothing options.
it was different.
What's up, Joey? How are you, man?
Because like when we were coming up, when I was
Must be
coming
summer
up,
there.
once
Summer
you, once you
fucking
broke
solstice.
into that, like, oh, Chris Roberts. Once you broke into that and
pretty
kind
tight.
of made a name for yourself in a type of way, like, oh, Kelly Hart, I know who that is. Then like
Thanks, brothers.
it opened that door was open, and
Right.
but
I
nowadays
think 53 would be a goal. Like
everyone's so visible.
obviously the goal is 52 right now, but
that it and there's so many people.
the
it's
current
just
goal is if
different.
we can get 53.
Everybody's good.
That'd be pretty cool.
It's insane.
And with social media, it's like, you see.
See, I might be cutting it early. I don't know.
And
This
I
is
was
sticky
thinking about that,
corner.
Too, is like, if you have a fan base, and it's kind of like what you're doing, except you kind of branded it, right? It's kind of what you're talking
My
about.
lines
It's
are
like,
shit.
Nowadays, if you have a fan base, why not, instead of making a whole company, why not just go and make 100 boards? Keep 5 of them, ride them, and then sell them to your fans. Right? It's kind of like what you're doing.
Kind of
in-
what's going on.
Yeah.
I know what's going on.
Right.
See,
But, you know,
my gates
I
are
know
really
there's so
bad.
many companies that are popping
Like,
up
I was there for, like,
all
a
over
second.
the place, you know.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
And it's just an interesting landscape.
I don't think I can
right
get
here
50
right
like
now. I'm so
50
glad I'm not.
Two with the fucking gate like that. Lock shot gate.
You already got
Pretty
your
shit.
Not even worried about it.
I can't even imagine Chris trying to come up with like, what you want to sponsor me, tape? What do you
Yeah.
want? What would you do? You think if you were trying to come up with?
I would probably just get into life insurance.
No, dude,
I would be.
Little more,
get into
little more
radio.
money there.
I think
Yeah.
if you're trying to come up in this day and age, you don't even need a sponsor me tape. It's
How
like,
about these cutscenes?
here's my
Fucking
Instagram.
Yeah.
You know,
amazing.
like, look at a bunch of clips. Like, oh, this kid rips. Like, damn.
I still think that with that and going to contests are probably
Going to contests
are the
helps,
two
sure.
biggest things.
Contests are coming back.
Oh, with the boost.
I feel like that's like how I got noticed is by contests and stuff.
Oh, really?
I definitely noticed you at contests. I remember
Yeah.
being like, whoa, who is this kid skating like the X Games
There we
game
go.
contest or something? And like,
Oh, because you were killing those.
his
games.
run would be like damn near like a run that would
Damn,
be a
these
podium
stucks,
run
though.
in
I gotta
pro
really
contest.
fucking clean up.
And I remember thinking like, well, I guess are people just gonna sleep on him or what's gonna happen?
Right. Because you got a couple golds, right? In those M's. Income test.
3 of them.
Yo, sayonara, the legend of the fucking of all time. What's up, man? Hell yeah, congrats, bro.
That's kind of like better though in the
Phoenix
industry.
and
Oh man,
I won
Zubat
next
fan.
exams, and then I won at Deuce
Wow.
But yeah, never at Tampa.
Welcome, Zubat fan. I
How do you
love
feel about like trying to come up nowadays? I mean,
homosexuals
you got 3 jobs,
in a
like,
platonic way.
Yeah.
every other
They are welcome here.
I mean,
pro out there has. It's just crazy.
yeah, I
At
don't
least Tyson.
What's
already
up,
had a
sayonara?
fucking
What's
name
up,
for
Zubat?
himself.
know. Right, yeah, like,
Fan.
I don't know. I'm just trying to just
Zubat
skate.
fan. That's such a troll name.
Yeah,
Zubat's
I'm not
the
saying you're
most
coming up, but
annoying
you're still-
Pokemon in
You're
Pokemon.
still in the game.
In Pokemon Red and Blue,
Right? It's like
No, I feel like
Zubat
we
is like the
really got
bane
this
of my
love it these
existence.
days, you know what I mean?
To have a name Zubat fan. It's not even gold that.
people going into like
I love it.
modeling, different
I
aspects
mean,
of
I kind of backed like all these different avenues too, because
All day.
I don't know, like however many.
Oh
years
yeah,
ago
we got a
everybody
Carl
would be
bot
hating
too.
and talking shit and
Thanks,
all
mate.
that,
We
but
need a sayonara
it's like,
bot
hey,
now.
fuck it, get what you can, you know.
Yeah, dude. You're only young.
Pathetic
We're
52.
asking for you to like do this fucking runway shit. If you're comfortable with it, fucking run it.
Yeah, dude, like who's gonna like say no to a bunch of money just to get a picture taken, or like whatever some social media. dude.
Carl would probably say the same thing, bro. Like it's broken.
I
Like
wouldn't be here
you
today if
fucking
I didn't
the
go,
shit's
like,
broken,
yeah, I'll ride for
bro.
Red Bull, and like everyone was like,
Sayonara's a bot, all right. Oh my gosh. Zubat coming in hot.
and like in my head I was like, well, it's money that I can use to pay for the rent in California, and if I don't get that money to pay for the rent in California, I'm going back to Canada and I'm going back to school.
right.
So that was like the determining factor.
I wonder if Zubat's like a
why I'm here.
Carl or
Companies like
Cali
Red Bull
alt.
are helping you stay in the game.
For
You know
sure.
what I mean? Because
And now
you're able to have that
it's like
brand.
certified, like it's fine. Like
Yeah.
All day.
Sony's like Jamie Foy and shit are on Red Bull, and
Yeah.
I love that I get to go skate
Just do it, man.
like those dudes. But like
Just do it.
back in the day, it was like I think Sheckler was
Like,
on, and maybe Joey.
I don't know if I
Brzezinski,
can do
and
it, but I'm
like,
trying.
Chet was telling me, "Don't do it," and I'm like,
That's
Yeah.
fucking
Were a lot
funny,
of
but
people
dude, I'm
getting
telling you.
shit back then, or
I don't know. It was kind of weird, and I was even like kind of the kid that was kind of like, "Fuck, I don't even know if I want to do this," but like I can't say no to money, so I'd be like,
Astrologically, it makes a lot of
disguise it, like,
sense.
wouldn't wear the hat, and I just like have a
Just
sticker on
grinding
my
out
board, have a
levels the
small
last
wall.
20 years.
Now I'm like, dude, that was so dumb.
Now like a new strategy.
Well, I almost like risked my entire
Are
career.
you for sure it's a tier 8?
Not knowing it, but like,
Were there requirements to like wear the hat and all that stuff in
yeah,
at the beginning?
yeah, for sure.
Okay, so would
I
they say
remember-
anything to you?
God,
Nah, I
can you
went to
imagine it?
Am with no hat on.
If you actually
But
think
it was-
about
I was
the
so fresh on
situation
Red Bull that the dude who got me on Red Bull was like, "Okay, we just got him
Where
on
that
6 months
happens.
ago, and he just won Tampa Am now. Like, I made a good pick. We just need to
Right.
make sure that he wears the hat."
Right.
right.
So like, it wasn't bad.
I don't know,
still had a
though.
sticker
Pretty
on my
shit.
board and
I
whatever.
might not be doing it right.
Podium and
We're
shit, but
2000 in this kid.
yeah.
Yo, sayonara, man. Legend, bro.
I was at this thing.
You were at it as a
Maybe
little
Dude, I
child.
feel like this is
soon
like a
one day
different
we
lifetime.
will
Like, I
cheers
know that guy.
So crazy.
that's
a
crazy.
He just does the
mango
same tricks as me as well.
protein shake
Dude, that
in
course is
person
sick.
Dude, the courses were so much
in
sicker
the
back
Arabian
then.
Peninsula.
These are huge ass.
They need to make more of those things.
Yeah,
Those are
the
so
banks
fun.
wall.
to wall
Those
thing.
are so fun.
Dude,
I
you
was
were-
supposed to be a crook.
You were killing it. Don't matter. though.
Yeah.
You stayed on your board.
Yeah.
That's you say you
Maybe
lost.
we will go visit Aswan
Yeah,
Dam
Hail Mary.
Oh, look at you.
Dude,
all the way to
dude,
Luxor.
That little thing is sick.
Dude, they had way like this course was just cooler. It like wasn't
Look at-
stock, you know.
It's
You
funny
come to
seeing
Dubai?
stickers
Thank-
on
yeah,
the
bro.
uniforms
Thanks, man.
compared to back
Thanks,
then,
brother.
and
Slap.
Throughout the years.
Yeah,
like,
dude, I got my interview
Changed.
There it is.
with
man.
the
Campus
Saudi
is-
Arabia
Let's get one.
Even with the Baker Baker.
High School for biology teacher,
Ooh, okay.
December
Ken
30th
Crook back
on
then is
Zoom.
what sealed the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays it's like a stock move.
Totally.
Super fucking excited
It's
for
still
that.
such a risky trick.
For
Like, it's
sure.
such a precise kickflip into the like.
Oh
grind.
yeah, thanks, man.
Even when I'm watching like.
It's-
Felipe
you know, I'm really
Gustavo do
hopeful
it at the
'cause they
last
said-
contest in Japan,
I know we
just
talked about it before,
he
but
just
like
risked his whole run on that.
Yeah,
They said-
it's like a random little
they said they're hiring a
ramp,
few
too. It's like
positions.
a tiny little thing. Tim Crook,
they
like,
want me to
you
make a
have to-
fucking presentation, like a
get the Tim
PowerPoint
Crook in the
presentation
middle,
on
it's
DNA
I've seen him
replication,
miss that trick so many times too.
which
in
is like
line
my
runs.
specialty.
Dude, the
So I don't
Tampa
see how
Am
I
is
can really fail.
insane.
Yeah.
I was at home watching the finals.
Not to be like
and
arrogant.
tripping up.
That kid from Korea.
I just feel it's like a good fit. You know what I mean?
Nolly 270 heel freaking board slide.
Yeah.
I really don't want to sound arrogant.
I couldn't even believe it. The kid that got
It's
second,
just-
I forgot his name.
Is it Tiger?
Summers are so hot, yeah, buddy.
can't
I love
honestly,
I
can't
sandboard,
remember.
man. I have 3 sandboards I made.
Yeah.
I made I covered a skateboard deck
That's
with
gonna- yeah.
Yeah.
that winning run, I think. in my
Formica.
head, There's only one other run that is kind of
My
like
lines
up
are
there
just
with
so
it,
shit.
I think it was like at that damn am. in
And I
Japan or
made a
something. It was
125 centimeter
Kawasaki
board
maybe that
Yeah.
did like an insane
out of
run
wood
right back
and a
with
like
flips
150
down
centimeter
rail.
board out of wood
Dude,
also.
Switch 180 crook. See,
With
it's funny 'cause
Formica
I
on the
never-
bottom.
I think he was there last year or something.
I sandboard a
And I was
lot.
like, who's this random kid?
Yeah,
And
I'd
then-
never heard of him.
I know. I was like, but then he was.
It's the best.
good.
I just can't
Boy,
imagine.
training.
I mean, like the Tampa Ams are so fierce.
Yeah.
So you guys don't pay any
Dude,
income
Tampa
tax
Pro is
either?
such a
Like,
different
bro,
vibe.
Yeah.
Right?
It's crazy. It's so
that's so insane.
Like all the kids out there are so like thirsty.
Like, I'm gonna
Even the best trick is just
I'm gonna
like,
work
Part of
so
me that
hard
misses that
hard
sometimes.
for that interview, man.
But like I can always go skate
I'm
for like a
just
Halloween
praying.
bomb or something if I want that feeling, you know? Like,
I need a fucking I need
seriously miss
a
that, like,
savior of a solution in my
yeah.
life.
chaos.
yeah, sometimes.
I don't miss that.
You don't miss that.
I'm not like one of those like.
See, I
I'm
cheated
not
there. I
good
didn't
at
go all
the
the way.
session type
It's
of
it's
scenario.
part of
Yeah,
the
right?
adrenaline.
We
it's
could
part
watch
of
that
the
on-slap
adrenaline
video
just,
to
like,
see
makes
when
you, like,
exactly
land stuff that normally you wouldn't be
to
able
do
to.
shit.
I guess.
Oh, I feel like contests are like that in general, but just the hecticness of Tampa Am.
Yeah. He didn't know
5 years.
Like you said, you know what I'm gonna say?
You don't got that one?
Yeah,
No, I don't
really.
have it. I've never tried it.
I
one of
hear
my things I get,
To
like,
get
I don't remember
51,
what
you'd
it's
have to
called.
be
When you-
unemployed for
when you
5
see someone do,
years,
like, let's just say
grinding away
switch
every
tail to
day,
70
and
then land
therefore
and then turn around.
ineligible to pay
I don't
taxes.
understand why.
It's like they're on a BMX bike.
Yeah.
They land fakey and they got a bunny hop real
But like
quick.
that makes sense because that's super hard to go.
I know,
fake
but I
out.
still want to see him roll.
But you want him to like turn, like stay
Okay.
push switch.
Yeah,
or
like
something.
stay.
Yeah, I'm
like,
just
if you're
guessing.
Planning out your line, you do it so you like.
You're right,
set
I'll do
yourself
that.
Up for the next trick, like turning
But-
around.
But I feel like that was his
I
last
think that
trick.
it's- I
not
think
that-
that 90% of the time, if you're doing like a switch tail 270 or something like you come out going slow,
True.
and then so you're going slow and you're going switch and you're just like stuck. You have no option
But
to just like
there's
turn
a-
around and get it going.
Get a couple
Yeah.
pushes.
Get the
Or-
motor going again.
Don't do that trick and do something else.
But
Dude,
that,
like dude.
I don't think he was thinking about
No,
it.
no, no. Okay,
See, at
when
that
I
point-
talk about him,
at
I'm
that
not.
point-
I'm not necessarily talking about him, because that was like he was his freestyle. It wasn't his line, because it was after time.
He already went
But
in.
I'm saying, notice that.
Yeah,
next time.
so
When
it
you watch
feels like a
people's
real
lines.
interview.
Hey, coming
You
from
know what I
one of
mean?
the judges over here. You know?
I'm just
Oh
saying.
fuck, I forgot what I was doing.
I'm like, oh,
I was
dude,
looking at the ammo. It was a little better though. The ammo touched the light.
Don't they land
You
it
don't
fakey
do
and
that.
turn it
Oh.
around?
You don't do that though.
No, I usually I have to make my line flow good so that.
Oh
I
my
don't
god,
get
bro, it was
tired.
better.
Yeah.
Because if you're doing switch tail
Sayonara,
270, you
yes,
have to land
man.
the push, push, push,
Thank you,
push.
brother.
Whatever your
I
next
could
trick
tell
is, you better
the
be able
ammo
to do
touched
that,
the light
like,
that time. I don't think I was going far
because
enough
you're gonna
before.
be tired.
Oh, that was really
Do a
close.
trick going fast and land fast and keep going.
It might have been
Keep
53.
flowing. Don't do a trick that slows you down and then turn around
No.
and start pushing.
I don't
That's
think
just
so.
my thoughts.
I'm like, put that trick at the end of your line and then
finish
go
it.
like this.
If you
Flick
do-
left,
do that
light,
the next
slightly
time,
okay.
I landed it.
I mean, street leagues are interesting because they're in a
Yeah.
stadium, right?
I remember Grow
That's
Meek's
the best.
Grow
Wait,
Meek's
hang
run.
on to it for a second.
Look at
He does that.
I had to go all the way back up here.
But see, at least you did it and chilled for a second and then turn around.
But wait a minute, it's the best thing.
Oh, they did it again.
You did it again. You did it again.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta turn around, dude. I don't have the. I don't
Oh,
have
it's too
the
much.
super good switch push. Back in my day, it was like the switch Mongo was way sicker, in my opinion. My
Before
brother
the
always
ammo
loved the switch
touches.
Well, let's say in the street spot,
Yes,
you're
I did
skating-
it
you're filming a
after.
line
I did it
somewhere at a spot.
at the moment,
Do you do
that
switch tail
run.
270 and
which
then
is
turn
incorrect,
around and then
and I
do a
could
trick
feel
on,
it.
on like a kill front crook?
No.
You see, like that's why I always try to.
push switch.
Yeah, like you do a switch tail 270, you land switch, and you do.
Sayonara
fake
getting
your kick.
52, so
That's-
epic.
Or you'll do
Were
like
you
a
the
half
first
cab
man?
flip, and then you'll go to
Yeah.
your lap.
Were you the
Like,
first
that's
of
why I always,
the?
like, if you're doing a line at a contest, make sure it flows. It's a part of skateboarding. It's doing lines in
Of the
streets.
group?
Like it flows.
I'm kind of I don't know. It's like he's not filming a video
Some of
part,
these,
right? He's just
some of these
trying to win gold.
street league courses and world skate courses
Are you saving
like
the story
impossible
for
to keep your speed.
mate chat?
It is insane.
Do you hate it too if somebody pops up on the quarter pipe instead of just doing like
Wow,
a
nice.
I don't
Yeah,
like it.
see,
I don't like it.
yeah.
I think it's
I feel like that's way worse.
Turn
than just,
around,
turning
set
around
your
and keep
tail,
going.
and then go back in. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
What, because you're
Interesting.
jumping off your board?
I'd much rather just see like a nice
you know what I don't like?
50-50.
Dude,
I don't like
axle
it
stall.
Or like a
Axle
back
stall.
when somebody goes up on the deck, walks across.
So you're saying the
and
look
drops
down
back
before
in.
the
Like, I
gate
just
is
don't-
important, eh?
It doesn't.
I think that's okay one time during the run. One
Yeah,
time.
one
But if you do it
What does it
twice
do?
or
It-
3
it-
times, you're like,
Yeah,
alright,
some
dude.
people do it like
I'm not
between
gonna
every like
bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm
they
not
go
gonna
back
say
and
it.
forth,
Yeah.
right? But I just like I watch somebody like a shod skate then, and I'm like,
Exactly.
Nice, man.
that
Yeah.
dude's not getting off his
No.
board.
Yeah,
you're
he
like,
was
that
just
looks
flowing.
better.
It looks better.
Yeah, it looks
Louis,
But that's
but-
just me.
so, like someone like a shot, he kind of freestyles the shit out of his runs.
Absolute
You know what I mean?
legend.
So he can just kind of flow. A Louis Lopez and Dennis Busnitz, like those dudes aren't getting off of boards.
No.
And like judges do notice that stuff.
Yeah.
That like he didn't get off his board once, and like it just flowed. Like you kind of respect that art.
You have to.
Yeah, and you sometimes those runs would get scored better.
for sure.
Yeah,
The Buznitz winning run is like my favorite thing ever.
dude, it's amazing. I can't remember
I'll go
exactly
back and
what
watch
he
it
did.
every year. It's so sick.
I keep going, too.
Can we pull that up? Actually, that's actually a good.
Party ready?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, this is so sick.
Dude. Boots.
Man.
Like, you know how people are always like, you know,
Fucking
everybody's
brutal.
gonna remember your video part, nobody will remember.
Oh, I'm not looking high
I
enough.
feel like this is one of
Yeah.
this is
yeah.
like
Might need
one
to
of
look
the
up
only
more.
contest runs where people actually remember it and might go back and watch it.
No doubt.
At least for me.
All I can do is switch flip, turn around real quick.
That's fine, dude.
And
He's hitting off his board, but I
Kelly's
don't.
not gonna score.
Yeah.
I'll give. He's still killing
Let
it.
the man breathe, though. He did like fucking 5 tricks. on
Yeah,
it.
dude.
Man,
There's an
tight
ex-
little space like this.
Yeah.
Damn. He flows. Oh.
I just like it too because you don't think of him as like a contest dude.
That's
So
why
it's-
it's so sick.
It's rad. to
That's
see.
why Tampa's the best, you know?
Yeah.
Because everybody comes and shows up and skates.
There's not like this competitive atmosphere really to it either.
Not until you're in the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true, you know.
Yeah.
Or you're at Tampa.
Tampa Am's a whole different conference.
Tampa and you're
Those
fighting.
kids ain't fucking around.
Yeah,
dude.
you're fighting to skate. Like,
Bunch of animals.
Dude, it's so good.
I wonder who was judging this back then. No, Milligan was there. But Bob Reynolds, maybe Mike Sinclair.
Dude, he just was nonstop.
He's just, he probably kept going for another. Oh, no, you're fine. Look at everybody loves it,
That was
bro.
lit.
Were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
What if you just do you have to go like right,
Damn. Look at the
or you have to like weave through the boxes? Is that mandatory?
Yeah, the energy's next
I
level.
guess it's faster. I guess it's
You like the we were I
The
just
fastest
said earlier,
line.
You like the stadium vibe. Why?
Oh yeah, for me, I've been skating in those kind of scenarios for a long time, and the first thing that I like about it the most is that there's no wind. So when you skate, you know, you don't have to worry about flip tricking down the gap and your board getting blown away from your feet or
What
more
about crowd
consistent.
atmosphere?
Interesting.
and crowd atmosphere too. It's
Really?
like it's all just in the arena right
I
there.
didn't know
like,
that fact.
echoes.
Can you block people out a little bit being in an arena like that?
No, I don't need to. I like it.
You like it? Okay.
I like that.
Fire
Interesting.
it up.
Yeah.
Like fire it up. Like
But also
Brazil's the best.
Oh, they're
They get crazy.
wild.
We were just in Japan, and that one was like
Oh, dude.
they're so quiet and they're clapping all quiet. And
They
you're-
had those balloon things, and then just use those. They don't scream. Like, they're so
it's
polite.
just,
they hit
yeah,
those.
they're so polite. It's just
Yeah.
so different. And then like that's the other side, and then Brazil is just like wow. And you're like whoa. I feel like you're in like a football Super Bowl. Like,
Yeah.
That's
And you like
Sick.
you like that environment too?
Sticky.
Yeah, I feel like ever since I was a kid, I always liked skating in contests. and
Terrible.
Stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
They had
I'm really bad.
back in the day they had the free flow
Fuck.
tour. It was kind of like the AM contest series. Of
Thanks,
free
man.
tour.
Let's watch
And they would
this.
always
I'm
have
gonna
finals
watch
and
this
stuff
right
like
now
that.
after this
And it
run.
was like the same like stadium vibe, and it was always like I don't know. I always thought that shit was so sick, and it kind of like scenarios like that help you.
What is that? Is that your run?
Otherwise, you maybe wouldn't.
Definitely
Yeah.
worth
You know?
watching.
I've always thought that's what too.
I wish, that's
Again,
what
I've seen it.
these-
I'll watch your run.
These guys.
But
you won't
also-
see them do a trick all day, and then they do like a 360 flip, no
Oh,
slide,
brutal.
nollie flip out. You're like,
Yeah.
what? Where'd that come from?
Yeah.
But how, like,
fired up off the crowd.
that
feeling
must.
nice.
You.
Here
a
to see
lot of
how I
people
do
in
it.
Street League, if
Play
you're,
at
finals,
0.5
you have to think of
speed
some
to
trick
see.
that will give you that point.
Okay, I'll
And
do
you
it on
just
my
have
phone.
to try a trick you haven't tried yet.
Yeah.
How does that work for you?
Usually not too well.
But there's like you probably have your go-tos, but still. You
I
gotta-
mean, like that front shove nose grind that I did in Chicago.
yeah.
I haven't done that trick
Okay.
since I was like a kid on like a hubba, and I just was like,
Oh, you like
this
touched
is
the
really
wall.
scary. I like flung a couple like right before my go.
Okay, you like swipe the right
Okay, maybe if I just
light
commit,
with the ammo.
it'll work, and I just got lucky.
That's
Mm.
amazing.
Yeah, contests are good for that.
Yeah.
I feel like it's good like to go
So you
to
go
the
from-
contest and skate, and then everybody's like juiced,
Like
and
the
all it
I
does is
get it,
elevates
okay.
your skating and pushes you to a level where you might not have known you could go to.
Did you take that
So you're
back
not
out to the
even
streets
looking
then?
at the left lights. You're only
Whenever
looking at the
possible.
ammo, eh?
Like,
How do you even
That's
get
all
there?
you're doing. You're only looking at the ammo.
I mean,
It's
dude,
interesting.
it's all just your brain, right? You're like,
Because
okay,
I'm trying to
cool,
look at like
I
putting
just ripped this
my
contest. I did really
dot
well.
on
I
the
landed all my
fucking
shit
light.
first try. Like,
on the
I
left,
know I have the confidence to do that.
but I should be focusing on the
I'm
right.
gonna go do that next
Because that's
weekend.
where the dam
in the
is.
streets
That's
with
the
the
loading
filmer.
point, of
And
course.
sometimes it works out, and you get like a
That makes so much
gnarly
sense.
trick on a
Because I was
gap
looking
or a
on the
rail
left.
in a couple tries because you're sharp and you're confident from the contest, and you were forced to being like sharp.
And you go-
confident by
you go
everybody
unarmed
else's
to
pressure in the
PP7.
crowd and everything.
That
and then
does
it
create
just-
more lag
if
for
you
the
can
warp,
just
eh?
harness that in your brain and bring it to the street spot.
But you do add an
I
ammo
feel like I-
switch.
Jocelyn's
Oh,
doing
you
that
add
all
an
the
ammo
time.
switch for the boxes.
It's
It makes it
like
less
Jocelyn will
laggy.
go like practice and like
Holy
land all this
shit,
crazy
dude.
stuff, boom, 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 boom.
Thank
and then, like,
you.
he'll be like, "Yo, Devin, like, you want to go hit this
I
14
understand
stair over
now.
here in Rome?" Like, and then he'll like switch frontside flip
Yeah,
it
brother.
in like 4 tries or something.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
like- yeah, like he's just
In theory.
got the confidence from skating the parks and the contests.
Tunnel.
And then just
Did
brings
look
it right
down.
to the streets.
So
Didn't look down
he's
soon
definitely
enough.
running straight
Mm.
up.
That last street league, he got like
Okay.
the most nines ever.
That was the
Oh.
best, dude. It gives me goosebumps
Right.
just thinking about it.
Look down earlier. Right at the
After he got
the
all
bending,
nines to get
the
in, I was like,
inflection
I still
point in
love
the
it
tunnel
when you
before the
finally
first
win.
box. I
hope
think
you
I know
win,
where.
Dude, like, you're my favorite.
But I like that.
Like fanning out
Going to
on
unarmed.
skate against him.
I like that a
I
lot.
think like the crowd wanted it, like was rooting for him too.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, he skates different than all the other guys.
Right.
Like he's jumping.
Yeah,
Like
like that.
Dude,
Massive.
the nollie back 3 heel on lock is
It's crazy, bro.
Psycho.
so sick.
It's crazy.
So good.
Dude. And he does it fucking perfect, dude. It's not like
Switched straight late. I was just thinking about
so
the.
like, last year I feel like he did a couple sketchy ones.
Oh,
and
this
now
is
year
beauty.
he's got
Look
them,
at
like,
this.
Dialed.
wired. Like,
This is
just
amazing.
So good.
But you know what? I was tripping like,
I like
all right,
it.
Chris, do the same thing you did in the last round and this round.
He's starting to figure it out.
Yeah, like you gotta do like the first round's great, do
Yeah.
that, but like you got that's where you need to do it is the finals.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and like I think he might have just messed up on the dollar 270 or 360 heel flip. But
I mean, I think you guys should have scored Yuto a little lower for clipping the last stair on that 3 flip, and then Jocelyn would have got
No.
second. So I'm mad at you guys for that.
But Sayonara's helping me a lot.
hey, we're on team. I'm proud of my team, man.
No, you guys do.
Oh,
you
he
guys
said
do
I
a
have
really good
to
job.
put
I
the
mean,
ammo.
You're one of my
Yuto would have still been in
Put
the
the
final. He
ammo
would've been-
on
still been in
the
top three.
like last
in the top
light.
He still would have been. I just would have like
And to, like,
switched around
sweep
the
it.
top, Like it would have made it a little. Like,
No fast
come on, I
gates
know we're
yet.
in Japan, and we want all the guys in the top.
we're
in
not
Japan.
favoring anyone at
No,
that point.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just joking.
You are one of my favorites though to talk about judging with because we go to these Red Bull things and we'll
Yeah.
like do that, and you're always.
We're also
you
still
would-
kind of warming up.
Well,
Honestly,
yeah.
to be absolutely
Man,
honest with you.
We've just been like, we're just sitting there on the side.
Like, we're
while
not
you
playing
guys
very
are
well.
Scoring up there, and we're scoring down here,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
So I mean,
Oh,
we're always
man.
like pretty on it, you know.
Oh, it's good times.
But
Chris, what are you thinking about?
I'm thinking
So I
about
gotta look
switching
down more,
conversation.
like hardcore look down.
A lot about street
Full.
league, a lot about
I could do
contests
that.
and stuff like that. Because like I want because you're from Utah originally, right? Born and raised.
Yep.
You still out there?
Still am, yeah.
Okay. And how did you even get hooked up like out there, or did you not get hooked? Did you come out here? Like what was it? How did that happen?
No, I first started getting hooked up in Utah just through reps and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was
there
perfect.
Was, at my local
That was
park,
really perfect.
Homie Brandon Christensen, he used to snowboard for Hurley. Saw me skating, and then like I don't know, connected me with the rep somehow. So like my first real sponsor was Hurley Rep Flow.
Really?
Yeah, and then they used to have these little trade show things at this hotel downtown.
Okay.
And they would like call, and my parents would take me down and have a little meeting with the rep, and he'd give me some stuff. And then at the same trade shows, the like World Industries or the Dwindle and Globe rep was at the same thing. So then, what was his name? Bob from Hurley.
Bob from
Yeah, introduced me to Allison. The
Oh, I didn't look high enough. It might work.
World and Globe shoes, and I was a little kid, so
Seriously,
that's
so
kind of how I got going. Yeah.
You were with Globe and Dwindle since you were little.
Globe, that's crazy.
Yeah, super crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So
But that didn't all it didn't lead up.
I didn't
from
look
there,
high
and
enough.
Then, let's see. Then I started.
Don't
getting
look so
power boards.
down. Just
I think
barely
Bill saw
keep
me
it
with that
view.
when I was a little
Feels
kid.
good at that.
Yeah, actually,
He's
you
gonna
know
Put
what?
the
Actually,
load.
now that
What
I just
load?
said that, Diet and Mark White actually.
Barely keep that big area loaded.
Yeah.
David.
Yeah.
Sorry about it.
introduced me
I
to,
didn't understand.
Oh, then I was on.
Just barely keep it in view.
Tony Mag hit me up, the Osiris Kids team. Yeah, so
If
so
you
I
look
didn't
down
stay
that
with
much, it will guarantee
Dwindle
bag
and Globe
gates.
that whole time. It
but that was
like-
your first
Okay,
kind of
so
introduction.
Yeah, yeah.
thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you
How
so
old
much.
were you on the kids?
So when are you
Yeah.
saying to not look down?
Like 12,
When
13.
should I start
So
looking
do you
down?
go
Just
from-
like a little
Do
bit?
you have to be do you go from
Slight
the
look
kids
down?
team to the regular team? Is that how
It was like I went from the
Entering
kids
the
team
big
to
area
Oh,
before the
yeah.
gates?
Oh, wow,
when,
okay.
when Kong was the TM.
Oh, Kong.
Out of the
Yeah,
tunnel?
Me and Jack Olson were kind of like the flow dudes, and then we went on a little
Thanks,
road
man.
trip with them. Oh
Is
my
Tyson
God,
skating vert?
Dude, this is the,
Tyson has vert
this is the
skills.
Osai. Look at that Tony Bag skate filming right there with his
pulled up
pads
the wrong
on.
clip. I was like, damn, it's because
I
I'm
mean,
vert.
shit, bro.
Let's go do some of this
Thanks,
stuff,
brother.
dude.
Remember, I was saying yesterday, I was like, dude, I want to get some knee pads and relearn to skate.
I got
big
knee
training.
pads in my garage. I know where
That's
vert ran.
fun.
Just take it
It'll
there
come right
tomorrow.
back to you, I'm
Wait,
sure.
so what happened? You used to skate vert.
Sort of. I mean, I when I was a kid, I was definitely one of those padded up air babies.
Really?
Yeah. I only skated tranny. I was too little to be able to flip my board. Yeah.
I prefer this
so-
anyways. This is better.
Yeah, and I wanted to skate vert. I thought that was what I was first interested in. as a
Okay.
kid. But there were no vert rinks.
Yo,
so
a loose 10
I
out.
was either,
Yeah.
at Woodward as a kid, or
In theory, it's
just
easy.
try and
In
skate
theory.
vert.
So,
What's up,
so you
Lucy?
kind of got out of vert, started skating street. 'cause
Yeah,
you had no,
I
there was no vert.
eventually.
This
yeah,
is the amount I look down to keep at most. Thanks, brother.
Once around this time.
Oh, in the
13 or so,
tunnel.
When I started being able to flip my board,
Oh,
and
okay.
I kind of grew away from skating training. But
Oh, to keep the guard loaded or whatever? The area loaded?
Because and
You
then.
lost it a little bit.
Mm,
Yeah, no,
Lost
for
it a
sure.
little bit,
Once I
yeah.
got
Okay.
taller, because
I can do that.
even a couple years after this, I started actually going street skating every day, and I never really went to the skate park that much. I didn't try to do a huge backside air or something for a couple years, and then I was a foot
What's
taller.
up,
and it
boys?
didn't work anymore.
Interesting.
So
I'm sure you can figure it back.
I could figure it out, but I haven't
Definitely.
put the
Oh,
time in,
man.
but I didn't want to. Yeah.
Got to relearn the knee slide.
This is hard.
Dude, I know. I've thought about that.
This is not easy.
Remember how to do that.
Well, we're
Dude,
going to
yeah.
some
Yeah.
we're going to some parks tomorrow that have
Bring the
some.
pads.
I'll bring the pads for you.
Where are we going?
We're doing a demo tomorrow.
It's precise.
Whoa.
Never mind. I'm good. You got a demo lined up.
Yeah, we got a demo lined up tomorrow in
Where?
Palm Springs with
Okay.
Rhythm Skate Shop.
Okay. So sick.
They've been supporting us nicely, so
I love that, dude.
That's nice. It's good.
do
It's
some
gonna be
fun
nice
shit.
weather probably out there too.
Should be nice, a
Gonna be
little
another-
warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna go to what's it called, La Quinta X Park.
Oh yeah, place.
You've been there,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think, and
yeah.
then the OG Palm Springs Park. It's super fun. It's got this dope bump to ledge.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking. The outdoor one, right? I mean, they're all.
Yeah, they're both outdoor.
Yeah.
But the La Quinta one has the mini combi at it.
I don't know.
It's new,
Okay.
but the mini combi.
Oh no, I've been to that one.
I'll skate the mini combi with you.
That one's huge.
It's fucking not hopeful.
I got 2 pairs of knee pads. We can both.
Little
Hope
did the
is
kids
low.
know they're getting a mini combi demo.
Hope is low.
They're
So
getting a knee slide demo from.
when you,
So-
what happened with Powell? So Powell, you were on Powell for a while. Osiris Kids.
Oh, brutal.
Then what happened from there?
Then diet. I skated. So, how I told you, Dew Tour used to be in Salt Lake.
Mm-hmm.
After the Dew Tour would happen, dudes would always stay in town and skate afterward. And Chris Ortiz and Andrew Cannon, a bunch of other people stayed in town afterward. We were all skating with Diet. And then just after that week, Diet hit me up and was like, yo, do you got footage? And I sent it to Chet, blah, blah, blah.
Oh wow.
And then
What happened with
couple
Powell?
weeks,
though? Were you
couple
off?
weeks. later, well, so
because like Chet and DeVille were like at that time like living close together.
Oh, really?
Like not like in HB.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start looking down in the big
like,
area
they
though,
sent me one box of
because that's what I
boards,
saw in the
and then,
52s.
Right after that, there was a Damn Am, which is where I met you, actually, I remember.
So I saw in your 52
Anyways,
too.
and then
I think.
my mom
Pretty
took
sure.
me up to Dwindle, met Chet, and he like took me through the warehouse and let me take stuff off the shelves. So then I remember calling DeVille and being like,
Oh, so you
go
did.
do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And DeVille was
But
cool.
then
Well, because DeVille's
was-
found and lost a lot of kids.
I know.
Like, does
I
it
know. I
look
remember
right
he
what
would,
I'm doing,
he
the
tried to,
light,
we
or-
talked about it or whatever, but I was like, I think I'm gonna.
Is it all
like,
wrong?
Diet, I looked up to Diet a lot as a kid because him and Lizard were like the superstars of Salt Lake. You know what I
Right.
mean? So. Like I was like, hey, I'm gonna go with these guys, and and then like a week after that, they just showed up at my house and smashed a cake in my face and
Shut
said,
up.
"Welcome to
Really?
the team." Yeah.
No way.
Complete. Yeah, like Chet planned it with my parents, and they surprised me. Like my parents, I forgot they made up some.
A bit
excuse.
higher to the
They had,
light,
like, a
thanks,
barbecue
brother.
at your house.
Yeah, dude, they made up some excuse.
Hey, you're that little?
Yeah, I had just barely turned 16. They made up an excuse to like keep me home on a weekend to do yard work or something, and I was all pissed off. And then, doorbell rings, and they're like,
I remember seeing that.
my
I remember seeing that clip
shit
and going
perfect.
like, dude, yeah, let's get him on.
Let's see. This one? Wait.
The back three kick.
Yeah,
flip.
down the stand.
That's like the one that sticks in my head. I was like, oh, there it
It
is.
was perfect.
Is that better?
Yeah.
There it is. So you were happy,
Thanks, man.
You were happy staying home after that happened.
Yeah. I think we went skating. It was cold.
Oh,
I
fast
remember,
skate,
that was in
what?
November. That popped up on my Facebook
Fast-ish
page
skate.
the other day.
Really?
So it was, I think that was 2010.
Maybe it was just a slow start
so
though.
And then the Dark Star, I mean, you were on Dark Star. You've been on, how long have you been on Dark
That was good, thanks, man. Looking down a bit too soon.
40 years.
I was going to say 50.
I was fast and it was
Uh,
better. I looked up
used to
more.
ride for Element Flow, kind
Interesting.
of Canada Flow, and then I started hanging out with. I met McKendo, and I met Mac now. And
Looking
Leah,
down
and
too
Casey,
soon.
and they all kind of were like, Mac now, mainly was like, we need to figure this out. We need to get you off of Element and on Darkstar. And then I went down and stayed with McKendo in Torrance. Stayed there for 10 days. Filmed like so many clips in 10 days. It was the middle of summer though. It was super hot.
And then hold and then it looked fully down.
Yeah.
Does he still has it, right?
Yo, Tyrannosaurus, are you serious? What legend, man?
He
Fucking
keeps
legend.
growing.
Yeah.
And we would go skate every night. We were only night skating. It was me, Derek
That angle is
Fukuhara, Magnus
important.
Hansen, and Marty Morawski. And we were on like, it was a sick crew, like 4 of us, night missions, McKendo filming. I think
Okay,
Matt
I'll
Price
have to
was there
watch
too,
your
and Matt
run
Price was
again.
shooting photos. And we were all like sleeping
With
on
pleasure.
McKendo's floor. Like it was kind of insane.
That's sick, Tyrannosaurus.
But then on that trip, like McKendo was like, "We're gonna get you on Darkstar," and he took me off Circa, got me on Glow.
Did you skate with him?
Like,
That'd be awesome.
It was like a crazy thing where I called the Circa people. And was like,
It's
"I'm
okay.
already on
It's
Glow."
okay if you didn't.
Yeah,
And I called the Element. He was like, "I'm already
Oh,
on
brutal.
Darkstar later." Like,
Okay, I looked down
thanks,
too
buddy.
much there, eh?
Yeah, it was kind of ruthless. I feel like now that I think about it, like, I don't know. But it was all
God.
direct. Like, I had before it was everything distributors.
That angle, okay, I'm gonna watch you run. Sayonara,
Direct all day.
As
a
I
kid,
want
knew
to.
About, like,
because it's
okay,
sick.
like distributor flow, shop flow,
I've seen it
direct
before, but I'll
flow,
watch it again
AM
with
pro.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Like, that's basically the list.
And then but you were still living in Canada at this time.
Yeah.
And so you went back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. When you got on Darkstar, I don't know why Darkstar had this idea to it. Did people think you were Canadian?
Oh yeah.
I
People
think they
still
just
every
thought,
year.
like,
Like,
I'm not
everybody.
laughing at
Yeah.
Canadians. I just
Yeah.
think that was the thing.
people still sometimes will be like, I thought you were from Canada.
Yeah, just because at one point it was so Canadian heavy.
Yeah.
Like Mike Hasty and Galea and Mac now, it was really heavy. So anyone that was on the Paul Hart was
No, it was Paul Trapp,
Paul
and then I
Trapp.
think people were confusing Paul Hart with Paul Trapp, and then like they just thought that both of those guys were Canadian when really only Paul Trapp was Canadian, and Paul Hart was
from Florida.
Yeah, like I don't know how
Opposite of Canadian.
I don't know how that rumor got around that Paul Hart was Canadian.
I thought he was Canadian.
I
Unharmed.
think when he came around, I never seen him like, oh,
Because he's like the most American dude that I know.
You start unarmed.
Yeah, he really is.
Like I don't understand that.
I think he had to turn into that because everybody thought he was Canadian. I'm going to start carrying the
Stereotype.
flag. I'm going to start doing all this stuff.
Maybe some overconfidence.
With the back boost? Holy shit.
no, it's fine. I always laugh at that.
And then since you've been on last, and this happened to you too.
That's
but then
truly
the
insane.
Kind of the implosion of Dwindle happened.
Oh, that was so devastating. Dude.
Yeah.
That was like, I thought that like everything that I was like, kind of like poking like at.
Okay, so you put the light in the
like,
corner.
Let's do this, and it was like stuff was starting to happen, and things were happening, and we were doing.
Yeah,
the
you
trip
look
and
down
filming
fully
stuff,
too,
and
man.
I was like, all right, cool, we're gonna go up, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, it was like, no.
But did you have like
forget
what,
about all of it, everything? It's
well, because Dwindle's like
Okay, the angle.
since it's been sold and bought like
lots
a
of
lot
times. Yeah, for
And
sure.
some-
So I kind of thought like not that, it's gonna be fine.
It's
We're
gonna be
gonna
fine.
just another little
Because it
speed
didn't
bump.
happen
Okay.
for a few years after, right? After it getting sold, the whole implosion thing. It had been a few years.
No, it happened relatively
I
quick.
think they
quick,
sold it
like
again.
within
Pretty quick,
within a
yeah.
year.
Okay, maybe
they sold
maybe
it to
they
like
sold it
what?
again and I
To
didn't.
Bravo
Then you
or
look up
something,
again.
right? Bravo with ProTech and Sector 9.
Roger would probably know. He's
I-
talking about it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
But
Either way,
But you guys just didn't get paid for a couple months and stuff, right?
oh, it was like a year.
Oh wow.
they're probably still selling.
Oh, no way. That's
Yeah,
sick,
yeah,
dude.
yeah,
What?
my
That's
board's
sick
still
story,
selling.
guys.
No
Trying to
way.
say.
Seriously.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna sing.
That's sick story, bro.
Bravo Sports acquires Dwindle Distribution. September 3rd, 2019.
They're still using.
Yeah, I
your
bet
guys'
even back
names?
then.
Or is it just boards that were
What up,
already
mate?
made?
Yeah, it's all the boards that were already
But they
made.
should
That
be
image
not
then.
selling.
Wait, yeah. Pull up this website.
Yeah.
What? Almost? Pull up
At
almost.
least, yeah. Last time I checked.
I don't think Darkstar has a website anymore.
How crazy is that just to see something that was so. I mean, you spent half. Oh, almost. Let me see.
Be the first to know.
Oh
No.
shit! Yeah, that's new.
We don't want to be on the email. Just
Huh? Yeah, that's new for sure.
try to figure out this password. Enter using password. Try to
Thanks,
figure that
man.
password out, JC.
Hack into it, Raj.
Listen back to you, bro. But it must have been devastating, though. Like you spent half your life on there, and then,
Yeah.
I mean, you spent a good part of
Yeah.
your time on there too. and
It
then
was-
just to have it just
Yeah, it was
end like that.
crushing and trippy, and I was like, for a second, I was like, dude, how
Wow.
do I even get boards to skate? I didn't even know what to do, and I was like, like I need my tool.
Were you thinking
You know
about
what I
going?
mean? Like I need my tool. I need that board. I need like from that factory and those. Like I don't know.
Did you try to go down quick and grab a shitload of them, or?
Yeah, I tried to order as many as I could, and then like it didn't even work. So then I was calling other people and trying to get these connections and connecting the dots, and then I ended up finally getting connected with someone where now I'm still talking to the same guy, and I'm just he's just making the boards for me, and I send him the graphics and shit.
Were you trying to?
I
get
did
another
depot
sponsor
load first.
when all this.
So
Should I not have done
I
that?
definitely thought about it, but I also kind of had like something in the back of my. It was just like itching at me, like you should do something on your own, and you should take control instead of everyone else taking control. Because
Yeah.
being just the guy that just kind of sits there and gets told what to do, a lot of times you're like, yeah, I know we need to do this, but honestly, I don't think this is the best way. Now I can sit here with Tyson and Sax and the homies and be like, all right, what's the best way to do this? Let's do this. And then like, oh, okay, we have a couple beers and we have an even better idea. And like, and no, that's completely true. Like we do.
Guy comes back from the bathroom. I got the
Fucking
best
Zubat fan being a
We'll
legend.
hang out after skating after another day
was-
filming or whatever, and I'll barbecue
that
some
was
stuff,
truly
and we'll play in the
remarkable.
pool, and we'll be down there just like thinking about, oh, we should do it.
Actually, no, he's not. That anti-gay comment.
Part this. Or what should we
The
name it?
slang.
You know, like just all these things. And
I
we
can't
just-
support it.
It's like so fun to do.
I'm not gonna
Whereas, like,
judge, but
with Dark Star,
Can't verbally
any
support
other
it.
company that you're skating for, unless you're like really in control and you know the guy who's running the shit, like you don't have much say.
Is the pressure off, or is it more pressure though?
I mean, in what way?
I mean, they're just the ways of like now you are in control.
It's like I don't even have 52.
I think I like the pressure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it like feeds the fire.
Well, it's not like you have some huge overhead either. You're like
No.
starting something.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it
Small.
probably out of your garage?
Yeah, it's a
But,
Oh,
but
brutal.
it still it's got kids, you know, the tank, right? What's
tank.
his
Yeah,
name?
Trey the tank.
Trey the tank. I was gonna
Oh
say.
what? No, it's all good, man. No worries. I'm just talking out of my.
That's real.
I'm just mumbling. Don't worry about me.
I have to play off of that.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I
Thanks,
have to
man.
watch this movie
That'd
now.
be perfect, bro.
But it's more of like you have, you're coming up with fun ideas, which may be the fun part. But
I
you
think it's
still
best
have
if I just let it be.
You know,
You gotta execute.
You're still execute and building a little squad. And,
It's more incentive
It's
though. I
it's
feel like.
it's not even hard because it's fun.
okay.
You know what I mean? It's just like when you're doing something that you love, you're not working, right?
Right.
So that's exactly how I feel. Everything that I do, I'm not
Wow, there's a
working.
sticky
When I go
corner.
skating,
I
if
guess I
I'm
can look up more.
filming the
a little
homies, if I'm
faster.
skating myself, if I'm fixing a spot, if I'm making like, hey, no, let's change this graphic or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even work. It's just like this is so fun.
Do you feel, because you're in Utah, do you ever feel like separation anxiety or?
I do.
You do.
I'm like, fuck, we need to get this guy over here more. And like,
Dude,
that's
I
like,
was just
how many
saying, like-
miles do I got on my fucking United thing right now? Can we get him a flight? Is he busy? Can he take time off work? Like, dude, in a perfect world, my wife would just let Tyson live in the fucking basement. But
Yeah, I mean, I used to come here so much, you know. I would go stay with Alec Majerus all the time. He lives.
I feel
right
like
by
I'm getting
the
closer. We're
airport.
not getting any faster
would
runs.
just
We had like
work
one or
for
two kind of fast skates.
And
But
then, you know, after,
feel like I'm
I
getting
had a Rockstar
closer.
contract for a while. Once that went away and the almost thing went away, I was kind of like stuck in Utah, just trying to figure things out for a while. So this is my first I came out here this summer to skate a contest, but this is my first trip out here just to come skate and hang out.
Pardon
in
me.
like 2.5 years.
I didn't mean to
So
do that.
yeah,
it doesn't seem
it
like
had been
that,
a
though.
long time, dude. Yeah.
That seems crazy.
been a
All right,
while.
well, we're gonna fix that.
Yeah. So I've known, but
Tell
now
her to get that basement ready.
yeah, I'm in the position now where I
It's as
can
ready as
come
it
out
can
more.
be, but it's
But
more
dude, you're
about-
having a kid.
yeah.
So maybe not the best
no,
time.
Yeah, maybe I'll go back to say that.
Homies,
one.
like, yeah,
What do you mean? You
I'll
could
be
have
like,
two-
yo,
you could-
Alec, like,
You could have
hook
two
it up.
kids. You could have a newborn and then you have a grown kid.
Yeah, he would probably help.
I'll do a little babysitting.
See?
Yeah.
See?
No,
but,
but-
but I feel like, I mean, obviously when I was growing up skating, maybe you also, you kind of had to be here.
Yeah.
It wasn't, it was a different atmosphere. And so, but now you could be anywhere.
I think to an extent.
To an
I mean,
extent.
I look at like that dude Deeds. I'm a fan of. Dude, all his skating is insane.
His newest part was
It's
psycho.
so good. Like his newest part, and it's all like he's not here.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Here at
no, he
all.
does not.
He's
need to know.
everywhere.
He's like right now. He's like I feel like he's up on the top of the Sony
He's
list.
the new,
somewhere, like,
he's
in
the new
top
Kenny Reed.
He's definitely up there.
Dude, his new
Yeah,
part was
like-
Amazing.
Yeah. So you don't have to.
Right.
I mean, I remember like Silas Baxter Neal was always like in Portland. Did he ever live down here?
No.
No, he was always ripping.
He might have gone back and forth to San Francisco a bunch.
Right.
That would probably be it. Yeah.
Well, certain people that have that work ethic and they just keep going, like it don't matter. You can
and
be
that's,
anywhere.
That's what I was telling Tyson too. I was like, you can, as long as you got a filmer and motivation and time to go do that, and like it's fun for you, then you're good. Like you can get a bunch of shit out there in Salt Lake. Salt Lake has spots. I know this. And then if you want to, like, if there's like an ender or something you want to, we'll bring you over here and
The Enders,
those
huh?
bangers.
Yeah.
But I
you
mean,
ever
like,
go out there and film?
Do I?
Yeah.
I have one time. It was really fun. It was gnarly though. There's big rails out there.
You sound scared by it.
There are some gnarly
There's
rails
some to
downtown.
like get my blood boiling, like my palms sweaty.
but this newest part, it was so good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
now it's like mostly Salt Lake
mostly
spots,
Utah.
right?
It's
It's the Utah
Which-
spots. Okay.
Dude, and I look
Actually-
at the spots and I'm like, wow, I want to go to some of those.
Yeah.
Actually, when we were looking at it, I was like, dude, these spots are sick, bro.
Yeah, I think there might be only one spot that's not in Utah in this.
Really?
Yeah.
This is all Utah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't remember. Let me keep watch.
How long did
we watch my
I'm like,
part.
maybe I'm forgetting. Let me forget one. Or I might be forgetting one.
How
trick.
long did it take for you to film this part?
Wow.
Yeah, this was a Vegas, but I think this is the only one.
Oh yeah, we did a little trip to Vegas, kind of like tryouts for the squad.
Tryouts for the squad. You gotta put down
Gotta
the
see if
gun.
these guys are road tested or what, you know.
Who didn't make it?
I don't need to say anything.
How long did it take you to film it?
I mean, we had only made the decision to like make this a video part, like what, just a few months kind of before this came out. But I had kind of had some tricks. Like we had other ideas for video stuff we were gonna do, and like kind of changed our minds.
I had a plan for something that I was gonna do, and it just didn't really work out. And it
Like
was,
with the whole team?
yeah,
or?
with the team, and it was gonna be like. I know that it would have been hard for everyone to do, and it would have been painful, literally. So when one other thing happened that just kind of like made it so that didn't align the way that I was hoping for, then we just were like, all right, we're gonna
I'm not getting
just
this at
change it
all.
up, and we're gonna have Tyson have like this first part.
I mean, bro, this trick right
Yeah,
Is
there.
that a bad cut? I don't know.
Impossible nose slide and all. You locked the shit out of that. You locked in like no.
Yeah, that was buttery.
Hey, your impossibles are some next level like rapids,
He's
dude.
got a good rap.
There's something with the
Congratulations. That's
he,
really
like-
awesome.
he like wraps a back three.
Yeah, I
and
looked down
impossible,
too
like,
much there.
Almost the same way, I feel like. And
I set my
need
feet
to
up
figure
almost
that
the
out.
same.
Your foot position,
Yeah.
I'd actually like to see comparisons on you doing both of those.
Dude, like,
I
I
feel
feel
like-
like those first couple frames right there were like could have been a back three if his body was turning.
Yeah, like I feel like impossibles and back threes and like back big spin. It's pretty much the same trick for me. Like just kind of whoever.
Like
wins.
it's always in the same position
Yeah,
both
so
on three
I do
tricks.
the exact same thing.
You
for
love
all
that.
things.
First of all, I mean, first of all, that ledge looks so fun.
It's fun.
It looks really.
It doesn't grind. It doesn't grind, but
You're
Oh, the boost. This is it. This is the run.
I'll front
It's
nose
the
slide.
52. Oh, I looked down too much.
can't.
Damn it, I ruined it. I understand now. I'm learning though.
I can't front nose slide longer
I'm
than like a
learning.
foot.
Oh, I'll teach you how.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm down,
I'll
dude.
teach you, bro.
We're going skating
All
after
those-
this?
No, but
Well, we are. Are you coming?
He's got
I'll
a new
fa-
board. He's got a new board. He's
I'll
ready.
FaceTime.
FaceTime me and I'll get some tips.
Yeah,
I'll get
FaceTime.
FaceTime lessons.
You just gotta stand on top of it. But no, this part was great.
Thank you.
Dude, that last trick. All your tricks were amazing, but that was so good, man. You couldn't have done that any better.
I like the.
Oh, that lock-in is nuts.
I was tripping on the. I forget what you did. Was it impossible nose wheel, nollie impossible out?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's some like Rodney Mullen shit.
Hey,
Yeah, Rodney
that's-
did do
yeah,
that
that
in-
trick was
in
inspired.
something,
It was
right?
in round 3. Yeah.
He did nollie impossible out. I don't know if he impossible didn't.
He did. Yeah.
You did?
It's in round 3.
Okay.
Oh, I looked down too much again.
That was my favorite video.
I understand. I understand
I
now.
was like the
I
biggest
think.
Sheckler fan when I was a little kid, so that's like what drew me to Almost, and then I watched that video every single night.
What happened here? Did you do this one? The dog got in the way, man. Whose dog is that?
That's my dog.
That's
That's
your dog?
Indy. Yeah, that's my
Indy got
best
it.
friend right there.
Indy got in the way.
The dog's named Indy, but he skates Thunders. Oh, man.
Whoa. No, but this is a good trick, dude.
That was amazing, dude.
That manual pad looks fun.
It's so good.
Is that butter bench
It
material?
is, yeah. And like, if you play a few frames forward, you might be able to see the edge of it is like a ledge also. So the edge of it is a butter bench over there too. It's just kind of tall on that
Oh, if
side.
you're going the other way.
You can go both ways.
Is that out here?
No, that's
That's in Salt Lake. Okay.
Wait a minute. What do you mean it's a ledge?
like you can skate like where India is on that side.
Yeah.
Oh, on the other.
Like
Oh.
the edge of it is
The
a
edge of
ledge.
Grind it
yeah.
over there.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's like
gotcha.
2 spots in one, but
Damn, that looks
Yeah.
fun. It looks a
It's-
little wobbly. No, is it wavy or is that just?
it's a little wavy, but it's sturdy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
What's as a person that has no idea how to all impossible or anything? What's the key to it?
Dude, I heard Jamie Thomas explain to another kid one time how to impossible, and then I kind of took that. Like I was at one of those Zoomies couch tour things, and some kid asked him how to impossible, and he said to scoop it like you would kick a soccer ball. You know when you kind of like kick a soccer ball from the
Yeah.
side of your foot?
That makes
Okay.
So I kind of ran with that.
Wow.
But
Okay.
then also like you know how like you kind of pressure flip,
Yeah,
you
it's
get
a
in your
pressure-
toe,
pressure
so it's
flip.
like a sort of pressure flip mixed with that scoop, and then you just pull your leg up.
Yeah,
which is
that's what it
wrap.
is.
Because we all know the problem with the impossible. Some people don't wrap it. It's got to touch shoelace.
Oh, I looked down too much.
I remember when I first
I
learned
have
to
some
Impossible.
sus ones sometimes.
When I first
Bring
learned
him up,
them,
JC. Bring it up.
when I first learned them, we were at Westminster Park with Chet, and I did one, and I remember him saying like, kids these days they don't wrap their impossibles.
They
And I overheard him
Chad
say,
actually had a good impossible back
yeah,
in
because
the
he
day.
had those old school ones where he'd put his feet
Put
all
on
the
the
way apart.
nose.
So
That's how I learned them.
Yeah,
I learned them-
he got
that's
in
how
my
I
head
learned
about
them
it, so I
too.
had to learn
Dude.
to wrap them.
That's funny, bro.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just kind of like, they'll call them an impossible. They don't rap. It's a 360 shove it. Let's be real. But that touch shoelace.
I think it was too low, anyways.
An impossible is harder than a 360 shove.
No way. Not
Yeah.
for me.
I think a 360 shove it is weirdly harder. And I
I'll always
I'll
To
tell
control-
you,
to
I'll tell you
control
why. I'll
without
tell
the-
you why right now.
don't sweat.
Because when you do an impossible and your foot is touching the board the entire time, it just gives more room for error.
Yeah, but with the 360 shove it, the board flips. It'll flip when it's.
I looked down too much again.
I think once you've figured out the 360 shove it though, it
I was
just goes.
confused. Yeah, I mean,
I feel the opposite.
yeah, 360 shove it for me is like hard to control, but I actually have I don't know
Look
how to.
down
do
too
it.
early.
Hitting your tail or hitting your tail?
I've done a few 360 shove it's, but I have no idea what's going to happen.
When you learn that, I feel like once you figure out the 360 shove it, like Manny or Sibo,
Oh yeah. Okay.
it's dialed.
But we're talking about
Yeah.
two different things. 360 shove it or 360 pop shove it.
Or pop shove it.
Okay. Okay. Listen, it's two different things. Right?
That shit's hard. I think that shit's hard.
Two different
360
things.
pop
I'll
shove it.
360 shove it on the ground all day long. But as soon as I pop it,
Yeah, pop.
it's gonna
No,
flip.
pop.
It's gonna flip.
But saying that, like Tyson, you're impossible. There's no. What was that? When you see you do an impossible, it is exactly the way that it should be done.
Touching shoelace.
I'm not getting it.
Touch shoelace. That's my the marker.
Like one of my biggest.
It is
pet peeves
not
is
happening.
if I accidentally do like a 3 shove thing. It's like
Do
nails
some
it.
I
voodoo.
can't even
I have
tell.
to just do another one real quick to be like, okay, I still can
can't
do it.
even
You know, I'm like I can't lose it.
But as long as you call it a 360 shove it, a pop shove it, that's fine. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
You,
Yeah.
you were trying to do that.
I think the rotation of a 360 shove it and the impossible is where you can kind of see, because you can see obviously the wrap, but like if you do 360 shove it, usually people are it's just going.
It's two different planes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
If
vertical.
you see
It's a horizontal plane and it's a vertical.
Yeah, when you see the vertical, that's when usually I'm like, oh, I see a
Right,
I see
right.
impossible.
Yeah.
But still, you could not wrap that too at the same time. Some people do not
I
wrap
feel
it
like
as well as good. as
I had an ender impossible nose blunt on a rail, and like when I did it, it felt like it wrapped a lot, as in the United by Fate video.
Okay, we're gonna pull it up.
And when I did it, it felt like I was like, oh, impossible the shit out of this. And then when I watched the clip, I was like, oh no.
But what
Is
was
that legit?
was it the angle that
Yeah,
it was
see, I
filmed?
hate that feeling. That's
Like,
what I'm talking
was
about.
that-
I hate that shit.
Gotta do it.
And
properly.
it took me 3 hours at 5 different spots, and I landed it, and I didn't care if it was a 3 shove.
Say it
Yeah, it
Say
don't
it.
matter at that point.
It
Yeah,
was
it
a,
don't
it was a,
matter.
it was a what trick?
There it is, yeah.
That's it right here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look.
It frustrated me.
Yeah.
No, I feel like that
I don't
was
know if it
good.
touched.
That was
I don't
impossible.
know.
Like it was on the tip of my toe, kind of. You know what I
You
mean?
could see.
Let's look at it real quick.
I could see your foot going in that, but it didn't really like stay on the board.
The back foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, look at that. It is so not wrapped. It just ends up.
Oh,
and
kind
So
that's
not wrapped.
that's
But
not
wait, what about right there? No,
But
maybe
it's
not.
a half, dude. I don't know, bro.
It's not Tyson style, but
Might
it's
be
there.
too early still, too.
360 pop shove it to nosebleed.
I was trying impossible. I don't know. I can't. That's the thing. I can't 360 shove it.
Well, you just did.
No, I just
At that
do-
point, we take
I-
it for what it is.
No, no,
like
no.
you said.
I would have said
it was an imposter.
I would have called it impossible nose one.
If you don't
Imposter
like,
nose
play
one.
it, if you don't play it frame by frame, it looks legit.
It looks better when it's not frame by frame. But I remember when I did it, I was like, oh, that was fucking so wrapped. And then like, let me see the clip. I can't believe I landed it. And then like,
It was a little faster.
filmed
Maybe.
it from a bad angle.
It wasn't terrible. I mean, it was really bad, but
It's never.
Yeah, never
It's always
escapes.
a board's
Never.
fault. It's somebody else's fault.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, while we're talking about tricks, though, I think there's only a certain amount of people that could do impossibles that look good. I mean, Dylan Reader, Elijah, you. Like, there's a.
Jimmy Carlin has good
Jimmy
one too.
Carlin?
Dude, Jimmy
Impossible?
Carlin is good at it.
Yeah, yeah.
I fucking love Jimmy
Hell yeah.
But I'm always fascinated with the 360s. Like you do the front 360 down that. Could JC pull it up that front 360 down that
So dumb.
stair set? It's like,
Why is the stair that big? It's like that stair was so damn big.
oh, here it is. Right here. Let's see.
Where is that at?
The long one?
Have you been there, Kelly?
I didn't know I was in Santa Ana. I have no reason to go there, to be honest.
First of all, if we're gonna break this
To
quick,
me, this is like this is Wallenberg, but like jacked up.
first of all,
Like this is like the biggest, best gap, in my opinion, in skating.
But no, it's not as famous.
It just it hasn't got its fame yet. I think it's gonna grow.
Who else?
You better blow this thing up.
Who else has done something dumb?
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn, Nyjah.
Oh, a little
Okay, so
faster.
it's
That was a little
switch
faster,
helmet.
maybe.
and
So many
maybe tray flip.
stucks, though, man.
I've never even
And-
pushed this hard
Nyjah
in my
tray
life.
flip?
Nyjah tray flip? That's not like a
I don't
Nyjah
know.
thing.
I'm pretty sure he traded.
That's a Jocelyn thing.
Yeah.
So
Back in the day.
I
I
feel
gotta
like Jocelyn
clutch that
backheeled.
on the fast gate.
Jocelyn backheeled it, back three'd it.
I can't
and
fuck that up.
What else did he do? He did something else.
let me ask you a question.
God damn,
That
that
was
was a
insane.
question.
What do you have a secret to a front three? Like how do you? I always trip out when it's down something. Like a back three, people just seem to float those things, and they just their front foot comes off a little bit. It looks beautiful. Like I don't understand that. Front three, you gotta.
You just gotta wind it up, and then you have to cork it a little bit so that you can push it around with your front foot.
Right. But is there a certain point in the air where you're like, oh, I got this. This is chilling.
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
You're
You're just- it's a Hail Mary the whole way.
It's just, yeah. It's almost like you don't want to kick out. Just land on the board and just Hail Mary
Every
and just try to rotate. Well, in my head, I'm like, okay, rotate 5 more degrees than 360, and I'll land 360.
oh, interesting.
You know what I mean? Because you never over rotate this
Yeah.
trick.
Nah.
It is the hardest trick to over rotate. So if you try to over rotate it, then you do it perfect.
You,
Oh, yeah, I guess
you
right.
avoid the hot pocket.
Back threes, you could over rotate all the time, right? Would you say that? Could you over rotate
Back
those?
threes, you can see what's going on
Yeah,
when you're
like
landing.
you can. I feel like with a back three, like I try to turn my head before I pop, so that by the time I'm like back 180, I'm already, you know what I mean? Like I'm already looking straight in front of me.
Oh, okay. You ever see that clip of Carlos Ribeiro switch back through the table? Where
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
That was
Dude,
insane.
his head 360 before he popped.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So how many tries did this take, by the way?
Maybe like 10.
10?
I was getting tore up.
Were you?
Yeah. The ground is rough.
So what is like? It's a long.
It's a
15?
16 stair
16.
with
Those are big.
length. to it.
Yeah.
It's
So
a
you-
sick spot. Like all I want to see is more tricks down it. Like somebody do something nollie on it.
It looks like
Somebody just nollie it. Like
how
somebody switch flip it.
Why don't you nollie it? You know, did you nollie El
I
Toro?
could probably nollie it, but then I gotta have to bring a motorbike in and get towed in or something. Cause I
What?
can't push. You like can't push fast enough
To go nollie.
to go. You barely can push fast enough to clear
I mean,
it.
I've never
You
pushed that
ruin your
fast
legs
in
in
my
like
life.
3 tries.
I don't know how Nyjah switch heeled it.
He must have got like a bungee, maybe.
No, I think he pushed and just had brand new wheels and bearings.
How
and-
long is it? Did you measure it? How long?
No, I don't know.
We don't know.
We should get the Dern Bros on that one.
Hey, there you
Go
go.
over and check that
There you
thing
go.
out. Measure us. Yeah, I know. I want to hit up the Dern Bros and be like, hey, what's the measurements for this gap, this gap, this gap? Send
Yeah.
them all to me.
They're
Little
on it.
breakdown.
It would be kind of nice, I feel like.
They're on
What
it.
is the comparison this to Wallenberg?
This is just bigger than Wallenberg.
Like, in what? Just longer?
Longer and higher.
You think it's higher?
Yeah, guaranteed higher.
Okay.
Wallenberg's the height of, I think, an 11 or 12 stair.
It's like a big 12.
And
though,
this is
right?
like, this is a 16, so it's like probably not much higher.
Oh.
Okay, about a couple feet.
But it is the same kind of feeling when you skate that thing as Wallenberg, where you're like, fuck, it's just so
No,
long.
that's stuck.
Plus
That
you
was the
can't push
fastest
it
run I've had
with
today, I
the
think.
ramp, and then you have to
Yeah, I
you
know.
have to set up hella quick.
And this thing's just like
Still
so
wasn't
perfect.
even very good.
It's just asking for more shit to go
It
down.
does look perfect.
For you.
Yeah, not from not many people.
Just anybody that can do stuff, just go there and do it on it, please. Like,
There's only a
Just
handful
any
of people
stuff.
that can really do shit. Like, who else would you want to see skating?
anyone that can skate it. Think.
Hey, who think of some-
Aurelian. Hard flip
This is-
back
Oh, yeah,
188 or freaking back. I don't know.
Jamie could heel flip it. Maybe.
This is crazy.
Yeah,
Yes.
nobody's heel
Jamie?
flipped it.
Jamie.
Yeah,
Jamie.
nobody's
This
heel
is
flipped it.
interesting. This Wallenberg consists of 4 tier. This is the Wikipedia or Wiki
Okay,
something.
okay.
They
for
have
it.
them measured.
4 feet 8 inches high, which seems not
No,
even.
No
yeah, it's
way.
not. It's not high.
Well,
That's
no,
like,
in height, 16
dude, how
feet
high,
6
how
inches
high do you have to be
in
to
length.
ride the rides at the freaking like
Disneyland?
Knott's Berry Farm or whatever?
Dude,
Tall as Wallenberg.
It's all- gotta be a solid wall there.
4 foot?
It's more the length. It's more the length than the height.
yeah, but
Yeah,
here's-
it's a length.
this is what this says. It says the section notable for skating measures 4 feet 8 inches, 4 feet 4.8 inches high, and 16.6 inches in length.
Wow.
Do we have like a thing on the side over there? Like, isn't there a thing right there, the measuring thing?
Yeah.
I wonder how tall that is. Like if you looked at it.
Well, 4 feet 10, 4 foot 10. You know.
I mean, I can't measure that just like sitting here.
Oh yeah, it's like
It's like
this.
fucking 6 stairs.
It's like this high.
No, it's like 8 stairs.
There's a truck in that picture for scale.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Nice one,
Oh,
JC.
true.
So actually,
No, that truck's taller than 4 feet. Or
Oh,
4
yeah?
feet 8
You think?
inches. I mean,
I don't know how tall is a truck.
at least
JC,
as
Google
tall as
how
you
tall
almost.
is a Ram? A Ram 640. I don't even know truck names, but huh? I don't know. That's weird.
It's weird to hear it's only 4 feet, but it does make sense actually.
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
16 feet long.
Dude, 16 feet for 4 feet is far.
Yeah.
That is really far.
Yeah.
You know, I would be curious to see what the numbers are on
The average
Eight.
height. Oh wait, there it is right there. The average height of a pickup.
That's not right.
No. Okay.
It's a little sidetrack.
I mean, pickup 4 feet doesn't seem
No,
like
no.
anything.
I remember skating like you ever skate the San Joaquin 9 stair?
Okay. Yeah.
You know
The
where
average height of a pickup truck is between 5.5 and 6.2 feet high.
Like, I feel like anybody could skate Wallenberg, but this 8 block, you gotta,
I don't think so either.
you gotta be a jumper. Dude, like,
Yeah.
I mean, dudes are doing nollie backside flip and fakie flip on Wallenberg. Like, this thing, I'll give you $250 to try fakie flip.
250.
to try it.
I mean, I'm
Ryan.
on the air right now. Whatever, $250 to try fakie flipping this thing, and I'm gonna get an awesome bail clip. Give me the clip, and then
You'll post it.
And if you land it, dude, I'll throw an extra 50, whatever.
300 to land it. 250 to try it. 300 if you land it.
This is coming out of the 2 cents budget. You know? There ain't a lot
It should
in
be
there.
reverse. It should be 50 to try it, and then another.
No, because I want the bail.
Dude, imagine trying to go that fast and fakie flipping.
no way.
Just hail.
Did you guys see that like bounty that they put on El Toro, that shop or whatever?
But there's
What was
there's
that?
blind bumps out there. There's a gate. There's a whole. It's a whole
Yeah,
thing.
it's like man.
How are they gonna?
You know?
Yeah. How are they gonna do that?
That they're gonna make, or people gonna try to bring it
Yeah,
back.
what's the bounty for?
It was for like 360 flip or
Backside flip.
backside flip on El Toro.
Oh, I did see that.
$10,000
Yeah, they put,
from
It was a pharmacy. thing.
pharmacy.
Yeah.
Which like people kept tagging me in it. I get the money easy. Like I'm like, dude, no. Like maybe if it was still good how it was.
You would try 3 flip. You wouldn't try backside flip. Huh?
No, I would try a 3 flip or a frontside flip.
Yeah.
Do we know the measurements for El Toro? No, this is
The Dern
love it.
brothers,
It's
the
like
Dern
a
brothers
video.
do.
Yeah.
The Dern brothers know.
I think I understand.
Yeah, I nollied it back in the day.
Oh. How was it?
I think I'm looking away from the loading point.
Did it feel
I
good?
was
I gotta keep looking at
felt
it.
good.
Did you do that first try?
No, I ollied it first try that day,
Oh.
and then I was like, oh, I got this. And then it took me like 10 tries. I think I landed on the 11th try, and I kicked out on 3, and it hurt kicking out.
Couldn't even imagine,
bet.
bro.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to hear how tall El Toro is, because it might not sound as tall as you think it is.
Yeah, did we?
I
did
think
you
it's
know?
9.5 feet.
Did you see the
wow, there you go.
measurements, Jason?
Yeah, El Toro I think is 9.5 feet by, I want to say 20 feet or something.
20 feet long.
Yeah.
20 stair, foot
Damn.
each stair.
That's so far.
That is gnarly. It's super
I mean,
long. It's a super long stair.
It's not that far for a 20 stair considering like we skate 14, 15 foot flat gaps sometimes,
okay.
you know? Like that.
You
You know that the
You
3-3
skate.
and
Try to
in
yell the
Redondo
gate
Beach,
there.
the down 3 the up 3.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
That thing's
huge.
14 and a half.
By the
39.
skate park, right?
I don't know. I haven't been to the new skate
Yeah,
park
it's a
yet,
pier.
but
Yeah, it's right there.
14
We were just there.
14 and a half feet.
That's big, bro.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's
Yeah.
from here to the wall.
Well, this is what it says. It
So
says
like for a flat gap, 14 and a half feet, that's the same size as Wallenberg.
That's crazy.
What was the wall?
16.
16. Okay. 2 feet, and now you're doing a
2
flat
feet's a lot.
gap.
Listen,
Yeah, that's
So-
nuts.
I think
feet's a lot.
I think Chima backs it.
Yeah.
The flat gap? Yeah, I think he did.
That thing's crazy.
Psycho.
Yeah.
so it says here the average length of a stair is 11 inches. So we assume that the top stair is not counted, but because it is on flat ground, make it only 19 steps. Is what someone was saying.
Oh,
Which
I think I
means it's roughly
understand.
209 inches, which is
I think I
17
understand.
feet. No, 13. How come the
Tall?
top says 13 feet? JC, do you know
17 feet tall.
what that says?
What 17 totaling?
There's no way 17.
No, that's what I was. Yeah,
17
oh,
long.
long. I was like, yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Nah.
No, I was like, there's no way
Stories?
17 feet tall.
It's like some Jaws shit, dude.
Dude, how about that leap of faith thing that
Look at that.
Jace.
Miami?
Oh yeah.
They measured it.
I think
It's bigger
even I
than-
gotta go a little bit further
Just
still.
Like the dimensions were a little bit weird on the measuring, where they just like have a picture of like Jamie Thomas standing up. Yeah, 3 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 3 inches less. I was like, okay, whatever, just give it to him. He landed it.
Would you rather try that or the Scheckler, the Costco gap?
I mean, I've never looked at that one, but dude, I think for sure the Costco gap.
That thing's fucked.
But I don't want to. Dude, I don't even think that's like.
It shouldn't have been done.
Dude,
It shouldn't
it's,
have been
it's
done.
It
pretty
looks like it couldn't be done.
Scheckler, like when I saw him on the drop-in tour in South America, he was like, dude, you should just do something on the Costco gap. I'm just like, dude, what are you talking about? Dude?
It's so fucked.
That thing is psycho.
I think he just like wants me to like get wrecked on that or something.
Didn't some dude break both his ankles on that thing?
By jumping.
Yeah, he just
Yeah,
jumped it.
jumping it.
Oh, just jumping without.
He just
support.
ran. It was like, he jumped.
Crazy.
Great idea.
Well, I feel like a skater will know how to bail if they jump down that thing.
Yeah.
Some random dude who's jumping out doesn't know.
No.
Like
How
he
to
didn't.
fall, really,
yeah,
you know?
He like kept his feet kind of
In front
straight.
of him.
Yeah,
Oh my
and like
God.
yeah, he landed super.
No, he
hard.
wasn't. He wasn't built for that, bro.
That's exactly how you don't want to jump down.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, this right here, dude.
Yeah, literally.
This is the
so
Costco gap
gnarly.
we're talking about.
Ay.
Look how long he's in the air for.
That was a spot. Like I grew up right up the street from there.
And you probably didn't even look at it as
Not,
a spot.
not
Yeah, it
even
wasn't
once
a
did I
spot.
even think. I was like, wait, is that the Costco down the street?
I remember, I think Hoops took me there and was like, yeah, this is this cap that Scheckler all
Holy shit.
I was like, frick.
Frick.
Jeez.
I need a diving board and a nice swimming pool. Like,
To
That'd be
jump
a
down
big.
that.
That would be a huge diving
be
pool.
a fun cliff jump. Pull the boat up,
Really would be, dude.
get a rope swing.
I love the fact that he then went back to kick
And he tried
it.
to kick you. Oh, goodness.
And he said, I think he said he was like partying the night before.
Maybe.
Yeah,
He was
that's
a
the
little
only
hungover.
that's the
That's
only
nuts.
reason. Like, I used to do this too back in the day. You make all these stupid decisions and call the photographers and do all this stuff after you've had like way too many drinks, and then you kind of wake up in the morning and go, I'm not feeling that great, and they're already at my front door. Now I have to do it. I did that a couple times, and it ended up working out, but
What's one trick that you remember?
hard flip Hollywood 16.
Really?
I was pretty wasted partying with Diet, and I called up Rhino and was like, drive all the way up to LA tomorrow. I'm going to try and hard flip a 16. And Hoops was out partying too, and Hoops could barely film me. He was
Yeah,
so
you gotta
low.
keep it loaded. That's why you need
And
cinema.
he didn't even film the first spot we skated at.
What do you mean?
Like, we went to the Willoughby rail so that I could like sweat out some of the alcohol before trying to do this hard flip, and I ended up switch nose blunting it, and my homie just homie cammed it, and it's in the Hallelujah video, and the homie cam like angle like just. I look at it and I'm just like, wow. Can't believe that made the video.
Where was Hoops in the
But
car? Fucking-
Hoops was like puking
Sleeping.
or like at a restaurant.
Yo,
like,
no, not
puking.
really.
And then he's
I don't think I'm doing it
I was
right.
like, "Okay, we're done."
I think I gotta
Go
go
to school. It's like
further.
right down the
I have a
street from
theory.
Hollywood.
I think I have to
Going
go
Hollywood
further
now.
down the
Another
tunnel
beer,
before switching straight.
Like, feeling good enough to film.
And you
It's
need cinema because
like,
you
"Oh my
need
God,
that
we'll
room
make it happen."
loaded.
And then I'm like, standing there at the top of the 16, like warmed up, ready, already all
I think we've
in
had
for,
like 53
so long. He's at,
pacers,
like,
maybe.
a shitty burger place across the street. Like,
I gotta go further.
And I'm like, okay, come now.
Okay, I was a
I'm
little
gonna try
further,
it."
and now I'm keeping it loaded.
Just made it over.
I don't
It's
know.
like, oh man.
Dude, this part's fun.
I don't have much hope.
Oh, this is the Halloween part.
But I was pissed. I hit the fence. I was hungover, so I didn't care.
Like, even that was slow.
Wait, is this the way to be
There's the switch nose blunt with the homie. Like,
That's a homie.
I don't know, man. I'm losing interest very quickly, to be honest.
another imposter. Switch imposter. I'll take it, dude.
Switch imposter. I'll take that all day.
I'll take a switch imposter.
Here it is.
That was super.
That was super.
I like the. I do
Yeah.
like the way that looked. Though.
It did.
That was
It was
insane.
like-
It did look cool.
I was trying to do an impossible on that too, which is insane.
You impostered it.
Do you do switch impossibles ever?
I can. I learned them onto a flat bar, and then I went tried to do it on that rail, and then I did a 3-shove.
Who cares?
There's that.
It's
That's
like
a good
it's
art
like
flip.
what always happens. You know, you go to the spot. There's the trick that you think you're gonna get, and then there's the trick that you actually gonna get. And if you get the trick that you thought
Oh
you were
my
gonna get,
God,
it just
not
didn't
fun.
grab as good, you can't be that mad, you know.
I can see this being like a long
That was a gnarly ass part.
grind, I guess,
The
if you
old one,
want,
yeah.
if you want it. But
Were you hungover during a lot of that?
Yeah,
I don't
most of
know.
the video,
Most of the video.
How do you want to do something gnarly when you're hungover? I never.
you just don't. Like, it's almost like you're still at the bar, right? You just get up and you just like harness that, like, fuck it, I'll try it right here. And you're feeling loose, and then you just try it, and if you sack with 2 black eyes, like I did in that part, then you sack with 2 black eyes hungover.
Does it hurt as less when you're hungover?
You just don't care about it. You're just like, my life is ruined. May as well just ruin it more.
One of the funniest things you put on your post when you're having a kid, you're like, I didn't think I was gonna have
I
kids
didn't,
because I
dude.
sacked so many times.
Honestly,
I was like,
I didn't. I always really badly wanted to have a kid, and after a couple sacks, I was like, fuck, I hope I can.
and it fucking came through.
this hopefully should work in
Beat
theory.
odds, man. You have a good boss here.
I
You know what I'm
have
saying?
the
This
best
is a-
boss. I know. That's why I say it's like it's no pressure at all. You know what I mean?
Chill.
See, it's a little faster.
Does he ask you to do anything? Like,
Pretty
hey,
terrible,
get
though.
clit, or like, you need to get something done. This is pretty.
No.
Do your own thing.
Always
No.
get clipped.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I want to get my own. Clip,
Whoa,
you know what I mean?
boss.
But,
Oh, huh?
yeah, there's nothing serious over here.
Don't be, oh, yeah.
I'm gonna need a nose grind.
Whoa, whoa.
All right.
No, I can't.
Teach him how to front nose, Chris.
Yeah.
I would, oh, yeah, we'll
Front
do
nose
that. We'll do
lessons.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Tyson just does what he needs to do, you know?
Yeah.
It's like whatever I could do to enable him to make it easier, whether it's like coming out here or trying to help him go to a contest or whatever. Even just connecting the dots with other homies. Hey, you might be able to share a room with this homie at the hotel, at the contest or
Yeah.
whatever.
Are you guys trying to work on a whole team video? Or because you said you wanted to do something like that, and
I wanted to. It's just not really going to work out. I think maybe we're going to do that in the future. I want to, because I think that even if it's like a 15-minute team video, you know, that would be awesome. But right now, like, I'm working on something for 2 cents, and then Tyson's working on
39.
something for FP, and then we're just always working on the in the trenches stuff, which is super fun. And then Trey is hurt right now. He messed his ankle up. And
How old is this kid?
I think he's 14 or 15 now.
Wait, he's a kid up in Seattle.
No.
No, that's
Trey used to ride for Santa
That's what?
Cruz.
Gnarls. That's right. That's right.
He used to ride for Santa Cruz, and that just didn't work out, I guess. Yeah.
He's like the gnarly
He,
kid
like-
that grinds huge rails.
Yeah, dude, he's grinded like
Insane.
frick, like
Yeah.
rails like way more than his age and shit. You know what I mean? And like Smith grinding.
This is him at 12, it says.
Oh,
Jeez.
And
This is just his slam.
oh, I have
competition.
seen this kid.
Is this a slant? No.
Yeah.
Pop shit.
He slams gnarly, dude. He slams gnarly.
Bless you.
But I kind of like it. Like, I don't know. I think Figgy said that this was Figgy's favorite skater at one
Really?
point or something.
He just goes for
Which,
it.
like, I get it.
Yeah,
Figgy's
cardio.
gnarly.
He just goes for it, right?
Plus, once the team grows a little, I think that'll be like it'll make more sense to make a full video.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
True. Yeah, I mean it's cool. Also, I do like video. I like team video. It's nice because it represents skating together, and
Yeah,
having
for sure.
fun,
Yeah.
and doing all that, and it makes people want to be a part of that. You know, that's
Yeah.
what's growing up on skate videos, right?
Yeah, for sure. And Trey's super hyped on like just coming skating with us, and his dad is gnarly. Like his dad will just like, hey, you want me to
Why?
cut this rail for you, Ryan? And I'm like, yeah, he's like, I'll cut it tomorrow. And I was like, no. Like, we gotta like wait a little bit.
He's down for the cause.
Dude, he's just so
He is
down. Like
super
that, I
down.
think that's what like has helped
That was
Trey. Like
may have been my best
so
lock
gnarly.
shot
He's
of
like-
my
his
life.
dad's like, you want me to cut the kink on this?
I'm
50?
trying to YOLO it more. That's
And
why.
then we'll go on Saturday, and then we'll take him there, and he'll film him, and you know, we're trying to get him like a better camera and stuff like that, just to film Trey with.
Pretty shitty end.
Trying to get Trey to film
Probably
with
54.
us more. But dude, he'll grind stuff like that, just like
Chilling.
yeah.
Where does he live?
Wow.
Oceanside.
Oceanside.
Yeah.
He's
I
kind
mean,
of
he's all
reminds me of like
small and G. Like that's how I was when I was a little guy. Like
he kind of reminds me of like an old school like dude almost. Like you know what I mean? Like an older guy.
yeah, like the
way-
hat's all low.
Yeah.
And, like,
Yeah, it's almost like him and his dad are like the same person kind of.
That's pretty sick.
yeah, his dad was a pro baseball player for like
Really?
the Dodgers. And
No.
shit, and, like, yeah, it totally gets like being a pro athlete. And,
What's his dad's name?
Matt
Matt
Montgomery?
Montgomery.
I don't know. Maybe I have his baseball card.
Yeah,
Go Dodgers, dude.
I don't know too much about that. We don't ask him that too often. I feel like he's just like, yeah, whatever. That was past life. Now I'm all about hooking up Trey,
Oh my God.
getting
Oh,
him the
there's that
spots
spot.
that he wants to
Damn,
see.
that kid. He's an
Yeah, I don't
idiot.
even know what this part is, but like,
That's his
there's
dad
his
right
dad.
there.
Oh,
Yeah.
sick.
That's cool. Desenzo
It's I enjoy having
playing a part of like a teenager
Gnarly. Blunted that.
on
See, I don't
9
even
Club is
know,
pretty
like,
cool.
I feel like these clips are insane.
I mean, he's 12. He's
Yeah, this
12.
is older stuff.
Yeah, 12 years old.
Oh my, that's
It's
sketchy.
It's
as
just
frick
like,
on rail.
dude, I mean, like, he's so gnarly for his age. Like, I don't even know what he's gonna turn into. It could go like any direction. Like, he could become a gnarly bowl skater that destroys Washington.
He reminds
Street, or
me
he
of
could just keep
fucking what's his
doing
name?
Bangers on Hollywood.
Chris
or he
Cole.
could, like, you know, get a bunch of pop as he grows and start doing crazy ledge tricks. Like,
Gygo
I
style.
have no idea. That is insane. That backflip is insane.
He looks like an NorCal skater.
He does, yeah, a little bit. So I don't know. He's just like, it's the unknown.
you're doing a
Whatever-
fucking Jamie
whatever he
Four.
wants to do, I'll support it. And
Okay.
he's hyped on. Like, I asked him, like, is there a board that you want to skate or a shape or anything? He's like, I don't know. I like the boards that you're giving me. I'm like, cool.
You're like, all right.
When you're
That's
that young,
easy.
you don't even pay attention.
You know, like, and I guess he probably thinks like, well, if it works for Ryan, it should work for me. Like he's all hyped on me. So
Do you guys try to keep an eye out for like talent? Are you always looking out for?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I'll send him
yeah, we're
little
always like talking
Instagram
about it,
pages
you know?
every here and there.
It's,
Yeah.
it's good because it's like it's not just me, and if I have like, oh, what you see that kid, and
Yeah.
like send it to Tyson and be, oh yeah, I have, or oh no, I haven't, but let me check it out. And it's like,
Yeah.
It's
Are there
just
kids
fun,
around
too.
your area that are? I'm sure Utah's got a dope.
Yeah. Well, younger
skate
kids.
scene. There's a
Yeah,
kid
yeah.
over
My,
there.
my good friend Shiloh Sweat over here is getting
Okay.
some boards. He's out here it's kind of his sort of teen trial.
Ooh.
Meeting Ryan for the first time, so.
I'm flowing a couple dudes from here and there.
I'm gonna have lunch
nothing,
soon.
Like,
I'm gonna keep
serious,
stream on,
and
but I'm gonna take like
no
a
pressure on any of those
half-hour
dudes
break
either,
and
like,
eat lunch and
I get it. Like sometimes skating can be a lot of pressure, and
Dude, I felt pressure skating in front of like Rick Howard and like Carol when I was trying to get on. You know, I was like, dude, these guys, I'm being judged, and they're looking at me. That
No,
kid
I
crooked
felt-
grind right now. They're just gonna like leave me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I felt that.
Yeah, I felt that way when I was younger, but I mean, I've known Ryan for
Holy
almost
shit, come
15
on.
years now, so
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
it wasn't like that at all. But
You weren't
yeah.
you weren't tripping when you. But even almost and stuff in Dark
Yeah.
Star, right? I mean, you never really felt like you.
I think I felt that definitely at almost, but
it
not
wasn't
really.
pace
'Cause
anyways.
I
We
knew
followed
Gyges super
53
well
pace
already,
maybe.
And then, I mean, these guys.
Yeah.
I didn't get any hazing.
Well, that was a
or
fast
anything. They were
skate,
nice.
fastest
Diet's, like,
skate.
so intimidating when you meet
Pretty
him, but
shit
then he's
start,
so
though.
sweet and gentle and like kind, and those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no, I definitely had it easy, but I think at almost I got a little shit. But
Did you?
it's expected.
Who
Not
was
not
giving
like
you- who was
not
it?
super bad shit, but
Day
like,
one? Was
no,
it,
no,
it was
no.
way
I,
day one.
I only skated with
Last
Day
night.
One a couple
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm
times.
saying.
No, mostly just James.
James Craig?
Yeah, he was the TM. He would give me
Okay.
some shit, but no, I love James, but it was just like it was a little different vibe than Dark Star for
Yeah.
sure.
James Craig is the sickest.
He's dope. Damn, James Craig, dude.
Was Day One there when you were on?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like for the first few years I was on the team.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
and then they started Thank You, but yeah, Haslam had already left by the time I was on.
Oh, okay.
So, but I only skated with Day One once or twice the whole time I rode for almost.
Yeah. I mean, he likes to skate on his own. Looks
Yeah,
like.
he did his own thing.
He's by himself, dude.
Yeah,
So,
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to ask, what's up with the graphics? How do you guys come up with graphics for 2 cents?
Whatever we want.
Well, how do you come up with a monkey working?
That's basically just me running the brand. The typewriter's fucking backwards. Because clearly a monkey or me as a monkey does not know how to use a typewriter. The banana phone is not connected to the shop that I'm trying to call. And all that shit on the desk is just,
Bills.
yeah, stuff that I owe fucking filmers.
All right, okay, that makes
And
sense
then,
now.
you know, smoking something.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, you know,
Sounds like you got a good operation going on over there.
that's just me running the operation.
That's
But like,
perfect.
no, the wife helps me so much with everything, and I wouldn't be able to do it without her.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm gone on a trip, and she's filling orders, and you know, just killing it for me, doing everything, and I wouldn't be able to run it without her. And I also wouldn't be able to do it without Sax over there, who's filming and editing all of our stuff for in the trenches, and he's gonna edit my part, and you know, like all that stuff. So we have a super good relationship, and
Dope.
like we just want to hang out, you know, like we don't even like
Perfect.
when we're hanging out, we're brainstorming, we're drinking beers, we're just having fun, and that's, I feel like, you know, that's what this whole brand is about for me.
Yeah. What about the name?
It's just us, we're putting in our 2 cents,
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
You can take it or leave it. You can give me your 2 cents, and I'll give you a cent back, or I'll give you 2 cents back, or I'll say fuck 2 cents, or I'll be like, damn, I really appreciate the 2 cents that you put in. I'm gonna definitely take that into account and probably utilize it. So, yeah, all 2 cents are welcome. Send them in.
You should
Let
have
me know.
you should have a 2 cents.
Donation jar.
Well, kind of like on
No,
on
no,
the
like
no, no, on the
like a
website.
comment.
Yes.
Yeah, like a suggestion box.
Yeah.
A suggestion
we're doing
box
it.
for
You
2
could do
cents.
like a
Wendy,
2 cents.
we'll get her.
Yeah.
That's
Put
done.
in your 2 cents.
Put in your 2 cents.
Right.
What kind of board shape? What kind of size? What kind of graphics?
I'm gonna send
kinda-
I'm gonna send you an invoice.
And
for
then
that.
we can like, we'll probably be like, no.
Oh, that's cool.
You know.
What about your graphic, Tyson?
One of my homies made that. We just, I don't remember how we came.
We
up with the
originally
idea.
were gonna do something different that was that sword thing that I was.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was kind of like, in my head, I don't want to say anything. I was like,
He didn't like
You got a sword?
Yeah, I'm gonna have
And
lunch.
He's not
And then-
happy with it.
I was like, But then like Tyson's homie was like, or what did you were like? I think we should do like a coin with the face on it or
Yeah.
something. My homie can make it, and I was like, fuck yeah, like make it. That sounds like a fucking awesome idea. And then so we made that, and it came out really cool. I really like it. And so we're probably gonna do one for me too. And
No,
then
no texture on there. It would have
Yeah,
been cool
it
though.
would've
It kind of looks like it, huh, from far away.
You could do yours like a toonie.
I was
or
thinking
Looney.
that I was trying to figure it out.
He was mocking
still.
one up for Ryan too, like as a
Oh,
graphic,
yeah,
but I
so-
don't know if he's finished it yet. So
Gotta.
Gotta rep the Canadian currency.
And you turned pro for almost, right?
Mhm.
How did that happen? Did they surprise you? What was going on at
It-
that point?
when I got my board, it was a surprise, yeah. But I knew I was going to be turning pro, like with the part that was released and all that. But then it was like a little while after, and yeah.
Oh, after the part came out, then you turned. You didn't,
Yeah.
It wasn't with the part. I feel like that
It
would have
was-
hyped it up a little more. No.
Oh, there we go.
Just doing shit wrong over
A
there.
little faster.
See, that's
I don't know, but
when we're
it
I
was,
think I understand a little more.
yeah, it was a couple months after that.
Okay. Okay. Were you stoked?
No.
Well,
Of course I was stoked, yeah.
the reason I ask is because some people feel like they're not ready or they're not.
Yeah,
they don't
yeah.
deserve it at that point. You know,
Oh,
or
I gotta
like
practice
they
the
get
end.
surprised and they're
Yeah.
like, I wasn't really expecting
Yeah.
it.
No.
Maybe I wanted to do a part. I wanted to, you know.
Yeah. No, I knew it was coming. I
Pretty
just
shit
didn't exactly
stairs.
know when.
Okay.
And, but yeah, no, I was super stoked. You know what I mean? That was my lifelong goal, and took a lot to get there and a lot of work. And
Yeah, man.
so
You've been around for a long time at that point too.
Really?
yeah, like I turned pro later. I was 27 when I turned pro.
And like you're being in videos when you're 12 years old. Like
Yeah.
you've been in the game for 15 years at that point.
Yeah, I guess
Wait a minute,
so.
that's
I
interesting
tripped
too
that
because
Tyson's 30 because I feel like I'm 30 and he's 10 years younger than me. But then when he's like, I'm 30, what the fuck? Like, it just,
Wait, how old are you?
well, I'm 38.
Okay.
But like, I feel like he should be 28, but he's 30. But I feel like he should also be like 23 the way that he skates. You know, like,
I'm just 23. I'm still 23.
23. Perfect. I'm 22.
yeah.
But you turned pro later, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I turned pro later. Kelly.
At 30 years
you were
old?
30 years old. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Were you worried at that point in time? You're like, fuck, is this ever going to happen? What do I need to do? Like, what's going on? Okay.
I mean, especially from like that transition from Dark Star to figuring things out. You know what I mean? Because Chet was talking about turning me pro then, and I was 19.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, you should have just stuck with us.
You know,
riding it pretty good with me, and then we would have gone done this.
And you know, like we've
can't-
had talks
can't
about
turn back
this, and
time.
like I've talked to Chet about it too recently. But like I was saying, and like I didn't know, like I had so many people in my ear about what I should do, you know, and I was just like super young and didn't really know. I didn't know what I should do, so I ended up quitting to like pursue other options, and it didn't work out. So I was kind of like,
Yeah, lunchtime, I think.
restarting, and then when it
Thanks
was
for being
like,
here. Thanks
like
for
when I started
being
getting boards from
you.
Almost, it was like 2 years before I was on the team, and then I was like getting to be like 21, 22. And I was, my parents were kind of getting on me, like, okay, you're an adult now, you're not making any money, what are you doing? And then, yeah.
This
and
is
then
Zubat
especially,
fan.
Go on, we're still not pro. I had just some setbacks, you know what I mean, life happening. So.
That was the highlight of the
But
stream.
just like I knew that if I would have given up and not like
Snow
put-
Cyanide
kept
being
putting
here
my
was the
all into it,
highlight.
I would have just regretted it forever.
Yeah.
I was like, whatever, I'll struggle, I'll be broke, I'll fucking do whatever. I gotta
And
do, so
all of you.
make this happen.
If you're in there for so long, like, dude, I
Yeah,
can't
like
do
it's
Man,
like,
Zubat
like,
fan, that was a
you
trip.
always have the rest of your life to do whatever else.
that. Yeah.
We only have so long.
It's a good way to look at it, for sure.
I was just like, I'm not giving up. You know what I mean? Like I knew kind of where I was at. I was just like, they had talked to me about turning pro a couple different times, and so I was just like, I'm gonna stick it out. Make it
Zubat.
happen.
It's just I could see people.
I understand. Because it's a fucking,
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
no, and that was the thing.
it's
Is
a
like,
fucking vamp
being from
Pokemon. I
Utah,
get it now.
I like.
Holy shit.
I just didn't really understand how it worked. You know, like I knew that there was like super cool brands and things I was a fan of and all that, but I didn't understand how important it was to like have your board sponsor be your identity.
And also that identity.
You know what I mean?
Man,
like,
that's
when you say
funny.
identity, it totally can be like you
Yeah.
could just be stuck with that identity.
I feel like they made it so hard for me.
yeah.
What do you mean? With the identity thing?
Yeah.
What is being on Dark Star
Being
though?
on,
Being on,
being
yeah,
Dark
for
Star
so
for
long,
so long, forever, and it was just like, yeah, it was tough.
So yeah.
Well, you were like the dude too. But like to be
that
fair,
doesn't matter.
no, but that that was kind of at least you were
At least
like,
that was the dude.
you were the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
I wasn't in the position that he was. You
I
know
don't
what I
know,
mean?
man.
So I was in the position where I wasn't gonna be able to get a shoe sponsor or an energy drink, like things like that, if I was riding for Dark Star, which is like, because I had people coming to me telling me like, hey, we want to do this with you, but not if you ride for Dark Star.
Right.
So that, and then I was in it.
And it was different back then when it was back then it was more when this is such your identity that like nowadays it's like you're your own identity and these
Yeah, pretty much.
you could be bigger than the board company itself.
Totally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You could have more followers than the shoe company. You could
Yeah.
have, you know, and
Some people don't
you
even
are
need a
your own
board company.
identity. And, yeah, and you don't even need a board sponsor.
Yeah.
And so it's just different now, but back then, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I left. You know what I mean? And I was like, it was a weird thing because I loved all these dudes so much.
Right.
And I was like, fuck.
And you're
dude,
getting
like,
offers, and they're saying, "We'll only fuck with you if you're not on Dark Star."
Yeah.
That's crazy.
so I quit, but then I was like kind of left high and dry a little bit. So
It all worked out.
it all worked out. Yeah. No, I'm glad for the way it all worked out. Now it taught me a lot about myself, and
For sure.
I'm here now. We're here. We're still doing it.
Man, 2-cent skateboards, bro. Leave your 2 cents on their website. You got to get that going before this comes out, dude. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we could probably make that happen.
I don't know how you
On
make it
it.
happen. Maybe there's an app or something,
No,
a plug-in or
I
something.
have
You
people.
got people? Oh. Okay.
Good people.
You got good
All close people. Everybody's in the crew.
What about your?
Even
Are
the
you
tech
doing the
person.
website or what? What's going on? Oh,
Look
you're
at
on,
that.
oh,
Oh,
the text
yeah.
has already gone
He's
through.
on it.
Boom.
2 cents.
What about your brother? Is he on the team?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, sorry.
I mean, no, like, I gave him boards. I'm still waiting on the feedback. But, like,
He doesn't like
he's
the
like,
shades.
dude, it's so cold right now. I've been working so much. I can't skate.
Where's he at?
He's in Vancouver.
Is it in Vancouver?
What's he
Okay.
doing?
Oh my god, fast skate.
Gnarly.
Bro, it's hard to
It's
work
like
like
53 pace maybe.
I can tell for sure.
Yeah.
No
I
doubt.
mean, I was like, before I was painting, I was doing cabinets for a while, and that shit kicks your ass.
It's time consuming.
Oh, I just suck.
Yeah, no, like working 9 to 5 and trying to film on the weekends.
Yeah, makes you muscles though.
It does, and then like the time that you do get to skate, you're like, all right, this is my time. You know, you utilize it a little better.
And you're
whereas-
super psyched. I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. Like I feel like I got lazy for a while when I had like steady money from skating, and I was just like, I'll skate a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I didn't get anything done, you know.
Totally.
So
It's interesting because we always talk about like, oh, it sucks. People have to have multiple jobs and everything, but it's like, what can be done? Like, how could skateboarding change that everybody could live a decent life from skateboarding?
good question.
I think this
crazy,
is
right?
what I think.
Go
This
ahead.
is what I
Go
think.
ahead, let's
I
hear it.
mean, maybe all you people who are buying stuff out there could buy a little bit more of the skater-owned stuff and not funneling the money into the big corporations.
Okay.
Even though I, back Red Bull and whatever else, but like, just be a little bit more conscious about it and
Vote with
support.
your dollars.
Support the
Right.
support the stuff
But
that the
there's a
skater
lot,
owned
though.
shit,
There's a
like
lot of
FP. Support
yeah, I was
FP.
gonna say
There's a
there's
lot
so
of
many
skater-owned
brands.
stuff. Every city,
Okay, I'm gonna
every
eat,
little fucking
lunch.
thing has its own that they sell to the
So
skate
support
shops and
that.
stuff like that.
back.
Support your local shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, fuck.
Well,
That's
maybe,
hard.
yeah, I don't know. Vote with your dollars.
Well, the thing with Red Bull though is that like skateboarders aren't like they're doing that and buying Red Bulls on the side. That's not
I know, but I
that's not like a
still,
skate
I
industry
still
thing.
see it as like it's a big.
But they're not.
Yeah, totally.
They're not competing with
Yeah,
anything.
exactly.
Any
You're right.
skateboard
Yes,
company.
you're right. You're right.
And also, they do a lot for skateboarding.
Oh,
And
they
do a
do
lot
so
for
much.
skate shops and
Dude,
stuff like
yeah.
that, which you don't even realize. Like
They really
the
do.
terminal takeover that we went to,
Yeah,
like they do the whole thing. They don't even publicize this thing. I mean, they do, but they don't. Like it's all for the shops. You know, and like they bring in skaters and everything. They spend probably like
$500,000.
$500,000 like doing this thing just for
Somewhere around there.
Just cause.
just cause.
Just
I
to
don't
get the communities together.
100%.
and shit.
Yeah.
And
So
that's-
I mean, whatever you think about these companies, they do a lot of good.
and they do not need to do that at all.
Yeah, yeah.
At
I
all.
mean, it's like similar with like Zoomies or something. You know what I mean? Like they actually help core skaters so much.
Big time.
A lot
Or
of
just
co-
like
a lot of
other things like that. you know,
let's
in
be honest right now.
stores
A lot of companies are still here with us because of Zoomies.
Yeah, exactly.
Facts.
So
people can say whatever they want.
100%. But
I mean, that's like what we were saying before, like with like the modeling thing or whatever else you got to do to kind of just keep it going. Fuck it, dude.
yeah, I mean, your favorite
You're still
company.
skating and you're still the same person at the end of the day.
Totally.
So
Yeah.
who cares? you know?
Taking a photo.
Your
No,
favorite.
Yeah, taking a
saying
photo.
anything like against anybody that skates for these bigger companies.
No, we understand.
Yeah, totally.
But like like
For sure,
Lakai
for
is
sure.
not
Yeah.
with us anymore.
Right.
They had to sell it probably because of they were over dealing with it. And if more people were buying Lakais at the
Right.
time,
Right.
they probably wouldn't have had to do that. And
They weren't
then
over dealing with it. It outgrew them,
it out-
unfortunately.
Oh, it did. Okay.
You know, and they had to make moves, you know,
Oh.
because they didn't have the stability. So
Uh,
they had people buy into it, and then when that happens, then you
They
have
lost.
the
They
control.
lost
Yeah, you
control.
lose control.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's the main thing.
Right.
Dude, I saw
So that's a different scenario.
For sure.
on the someone sent it to me. Like they're announcing a new like a team on the team page. Like
Oh
soon.
no.
They had a countdown like they did with the premiere.
Was it today?
I saw it yesterday. Someone said to me, "Was like, no, don't just stop.
Yeah.
Stop what
Just
you're doing."
gonna be some random kids or what?
I don't know. That's
crazy, bro.
a tough one to talk on, really, to be honest. But
Yeah,
just
that's
sucks.
a bummer.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's like, I feel like for people like us, the guys.
You know, those
The sickest
videos
shit,
that they
and-
made
yeah.
were
Bro,
the all-time videos.
that's like core of the core right there.
You know,
Fully
like,
flared changed
Yeah.
the landscape of
Fully
skateboarding.
Flared is
Oh, yeah.
one of those videos that is just up there forever as an iconic video
Yeah.
and
That was
changed my view on a skateboard video forever.
You know,
This is
Definitely.
the next level
For
of
sure.
an amazing skate video.
but it goes back to, you know, skaters supporting skater-owned brands, because like nowadays there's not, on one hand I can count how many skater-owned shoe companies there are. You
Yeah.
know? And like that used to not be the case. You know,
What's the hand? What's the count?
it's like 2. You know what I mean?
That's
Like,
not- no,
it's a- I can have an.
There's FP, ours is yours.
That's
Ours
pretty
is
much
good,
it.
yeah.
What else besides that?
well,
Opus?
technically,
Opus, yes, an Opus.
S America and Eddie's are still skater owned.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I
they're
would say
sold
that-
under
I would say that
Sidedecker,
those
but-
are in the category too.
Yeah.
What else? There's gotta
That's
be
Last Resort.
Last
Last
Resort.
Resort.
Yeah.
Opus.
Okay.
Last resort.
okay. So that is
Yeah,
5.
Yeah.
Five,
Give or
and
take,
then like
give or
one of
take.
them's like the S America
Here's-
Eddie's brand.
Here's a funny
Well, it's
thing.
Nidecker Group though.
Yeah,
It's still, you
it's
know,
still under. It's still like
Yeah.
their own thing. But yeah, I saw at a skate shop posted something for like, oh, we have our Black Friday sales, blah blah. We have everything from Nike, Adidas, New Balance. I'm like, damn, dude, that's
That's how they.
that's the skate shops now.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is,
Dude.
Yeah.
Do you
know?
remember
It's
the
not
old
like, oh, we
Trans
got
World
America.
You
video?
go back
Yeah.
25 years or 20 years, and it was Etnies, DVS,
DC.
iPath, DC.
Well,
Like, there's so many.
That's what I was saying about the opportunities.
Yeah.
Like the average skateboarder can make a great living with a shoe colorway, a clothing sponsor, a wheel
So there's
sponsor,
only
a
a
truck
few,
sponsor. You know,
Yeah.
there's no clothing companies anymore.
No, clothing companies.
Clothing
scarce.
companies gone.
Volcom,
Red Dragon's still alive.
Red
Will you
Dragons.
hook me up with them? I gotta.
You
yeah,
want some stuff?
I'm gonna.
Dude,
I'll,
I'm
I'll
sure
Red Drag-
Moses will hook it.
No, I need a paycheck too.
You're not getting that.
What?
You might have to do some. You might have to do some social
Couple more
posts.
Swift
but,
Flip Manny's.
dude,
I'll
I
do
mean,
some social
I
posts
think
all day
Steve
long.
Cab's getting a check.
Seriously?
Yeah, he does social.
Bro, I gotta.
But the,
You know
dra-
the hat?
but the
You know
dragon coincides with his whole kit.
He is a
He
dragon.
does,
He
yeah,
You know
is
what I
he
mean?
does.
So it
Yeah,
makes
so
sense.
He's been dragon
He's
forever.
been
dude.
dragon.
I'll be
Dragon,
Crop
dragon.
Dragon. I don't care. He's Cab Dragon. I'll be Crop Dragon.
That doesn't flow that
Moses,
good.
Moses. First of all,
Moses is the best. You
Moses
guys have no
Sakonin,
idea.
Front. This is what he's why I do front nose slides.
So I should actually be getting lessons from him then in the front myself.
Yes.
That is true.
Yes.
That is true. But I'll back him up. I'll
Dude,
back him up.
Moses is the best dude. You don't understand. He freaking goes to the skate parks around the lower mainland in Canada and steel sticks all the ledges
Really?
and just goes and fixes spots.
Wow.
He goes to like the plaza in Vancouver at like 8 a.m. and just like is fixing all the cracks in the granite ledges.
Wow.
And then like posts a picture or thing on his story like, just fixed all these ledges at the plaza. Enjoy.
Wow.
And like, you just look at the ledge after and you're like, whoa, dude, he did such a good job.
Talk about
Is this
skaters
Moses?
supporting
He's like,
skaters.
he's
Shit.
like, you know, I don't know. I feel like there's like, I watch a lot of stuff in skating, and I feel like that there's a lot of people that skate, and then they kind of get over it, and they kind of just like, oh, whatever, and they're still kind of in the industry, and they're, but like Moses is like one of those dudes where he's like still so into it and like core, and his like kid skates, and he's like cheering his kid on, or like probably fix a spot for his kid or something like that, and like and just like, and there's a lot of other dudes like that too, but and you know, like a Jeremy Klein or something, or you know, like, and those guys are just so special to me, like a Dan Connolly, you know, like just all those guys that are like OGs and like still like out in the field, like filming and fixing spots and
doing it,
just
yeah,
like
yeah.
that is like this. That's how I want to be, and that's how I am gonna be. Like,
Dude, this is one of my favorite video
sure.
parts, man. Moses in Mad Circle. Moses Sakonin, man. It was so good.
Yeah,
Can you-
transition skills.
Can we tell Moses or ask Moses to come down here to do an episode, please?
I can try.
'Cause
that would be epic, dude. He probably like Dude, he's probably got the best stories.
I'm just
Hell
I'm
yeah.
a fan, bro.
Back
from
in
the
the
business
day,
side,
with
bro.
the RDS shit was so gnarly.
Yeah, gnarly ass
Like-
distribution.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Does he still have it?
Does he still have
He
it?
still runs. Center.
Center,
Yeah.
Yeah, center is like. I was like, yo, can I get some boards from center mode? We'll see. He says.
What was it with that spot? What was that spot all about?
That's why it was in the cuts. I don't,
That was just a reservoir, so like a water reservoir, and it had like ledges, and there was a bunch of them in Canada, but that was the Tawasin one, and that's where they would all just fucking go meet up and
Because that was
girl
like
had
skate and drink
girl had
beers. and-
some footage there.
yeah, that was like the spot where like, you know, I don't know, Rick Howard and fucking the Red Dragon dudes and everybody Vancouver scene would just be like, oh yeah, let's go out to this chill ledge spot and go fuck around.
Yeah.
No
That's cool.
bust, you know.
I was in all like goldfish and
Yeah.
shit like that. Rick did a hard flip over it. I think.
I went there one time when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Just
Is it still
once,
there?
really?
Well, I think when I was coming up, it was kind of like going away, and like ledges were knobbed, and people were getting mad at people skating there. Kind of.
Oh, so it's done. now.
What ended up happening was they started like bringing ramps and like, you know, like turning it into a skate park, and then
They were like, no.
people were lighting the ramps on fire probably, and you know,
That's
Turns to a
not
shit
good.
show.
Burning them
fucking
down.
partying, like
The Black Blues,
kokanees,
Kokanees, fucking Molsons, dude.
black blades. Come on, Hopper. This is the new. This is still like a Canadian beer.
Are you
It's-
part owner
it's
of that as
Hopper.
well?
Yeah, I'm part owner.
Nice.
Yeah.
Congrats on that
There's
as
a
well.
sick little, group of skaters and stuff that are part of it. I mean,
Yeah.
nobody's like repping it that hard. I feel like everybody's got
Is it slowly growing
other
now?
stuff.
Do you
going
feel
on.
like
Yeah, for sure. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, Hoffert sends us little things that are like, look at this is what we're doing. This is what we've been doing. Like
Sick.
COVID fucked us, but we're coming back. Like, you know, so
Because there's a brewery too, right?
yeah, it's a brewery, and then we have 2 other tap rooms.
Amazing.
There's a tap room in like Escondido, and then the main brewery is in Vista, and then there's another one somewhere further south in San Diego.
So sick.
Haven't been, but
Tyson, you got a little drink sponsor too, yeah?
Yeah, dude. These guys just hit me up on the gram. Squatters. It's like a local Salt Lake brewery that just is expanding, and yeah,
That's right.
new beer sponsor. It's
Okay.
dope.
Super sick.
Look at that.
Yeah, all the people that work there are super dope, and they do a bunch of cool stuff around Salt Lake.
That's
They're like partnered with the ski resorts and the soccer team and all these different things. So
Are
they,
you the first skater that they're kind of messing with?
yeah, I think they have like a couple like ambassadors. It's like a mostly social media type thing.
Okay.
So they have a couple other ambassadors. I think they have another company that's kind of like a sister company called Wasatch, and they hook up some skiers and snowboarders. And so yeah, I'm the first skater though.
Super sick.
I'm down for a flow box.
Yeah, we
dude.
need a
Hey, yeah,
Bev.
we'll get you some beers.
Yeah.
some
Bev?
yeah.
We need a
Yeah.
Bev sponsor, bro. What's up?
what do you mean? You guys don't?
What do you mean?
I got.
What's Tom doing?
What are you talking about? We're Black Plague. What's going on, man? Cut us a check.
No, okay,
man.
I'll get a hold of Hoffer. Yeah, we'll get you guys cases up here, dude.
No, we need money, bro.
We need money.
Chris needs a red dragon hat with a check. You need a.
I'll have a
Fucking
Red
Black
Dragon,
Plague.
Black Plague. I'll have all the logos on my hat.
Dude, I used to ride for
NASCAR
Neff,
style.
and I was like negotiating a Neff with the Red Bull, and
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
it was a nightmare.
Really?
I made it happen for a couple years.
Okay.
Then you rocked the Neff
That's Red Bull.
Neff Red Bull hat
Red
or
Bull hat.
beanie. Was it hat or
Hat
beanie?
and beanies. I had it figured out, but didn't last long.
2 logos.
Yeah.
I'll
That
put
was-
as many on here as
Dude,
possible.
those were the days. Those were the glory days. Just like however many logos you can fit on there for that one check at the contest or whatever. It was crazy. I remember
NASCAR.
Diet had a freaking shirt, Neff and Rockstar and something else on it, and I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy, bro." He's like, "Yeah, just for the contest." I was like,
Ka-ching.
"Smart,
Yeah.
This guy's smart.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Smarter
dude.
than he looks."
Get it all. Get it all. Fuck it.
Dude, get that, man.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. We need a Bev sponsor, bro.
Yeah,
Gotta hook it
I
up.
definitely do.
We'll promote
Are
that
they,
shit.
are they? Is Juicy coming down here anytime soon?
Dude, we'll have to make it happen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Those are
I
pretty
think
good,
as of
actually.
right
They're
now,
pretty good.
Juicy is it.
Pretty nice.
Well, Squatters is the brewery. Juicy IPA is
Oh, okay.
this particular beer. But I think Squatters is outside of Utah for sure.
Oh, are they?
But I know this one specific is the hot seller in Utah.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
5% IPA, so
Oh, that's
it's
good.
yeah, it's like a you know what I mean. Like sometimes IPAs are a little
heavy.
a little over the top and heavy. So this is kind of like just like a casual beer.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
okay.
Yeah.
It's not no
But-
Allagash like Duran likes.
Hey, we
it.
might be able
No,
to.
it's not a 9%.
Yeah, dude. Those ones, those ones are kind of hard to drink sometimes.
I'll just drink 2 of them. I mean, I don't go heavy tank, bro. Only 2 and I'm good, bro. Yeah.
Tron's up here.
Hey guys, like,
He's never,
that was budget.
you already know.
you've never been like oh, I'm drunk.
I'm
dude.
not gonna be
Yeah.
fucking drunk on this shit, bro. Are you serious?
Chris is
come on.
has had his days doing it. And it's fun.
Oh,
You got drunk on the show before?
Yeah, we have a good time, man. Peanut butter whiskey, dog.
I'll get a nice little buzz. That's about it.
Take a swing, dude.
I'm gonna
Take a
smell.
Oh.
Peanut butter.
Oh, dude, it's fucking.
It's good.
Oh, I know this. This is good.
Oh, I know this.
That's a familiar smell.
Oh, I know this.
It's better cold. You put it in the freeze, you get a little cold in there, but it's nice, man.
Buttery.
Thank you.
There you go.
Peanut buttery.
Hey,
There
there's your
you
drink
go. You
sponsor
already
right
know.
there, dude.
We've had they did
But-
sponsor us
Oh,
at
they
one
do.
point
I don't
in
even
time.
like whiskey, but like that and like Fireball.
I mean, bro.
Oh, I fucking hate Fireball,
Fuck
dude.
yeah.
I can drink.
I
That'll
hate
get you
Fireball.
going.
That's like
shit.
That's like the fun drink that
Yeah.
me and friends have. I don't know why.
The fun drink?
My dad like.
Yeah, you're just
I
like,
feel
fuck,
like-
let's do Fireball.
I feel like that's like a 19-year-old girl drink.
My dad.
That too.
I
that too.
know. Mike Mo loves it, and so when we go with Mike Mo, we're
You
like,
know,
yeah.
Mike knows a kid at heart, bro.
Yeah.
He knows that shit.
When I was a kid,
Oh.
my dad would be like, I'd be out riding dirt bikes with my dad and his friends. And one of his friends would pull out this satchel and be firing back some Fireball. And I'd be looking at this fucking gnarly hill that we're supposed to ride up, and I can't do the hill. Dad, I can't do the hill. It's too gnarly. And I'm like 16 probably, maybe 15. And then my dad's friend would be like, drink this. And then you're going for the hill.
Wow.
And then I'd be like I'm like pretty young. I haven't really drank before. I'm like, all right, sure, whatever. Like, total peer pressure by all these like 40-year-olds. And then I'm like, wow, wow, wow.
Up the hill.
What was, your,
Ripped it up the hill.
what was your thought and how it tasted? Because that's pretty gnarly.
Oh, cinnamon hearts.
Yeah.
Dude, I love cinnamon.
Yeah, it was
shit.
cinnamon
Oh my
hearts.
God,
It was.
Oh, that's
I was like young. I was like, oh, that was good. That was awesome. I thought it was gonna be, so, you know, because you're like young and you smell like somebody drinking like scotch or something, and you're like,
Oh, you thought it was gonna be like that? Yeah.
shit.
We
Yeah, I
should
thought
get-
it was gonna be like.
We should get some
Yeah.
Fireball also. Man.
Fireball?
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
get some.
Fireball.
Sponsor.
Rush, fired up. Man. Get some
Hit the
Fireball
liquor
and
store real
Speedball.
quick. Send
Well,
them
not
out.
right now.
Send them out.
Not right now, dude. Not right now. Well, listen, 2 cents skateboards. Congrats on everything, dude. I really enjoy the YouTube channel. I do. If anybody out there wants to follow these guys on their YouTube channel, you guys are doing some fun stuff out
We're
there.
doing more stuff. We're
Yeah.
doing more stuff. It's coming. We're just stacking it up, trying to make sure we have shit ready. And
No, it's great.
I wish, honestly, if I had unlimited budget, all my budget would go to just getting sacks to come with.
What do you mean?
Well, like, if I could just buy him a flight to come to China
Oh, I
or wherever I
understand.
go, then
Right,
we could
right,
have in the
right,
trenches in China with
Yeah,
me at Street League, and then we go hit all these spots. And but there's just like, instead it's just like, here's our phone clips, and
No, all you need to do is
it's not
you
efficient.
need to get him on Red Bull.
I need to get him on an
Get him
energy
on-
drink,
You get him on
and I
Red Bull.
get him in the Street
You guys
League.
could travel together. and you could double up on all the. You know what I'm
Fair
saying?
package over
I
here.
know.
Yeah, dude.
That was the plan.
I'm just whispering so that nobody
Did
else
that.
can hear. But
I helped TJ get on Red Bull, and then we were supposed to skate more. We skated a lot though. We actually skated a lot, dude. I love TJ. We skate so much. So.
Hey, we can run back the same thing.
2 cents skateboards on YouTube and the website. Hopefully there'll be put in your 2 cents comment section on your
Yeah,
website.
it's coming soon. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
there it is right there. Boom.
Subscribe to the YouTube because we got stuff coming.
Yeah.
Just don't know when.
Go support. Vote with your dollars.
Yeah.
Vote with your dollars, man.
Yes,
I'm a big
sir.
fan. I'm a big fan. Well, wait a minute. We gotta give. Can we give you some 9 Club stuff to take
No.
home with you?
I'll take some.
Only if I can give you some 2 cent stuff. Can I give you some 2
way
cents?
too much
Can I
peanut butter
give you
whiskey,
some 2
bro.
cent stuff?
Yeah.
So we do a
Of course.
trade. You're
You
not
wanna
going to
do a
give me
trade?
anything. We're
You
going
wanna
to
do a
trade stuff.
Want to trade?
Yeah, like
Okay.
fur traders. Like
You gonna
you're
just-
you're
why don't you
trading
just-
with a Canadian fur trader.
Why don't you just leave all of your boards here?
We're going to.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect.
And I got a secret goodies.
You got secret goodies?
Right now?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you get your little secret goodies
Unreleased.
and I'll get our secret goodies.
It's only for the team, but I guess you guys are cool enough, you know.
He had a few drinks, so he's feeling pretty good right now. He's
Yeah.
like, yeah,
You want another drink here?
I'll give you guys
Got another drink.
some of our unreleased. No, it's nothing special.
What do you mean?
Oh,
Kelly,
man.
we could do this. We
Yeah.
on, we could get them some 9 Club
I'm gonna
gear,
go
bro.
while Kelly goes.
Wait, what? What
we'll
size?
trade.
Large, large, medium,
Medium.
medium.
Yeah.
I'm a large, yeah.
We'll hook you
All right.
up when we're done with all you guys too.
All right, Tyson. Now that
Chris.
now that Ryan DeCenzo's gone,
The
he
boss
can't
left.
hear us. What do you really think of this guy? Is he cool? Is he?
No, he's
You can't hear him? You can still hear us? Okay, good.
no.
Good.
I love him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we spent a good amount of time together over the years, just going on trips and contests and parties and all kinds of good stuff.
No, man. I think what you guys got going on is good because it is. I mean, skating. We will. We just want to have fun,
Yeah.
you know, and be with our homies.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what we're doing too.
Yeah.
Because like Brian's not really a boss; he's just a homie. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And we're both trying to do it together. And the more motivation we both have to just skate and do our best, then the more we're both going to benefit from
For
it.
sure.
So
For sure.
it's kind of just like it just kind of like flows. I feel like.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There's nothing too serious.
We got some teams.
Ooh. Oh wow.
These are team only.
These are team only. This is like Red Bull. Like they only give.
Oh, only for the team.
Okay. Okay. Well, hold. You got other stuff too? Or is just this? Oh, just it, just the hats. Oh, and the boards. Okay. We want a whole
He needs a whole box, dude. He's breaking
Well, we're
boards
gonna-
every day.
every day, dude.
Maybe
Well,
we should give him one for the wall and we should try to skate one.
also, I've got to show you my 7.8 board that I just set up, man. You'd love that thing. Thanks for the hat. Let me see.
You don't have to wear it. You can
wear it.
No, no, he's got to put it on, dude, for the show. We should have given it to him at the beginning. Sure.
There you go. Look. There you go. Look. Kelly, what do you think? Whoa, Brian, hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait, hold on.
You just want to compare the hats.
Hold on, dude. There's
This is Richardson.
that's the homie that makes the hats.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's the homie. Don't do that. Hold on, dude. First of all, Tyson, first of all, bro.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. You can come back anytime, dude.
Anytime?
Come back, yeah. Ryan, always a pleasure.
Maybe don't come back anytime.
You can come back anytime you want, man.
He's gonna hide the peanut butter whiskey next time.
Next time we're gonna have Fireball, man. We're gonna get you riding up hills and shit. Listen, here's a 9 Club hat for you, dude. Right
Thank
there.
you.
Okay, here's one for you too, Ryan.
You put a Red Bull logo on it somewhere.
Yeah, you gotta put the Red Bull on there. It's all right though. He's done it with Neff. You could do it with 9 Club.
That'll work. That works.
See, no, maybe I could get like 9 Club Red Bull with the beanie underneath and the hat over
Oh,
top.
Chris will tell you about the incentive program.
Have a hat.
With the headphones on.
Yeah, with the headphones on.
Who's the coffee drinker? You coffee drinker? You coffee
am
drinker?
pretty- I am a
Like
coffee
the
drinker.
This is a 9 Club Yeti
Yes.
coffee. Well, you could put anything in there. It fits in the cup holder.
This will
It's
get
in the-
used every day.
Dude, I use mine every goddamn day.
I
love
need
it,
a new
dude.
one.
I love it. You're a water drinker, huh? Here's some.
Anything but water. No, I'm just kidding.
Red Bull and beer, and that's it.
Yeah, put your
Yeah.
Red Bull and
Yeah, how
beer
do
in
you
there
how
at
do you
the
think he
same
stays
time.
looking so young and
Yeah.
skating so gnarly?
Yeah.
It's Red Bull and beer.
Red Bull and beer. IPAs and fucking
You and
Red
screws.
Fireball.
Does the trick.
We're gonna split. Listen, you can go back to our warehouse. You know, like the first time you went in the warehouse and grabbed stuff. But here's a 9 Club shirt for you.
Thank
Here's
you.
here's a crew neck for you. You like crew necks?
It's a little chilly out, dude.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
getting
kind of
chilly.
cold. Hey, it's warmer than Utah right now, though.
Is it?
Oh fuck yeah!
It was-
Oh yeah. Oh, it's
cold-
probably
it's cold
as
in
hell.
Utah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's- It hasn't snowed too much
Oh,
this
this
year
is
yet,
like
but
North,
it's
isn't that
cold.
like North Carolina?
Well, it's 9 Club. Yeah. You could.
But it's
I mean, if
kinda
you're
similar.
North, if you're North Carolina, you could rep it. Skull candy. Listen, you could even put this on your belt loop, dude. You could do whatever you want, man. This is a kilo. We got one for both you guys. Look at that.
I keep one of these on my belt loop at work all
Oh,
the
yeah?
time. Yeah.
Oh, then you got a bro. You got a backup.
You can listen to Nightclub the whole time.
Yeah,
dude.
exactly. I do sometimes.
Dude, this skull candy stuff is legit.
Yeah. 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 The people at Skull Candy are the homies.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
they're based out of Park City.
That's
so-
right.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. No way.
Yep.
Yeah, they've been
Candy
really
is
been helping us out a little bit.
Yep.
We mentioned this earlier.
The
in
important
show.
part.
Yes. This is our new bolt. This is our new bolt company, dude. All right. It's called Nuts and Bolts by the 9 Club. You're on the team. There's your first package. 2 packages of bolts.
Thank you.
Which one are they? They Allen or?
Allen key, 7/8.
Dialed.
Perfect.
Do we need a contract
Totally
for
good
you
to
to
go.
sign?
No, no contract. You
Just
know,
like verbal
yeah,
agreement?
verbal. Agreement.
Yeah, the verbal.
It's all good.
It's like girl chocolate, right? You guys don't need contracts.
Yeah,
No
this is
contract.
all. It's a homie. It's homie.
That's how all
deal.
the core companies are these days.
No board contracts. Are you serious?
Unless you're on like one of those big corporate, it's probably not like a contract.
Well, we're going to be big in corporate one day, but we're going to keep it.
Do you know
super core.
Shorties, diamonds? There's a lot of people that have gone big with bolts, man. That's our plan.
That's your
Dude,
plan.
I mean
Yeah,
that's
we're gonna
not
go
a
crazy
bad
with
plan.
bolts. Yeah.
Like Tory with Grizzly, same
I'm j-
thing.
Grip
yeah.
tape, bolts, yeah. So that we're starting off with this. So you're on the team. I don't care if you
Okay.
want to or not.
All right.
There you go.
Might have to tell Rhino to stop sending me the indie hardware.
All good, dude. All good.
You can still,
Okay.
you're still on our team. It doesn't matter. You're still on nuts and bolts.
Okay.
We do give photo incentive only for the cover of Thrasher. Okay, $20 with the 9 Club sticker.
$20?
$20 bucks.
What about
20
close,
bucks.
closer,
20 bucks.
Closer mag?
Jamie owns
Yeah.
$10.
Oh,
For the cover.
Yeah, for the cover.
man.
Closer magazine. Shout out to
I
Closer.
really like closer mag.
It's we love it too.
Why is it less?
What?
We only have so much money. We only have so much money here.
Dude, we only have. I mean, we're starting a bowl company, dude. We don't have that much money. Man.
Okay.
I'm serious though. Cover of Thrasher,
All right, $20.
and you $20. You heard? You have to do it the old school way though. You have to photocopy the mag, send it to us. Then we pay.
I
'Cause
can't
we won't
send
see
you a
it.
screenshot.
You
You're not
photo.
going to see the Instagram
You got to
post,
take it to
dude?
Kinko's.
Text you a photo.
You got to send it
To
to
print
Kinko's.
it out, huh?
You probably have a photocopier at your house, right?
I could figure it.
We got hats for you guys too.
Yeah, we got hats for Kelly and Jerome.
Thank
Oh, I
you.
thought you were saying back to this.
No.
For
Oh
you
yeah.
guys back
Here,
there.
by the way, here's some 2 cents hats for you guys, man. Congratulations.
Hey, look, you're on the team now.
Yeah.
Chris claimed the black one, so you guys got to fight over those colors.
That's
I'll
true.
take-
I'll
I'll
take
take-
it.
Yeah, these are team,
take the tan
team
one.
only.
This
guys.
is you kind of yeah.
You're a tan
Oh,
hat, dude.
Kelly already
I'm a
has a
tan
gray
hat.
hat on there.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
take the gray. I'll take the gray.
Nobody's got any of these hats that aren't on the team yet. so-
Okay.
And there might probably not going to be any left for the website, realistically.
Oh, we took them off.
No.
Sweated them all.
No, dude, that's the whole plan. Don't let anybody buy anything.
They're sold out. It's sold out.
Everything's sold out all the time.
By the way, the nuts and bolts comes with the sticker too.
Beauty.
So you got the extra
Oh, but you
stickers.
have
I'm
to have the
actually
bigger
looking forward to
sticker
these.
for the $20.
Well, you
If
got
it's visible,
Oh,
9 Club logo, visible, cover of Thrasher,
I'm gonna
$20.
try and get that. You guys have no idea. I'm gonna try and get that $20 just for hijinks.
yeah, and it has to say 9, the 9 Club. If it says club or 9,
Like,
What if it
Well,
says
I'm
9
club-
Club and I cut off the?
no cutting corners on
Done.
it.
no, like
No.
if you board slide and it cuts the B off or something, like, dude, no, man.
that's not. No,
You
it's
can,
not
you can fully tell what it is, but nah.
Nah, just
like cutting it.
stipulation.
Yeah.
It's in the fine print.
That's how these
Yeah,
companies
pretty
be
much.
running shit these days, though, huh?
We're just trying to
Protect
we're
themselves.
just trying to save a buck over here, man.
Yeah.
That's all. No, seriously, dude, DeCenzo, thank you so much, bro. Keep killing it, dude. Bro, such a pleasure and an honor.
Yeah.
Such a big fan, dude. And also Tyson, you too, dude. Thank you
you.
so much for coming on the
Yeah,
show.
thank you for having
thanks
Big
for
fan.
having us.
Keep it up with the good work, Impossibles, nose slides, and all the heels outs.
Back 3 nose
Locking it
manuals. Back 3 nose.
Oh,
manuals.
we're gonna go get. Hopefully, what time is it?
Yeah, so we got
It's
some daylight.
2:45.
Oh, we got like
Yeah, you got a
couple
couple
hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. There's a
hour and a half.
spot right over here.
Spot over
Tyson's.
here.
Oh.
Which
We've
one?
been thinking about. No, it's not, dude. It's not even a spot.
He's gonna make it a
The one-
spot.
Little Manny.
No,
pad
it's
over
like
here.
not a. It's a spot, but it's not like
The one in the
in
marina.
the circle. No, the
Oh, in-
roundabout.
in that
In the
roundabout.
roundabout.
Oh.
In the roundabout.
It's right there. It's right there.
I know.
It's right there.
But we were skating
But
by
it's
it.
good for one thing, and he might be able to do it. and-
Back 3 crook. Going straight on. Have you thought about that?
Oh, that I never.
I've thought about it, but like it would have to be on something like this tall.
Yeah, exactly. That ledge is like that tall.
No.
No, you could go to Flushing Meadows and do it on that little outledge that Nikolai did the switch
Oh,
tray.
yeah,
trick
that's
on.
true.
That's a good idea.
That's true.
That would be insane.
Yeah.
Let's go to New York. Weren't you just in New York?
Yeah, we didn't go there though.
I actually I'll go with you. I have a trick I want to do in New York.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Settle this.
Nose grind up the little rainbow thing that Jamie Foy did.
The whole
yeah,
thing.
those going.
Yeah.
You got it.
I'll go try that with you.
Kelly doesn't.
Try that with
It's
me.
a big joke.
Kelly doesn't believe in you, dude.
Joke?
He's laughing at you.
Excuse me,
It's a
Doug.
big joke over here. It's
Joke?
What?
What are you
Is this
talking
serious?
I think I could
Are you
50
serious?
it.
Yeah, Doug, the thing is,
I
man,
could
it's
totally
like,
see you 50-50.
these guys don't even believe that I can have the ability to nose grind that thing.
That's what I'm
what's
saying.
crazy. That's what's
I'll
crazy.
go be there and I'll be your wax guy.
See what I'm saying?
I could wax it for you, but I don't
Yeah,
think
we
you're
can
gonna
wax
do
it too. I can hang
I'll
out.
wax it
I'll
for him
hang out all
every
day
try.
Yeah, I could wax it for you. I could help.
Every try.
Me and Doug will
He
hang
was
out
my
with
wax
you.
guy yesterday.
Yes, I'll wax for him every try.
See?
Have you guys seen this spot?
I know the spot, the rainbow Jamie
Yeah.
Foy front nose.
Yes, yes.
I haven't seen it in person.
I
Yeah.
haven't
seen
no,
it.
it's
I've never seen it in person.
somebody was like saying like, I saw that thing in person. It's insane.
Yeah.
Front noses.
Who said that?
Jack.
Who?
I can't remember who. Somebody was like, oh yeah, I went there. It's impossible.
Otherwise, more tricks will be done on it.
Yeah,
If it was that,
exactly.
like, you know what I'm saying?
And
Have
if
you
it
seen-
was more possible for like normal people to do tricks, Jamie would have front crooked it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know
Front
what I mean?
nose.
This is so
Like if
nose-
Jamie's only nose sliding something,
Dude, a front
side
no, no,
or
no.
back side, I don't care. It's
Front-
gnarly.
Front nose is gnarly.
Front nose is gnarly.
Nose
Front
side.
nose is hard to hold. though.
Jamie's
Yeah, front
Jamie's
straight
like
up.
the best skater right now.
Oh yeah, see,
And
thank you.
yeah,
backing
no,
me up.
no,
He is the best
he is.
skateboarder
He
right
is the
now.
best
Yeah.
skater
He is
right now.
Thank you.
Definitely.
And if he's only front nosing it, we would have a hard time doing nose grinding. Sorry,
Yeah.
Have you seen my nose grind?
I've seen yours. You have the best in the world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Who do you think's gonna win Skater of the Year?
Jamie.
Jake?
I was worried when I watched Elijah's part, and
This is it.
then I think Jamie's still got it though.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah.
I would like to see Tiago get it.
Same.
Then I feel
I
like
love
it would
Jamie,
be
but
it would be
Tiago would be
valid
sick.
if they gave it to Tiago because nobody's ever gonna do the stuff that Tiago did ever
day.
again.
All day.
You know what I mean?
See, the thing is, bro, is like if I can get on.
Yeah,
right
it's
there,
kind of low right
see,
there.
See where that crack is on the
Maybe
bottom?
we could I could steel stick
And
that
then I
crack
just
for
go.
you.
You have to go
No,
so
no.
fast.
I would
bro.
go. No, you wax
you
the
ain't
shit out of
doing
it.
that,
That's
bro.
why you
No,
wax
you
the
would.
shit out of
You
it.
still wouldn't
It's
make it
kind
out.
of chunky
What are you
though.
talking about?
You ain't doing that, bro.
It's a long uphill ledge.
Bro,
Yeah.
it's crazy. Do you see what I'm dealing with over here? It's
Bruh.
crazy, bro.
Look at DeCenzo. He's like, oh my god.
big. This angle makes it look even bigger
It's a front nose.
That thing looks taller than Wallenberg
Yeah,
at
bro.
4 feet, whatever it is.
That's about 4. That's about 4.9.
It definitely is.
Nose grind would be if you do that, Chris. I'll give you $1,000.
I said it. I
Shut
told him
the
that
fuck
too.
up, really?
I told him that
I'll
too.
give you $1,000.
Dude, he's
To
gonna.
nose grind it.
I got right now. If people go do stuff and try stuff and go crazy, I'm out $1,300.
I know he's already getting
Thank you, Flip.
250. Yeah,
Thank you
thank
for the
you,
nose
Flip.
grind.
Yeah.
I'll give you $5, Chris.
I don't need your $5, man. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
do it
do.
for- I'm gonna do it for me and DeCenzo's money.
Oh, I told you.
Yo,
I
dirty hairy brother,
Go
what's up,
when
man?
you go,
Yeah,
dude.
in my
just wanna
in my old age,
Should we go right now?
Yes.
approaching 40,
I will go. 9
I
club bike.
appreciate these calm
That would be sick.
Then you can go to Flushing and do the back 3 crook.
We just
Discussions.
Bring Sax 'cause we need somebody to film.
There we
There we
go.
go.
Oh, we bring Sax and Roger. That would be a duo.
Yeah.
Double
Yo,
A.
Tyrannicide was saying he went to high school with Ryan
Roger would
DeCenzo
be like, you should flip out.
and skated with him in like grade 8. Isn't that wild?
Listen, we're not paying for anything.
I feel like
Tyrannicide. I might play this for like another hour or two, but
Too crazy.
every time I film with Roger,
probably gonna
he
stop. I
thinks
might
I'm
do a
better than I
weightlifting
am.
stream, honestly. That's what I was planning to do
I don't know
today.
where Roger's at right
He's
now.
in
I don't
he's-
want to like miss my health
But why?
He's
for
like,
this.
I'm like,
you know.
yeah, I think I'll do this trick. He's like, oh, you can for sure revert out.
Yeah, man. I think we're all like same, like age, same generation.
He does. I think that's what it was. He believed in me a little too much.
All right. Listen, thank you guys
I
so
just
much
came
for
back
being
from
here.
China,
So
right? So like,
appreciate
I
you guys.
learned a
Keep
lot
it
about
up.
like Chinese
Dude, can you
astrology.
welcome back anytime,
How the
whenever you
years
want
are,
to
like,
come in, you gotta
how
do a
I'm like
card
an
drop and
ox.
come
I'm
on
really
in and
stubborn,
we'll talk about it.
Let's do it.
Senzo
hard-headed,
Power Bank.
and
2 cents.
like strong-willed, self-inspired. I think people born in like 1985 have similar traits and shit. Obviously, I'm only saying the positive. Yeah, buddy. apparently. Oh, so you can even do it earlier. I understand. Oh, I understand. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. Like, look how far back he is, and it's still loaded. Yeah. And Sayonara. And Berg. And Wittershins. Pretty epic. I'm going too far, I understand now. Wow. I don't know, man. I don't know if they will, honestly, bro. I spent like 2 hours. I'm not the best stand player, but I haven't duped 53 yet. I'm playing 2.x too. I think it's a little more complicated. Or maybe I'm just really far away from what I'm supposed to do, maybe. Oops. Seemed a bit late, yes. Thank you, Elusive. Thank you, brother. .303. Festus was puts good chenille bugs in food. Yeah, I think I am elusive. We're gonna put our girl Kaylee back on. I love this podcast, boys.
So my name is Kaylee. I'm from the Netherlands. So Neanderthals are very interesting because they most likely created art. So that shows that Neanderthals had a ritualistic aspect to their lives. About 31,000 years ago, there was a child around the age of 10, seemed to have had a surgical amputation of a lower leg. The child survived and actually lived for nearly another decade afterwards. So we have evidence of humans being in North America 37,000 years ago. Homo erectus, one of the very first human species. 500,000 years of them emerging, they reached nearly the other side of the world. So the hobbit species, Homo floresiensis, long upper limbs and like arms, big feet. So like Tolkien was right, hobbits. Queen Hatshepsut has been erased from history, nearly completely. In combination with that volcano in Europe, the meltwater, the conveyor belt, I think that is why the Younger Dryas onset started.
Okay. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
It's your first trip to the United States, which is pretty awesome. Super pumped to be able to host you for your first trip.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely, yeah. The flight was okay yesterday. Everything.
Flight was
worked out well?
perfect. Yeah.
Good dinner last night.
Oh, the steak was perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good to get to know you a little bit.
Yeah.
And, I'm excited about the conversation. So tell us about your channel. Tell us who you are.
So my name is Kaylee. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm 33.
That would make sense,
Still
Elusive,
weird to
because
say
I've
'cause it's only
been
a month.
like my
But,
gates have been
yeah.
consistently really
I started
like
my
a
channel
second
back
too
in
slow.
2020, right before COVID hit, and I just wanted to make videos on things that I was already researching. I've always been interested in history, mostly like ancient structures and like human evolution, all that stuff. And the channel just morphed into the monster that it became, and I became a full-time YouTuber, and now I get opportunities like these.
Yep, that's awesome.
While I just normally film inside the comfort of my own home, very small room. So
Yeah.
I'm not used to people like looking at me or hearing me while I'm filming. So that's going to be an experience.
It'll be different, but
Yeah.
a great experience. Yeah, cool. So how big's your channel now?
So I got 207,000
Nice.
subscribers,
Nice.
I
That's
think, from
blowing
the
up.
top of my head.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I always see you're active on YouTube, on X. Where else can people find you?
On Instagram, and I'm also on Blue Sky, Threads.
That was way
I have
earlier. That was by
Discord.
on
Don't know,
Slats.
I have Discord.
That was
We had,
way
like,
earlier. That was like a second earlier.
671 people. We had 666 for a while. That was lovely.
Okay.
But then we bumped it, and it's like, okay, now we have to grow.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you were telling me a little bit last night about your kind of like your childhood and some of your experiences. Maybe before we get into like the ancient stuff, tell me about tell the audience about like your story, because it's a pretty interesting story.
So yeah, I was born too small. So the first 5 weeks of my life I spent in the hospital. So something went wrong during the pregnancy. The placenta stopped growing and started to like decay inside my mom. But hey, I'm here, so that's good. My parents split when I was 4 months old. I lived with my mom until I was 9, but my mom was a bit handsy and yeah, not a great mom.
Nice, man.
So I went to live with my dad at the age of 9 with both my sisters, and then at the age of 12 they both went back to my mom. So I lived as an only child in my dad's house, even though I had 2 older sisters and a half brother on my mom's side. So experiencing being
Nice,
an only
Lucifer.
child while also having siblings is a thing. I've been partially raised by my grandparents, mostly my grandmother. She passed in 21, so I got an owl tattoo.
It looked faster. It
Keep
looked a
with
little
me.
faster. It wasn't ideal,
Always been
but
interested in history.
it was better than the last
History and
one.
English were the only 2 subjects in school that I always aced. The rest I flunked. It's fine. I dropped out of high school, and
Yo, Mel, what's up, brother? Thanks, man.
as I got an
Appreciate that, homie.
had to quit my studies because
I
of
will
global
need
recession,
all the luck.
construction companies going bankrupt. No one wanted a girl
Thanks, brother. How are you, man?
as an intern, so I had to quit. Then in 2012, I had a surgery where they removed my tailbone because it was broken in multiple places.
I don't know. I'm not getting any fast
and I was
gates.
in pain from the age of 12.
I don't think I'm doing
So
it
was
right.
really rough. Got that out, got nerve damage, bedridden for a while, and then after a couple of years, it slowly started to get better. 2016, they actually found a stitch that pressed against the nerve ending, and they had to take that out. And that's when my actual recovery started, after 4 years. Fun. And then I was in a very toxic relationship with my ex for about a decade. And in 2020, when I started my channel, he hated it. Like, he hated all the YouTube videos and the
Come on,
research and
man,
the
I
time
suck.
spent in it. And in
How it
2021,
feels? Oh man, not very good.
I was like, you
Almost
know
had
what?
it there. The door, yeah.
You're no
I mean, it was a little
longer part of
faster, but it wasn't.
And that's when my channel actually
wasn't, like,
took off. I
ideal.
started traveling.
It might
to the
have been
UK,
still 30
Malta,
or
Sweden,
53 pace
eventually
maybe,
got the
but
opportunity to tour Egypt for like 5
Thanks, man.
weeks in 2022.
I don't know.
Amazing. Like, that's an experience. You don't want to be in Egypt necessarily for 5 weeks in a row because it's rough.
I'm not close.
But on the other hand, I've been
I'm very,
inside
very,
the
very
Great Pyramid
far.
twice in like a span of 5 weeks. Not many people
Maybe.
can say that.
Facts,
So
That's
I'm very happy with all the opportunities that I got. Life is
Sayonara
always
was in
busy.
here giving me
You have to
tips
make the most
earlier,
of it.
blessedly.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, you mentioned last night, if you're comfortable mentioning it, that you had an accident where you got hit by a branch and it was
Yeah,
I think I
so
gotta
at
keep
the
it
age of
loaded. I think I'm
12,
turning too much
I
there.
was on a horseback riding camp, and we were doing like a forest tour with like the horses, and I wore a cap because it's mandatory in the Netherlands, you have to,
Oh, thanks, Joe.
which is a good thing. I had to cross a stream, and there was a tree on the other side.
Yeah,
and the horse got
cinema.
spooked for whatever reason.
Is this? I am playing the
Threw me
right
off,
version, right?
and I
Not.
hit a cut-off
I am
branch
doing it
with,
right,
like, my
right?
head,
Cinema.
so I had a small crack in my skull, and then I fell face down inside the stream. So they had to resuscitate me, and it wasn't fun. I don't remember anything of this. Like it's.
I did not see
missed
that.
a day and a half of memory because of this accident. I now have migraines and all that stuff. It's not fun. But it was an experience, and I learned that.
Maybe
from
he's
a very
a
young age,
fucking
like,
Zubat
even
fan.
though life is difficult, and you can get very depressed, and you can lose yourself a little bit. Like they tried to kill me off, and it didn't work. So I'm here to stay, and like I.
Oh, I
won't-
get it.
Like life is a gift, and I won't look a gifted horse in the mouth. So I'm gonna make the most of it.
Awesome.
You're not
Love
gonna
it.
get rid of me.
Yeah, cool. Love it. And you've taken that passion to your love for ancient history.
Yeah.
That's a
16 by 9 is
why you're so
widescreen, isn't it?
successful, obviously, why you're growing so well. And so, really
Now that I
cool,
think about
really
it.
cool to really great story. And yeah, so what was it about? I love the fact that you're a high school dropout because it's obvious that you're incredibly intelligent. And there's so many success stories of people
Yeah.
who didn't finish high school, didn't finish college, and went on to be
I saw
incredible
that.
leaders, incredible people,
Pretty
and
insane.
incredible things. I got nothing out of the educational system. I mean, just being completely honest. Like, I mean, some math stuff, was super helpful, and I still use it today. And obviously, being able to write competently is helpful in different times of your life. But a lot of it just the memorization of data and facts. It's just
I don't know, though.
a waste of time. So it's awesome to see somebody, just
I'm not
make
very
it with
successful.
A huge passion for what you do and a huge passion for life.
I'll keep playing, but
Congrats. I'm excited.
It's
about
Thank
like-
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
My sister.
I don't think it's gonna
she's a
happen in the next few
paleontologist,
hours.
So she has studied in like, university.
Not to be like
master's degree. Currently, recently
negative.
finished her PhD. But she taught me a little bit about like how you use the scientific method to like research stuff, and how Google Scholar and all that stuff works. And that was like right at the beginning when I started my channel. That's how I found some very sneaky excavation papers that I used, because they weren't on like the normal Google, but I could find them on scholar.google.com. Very nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, like things like that, she taught me a little bit, but most of it I just figured it out on my own.
Yeah, cool. So ancient history. So your passion for that, where does that come from?
Oh, that goes back like long ways. So I think I was about 6 or 7. My mom had these encyclopedias. She had the whole set, which is not a thing in the Netherlands. Like, not
doesn't
most
matter
people
even
have
if it's
the whole set.
perfect. I don't think it would have been
And I skipped
53
pyramids
anyways.
a lot. And then one day I saw the pyramids, and I just stared at the pictures for hours on end. I like read everything that I could. Then I saw Stonehenge. Again, stared at the pictures and read as much as I could. And I think that kind of was the first moment where I was
Alright.
exposed to it, and I wanted to know more. And then, because of life, you forget about it a little bit. And then as you get older, you start to research it, and then you're like, oh, I want to know more. And then you learn more, and then it's like, I want to know more. And then with like the human evolution stuff that I now do, it started with an archaeological discovery where in Germany, massive parts of forests were
Yeah,
by Neanderthals. And I
Sayonara looks down like
jokingly made a
halfway
video
in
about,
the
like, what if
in the dark
Neanderthals were
area.
farming? Of course they weren't, but I mean, they were at least like intelligent enough to know that if they dropped seeds from like the gathering part of their life, that the same plants would grow on the path that they would have dropped the seeds. So I mean, put 2 and 2 together, they probably could, but they would have probably cleared the forest to make like clearings to hunt, because it makes it easier to hunt. But then again, like rudimentary farming. Then I was like, the people in the comment sections were telling me
come on,
that
man.
Neanderthals were dumb brutes. And I'm like, were they? So I started researching like the intelligence of Neanderthals, and I was like, oh, they're actually like right next to us. Like
Bigger
when,
brains than us, right?
when it comes to intelligence, they were like right
Yeah.
where we are. So they weren't dumb brutes.
Right.
And I was like, I want to know more. And then I made videos on Neanderthal misconceptions, and then I figured out that, oh, there's all these extinct human species. And so I was like, I'm going to research all of them and just make videos on them and have that knowledge available to everyone. And that really launched my channel into what it is now.
Nice. Yeah, the clearing of the forest thing could be for protection / survival.
Holy
like
shit.
If you need to, it's much easier to survive.
I had a stuck and terrible line, but that was definitely the fastest gate I ever had.
The jungle and you don't have a clear line of view or clear line of sight. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Try to YOLO it. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Fast gate though.
If they're telling you they can't figure out how to plant seeds.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Just drop a seed and the plant will grow.
Right.
Under the right circumstances, but still.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be super cool to dive into some of that human evolution.
Yo, progress, thanks,
the
brothers.
species
Thanks,
that we
homies.
have and what we think we were
In
doing,
theory.
the various human species were doing.
In theory.
When does all of that
Thanks,
kind of
bros.
begin? Like, I guess, when does the Stone Age begin?
So the Stone Age goes back beyond all human species that have lived. So it goes back to the ancestral species of the Australopithecines. So if you know about Lucy, that was found in, I think it was Ethiopia. She was an Australopithecus afarensis. And her species, the Australopithecus species, created stone tools, very rudimentary.
Let's
Stone
fucking
tools
go.
that are known
Nice.
as the Lomekwi
In
stone
theory.
tools, and they date back 3.3 million years.
Wow.
So the Stone Age started 3.3 million years ago at least. Yes,
Earliest.
at the earliest. And people often think about like the Stone Age starting somewhere like maybe 100,000 years ago. It goes back way further.
And when did we discover that? When we discovered Lucy on those tools?
I think Lucy was discovered.
That would have been 53 maybe.
And the stone tools, they were more recent, I think. Or like they were maybe discovered back then, but like all the in situ data they found later.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So that's the Lomekwi 3 excavation site in Kenya, yeah. It's beautiful. Like these stone tools they're like I said, they're very rudimentary. They're not as sophisticated as like the later Acheulean tools, but if you grab them and you place them in your hand, you can actually feel where the palm of the thumb would have pressed into the stone to like actually be able to use it. And that's why we know that they were
Seems a little faster.
and they weren't just like stones.
Pretty shit line though still.
So
My
what did
thumb
Lucy
is not
do?
sitting right on the controller. That's why my lines are fucked.
So Lucy was a lot smaller than us and more ape-like still. So very archaic. I think longer limbs, like when it comes to like the arms, were probably more in length. The feet were not like our feet yet, because that
Oh,
started
shit.
more with like Homo erectus. But like comparing like
No, it's
okay, I can
shit.
see Lucy a bit in the
Thanks,
middle
guys.
here, and you can
It's-
see, like,
it's
much
good.
longer arms.
It's definitely
'cause then she
54.
was still more like ape-like.
Low, mid, wow.
So
I don't
Lucy
know, I
was
wasn't-
more, when you look at like
I don't know.
chimpanzees and humans,
It
you
was
see
not-
the difference. So Lucy would have been like in the middle of
The
that
gait,
pole.
it's gotta be way
So
faster, I
it's
think.
not like a chimpanzee, but it's also not like a human. Because she would have been the Australopithecus species were after the split between humans and chimpanzees. And Ororentugenensis is a species that would have been more closer to that split. So
Like I think
yeah,
I might need a perfect gate.
Ororentugenensis, I think is about 6 million years old, a little over 6 million years old.
What were they doing with the tools?
Like I honestly think I might need
So they
me
probably
myself.
would have used that to break open
I think my skill
seeds
level I
and
might
things
need a
like
perfect
nuts
gate.
and things like that. And I'm not sure if it was like used for like hunting, because I'm not sure if like Australopithecus species would have actually like hunted like Homo erectus.
I had
later
really
on,
bad stairs though.
but
My stairs are really
yeah,
shit on
probably
that
for,
last
like,
run.
being able to access.
Like I could have
food
lost the
and things
53
like
to the
that.
stairs maybe.
And some monkeys in modern times entered the Stone Age.
That's
There are
nuts.
some monkeys that figure out that if they use stone on like nuts and things, they can get to like things inside.
Right. Yeah, that's cool. So that's kind of when the ancestors of humans began to use stone tools for like survival,
Yeah.
essentially. And then, so what do we see after that in terms of the lineage of the various human species? Like, how many different types of humans do we know about today?
Ooh, well, we have Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo antecessor, I'm just going for like the bigger ones. There are some like species that are thought to maybe be different from, but often get paired in with the bigger species. So habilis, erectus, antecessor, heidelbergensis, neanderthalensis, denisovan, naledi, floresiensis, luzonensis, and then you have like Homo longi, but that could have been a Denisovan, but it's unsure. Chris Stringer feels like it might have been a Denisovan. So here you can like see at least some of the ones that, like Rudolfensis is often paired with either habilis or erectus. So Rudolfensis I often don't talk about separately, but I'm going to make a video on in the future to like look at why it's often paired with one of the other species. And you can like see Aurorum tugenensis down there, and Sahelanthropus chadensis. Those are the first bipedal hominids.
I don't know. It looks pretty similar to me.
In Africa.
Looks like I'm doing the same thing.
Tugenensis might have traveled as far north as Crete, because they found footprints on the island of Crete near Tragillos, and they most likely belong to Aurorum tugenensis, according to Professor Per Alberg from the Uppsala University.
Okay.
Don't fight me.
Yeah.
I interviewed him for like 40 minutes on those footprints.
Okay.
So it was.
Should I look down all the way
man.
to the door? Maybe.
Yeah.
Very charming. Knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah, cool.
And you have like Afarensis, that's a Lucy, Africanus, Sediba, Garhi, and Anamensis. So those are the Australopithecines.
Okay. And so the theory, the currently accepted theory, or the today the most likely scenario for is what in terms of like where is it the out of Africa thing still? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I often look at the European Miocene apes.
Yeah.
Those predate the African lineage, and it is a possibility. It's plausible, but out of this point in time, it's unsure. But it might be possible that some of them migrated south back into Africa and eventually led to the Australopithecines. So it's a possibility, but there's not enough evidence to be conclusive about it. But I do want to remain open-minded to that possibility, because there has been research done on multiple species that lived during the European Miocene. So in the Miocene we have numerous species in Europe. The most notable are Danuvius hugemosi, Dryopithecus, Gryzopithecus freibergi, and then Oreopithecus and Uranopithecus. Those are the bigger species that might have possibly migrated back south into Africa. And some of them might have been bipedal, which would make them the first bipedal hominids that we currently know of. Like I said, Aurorum tugenensis and Sahelanthropus chadensis. Like Sahelanthropus chadensis.
A gate, I gotta double warp it. If it's a slow gate like that,
hominid in Africa.
I might have to warp the second gate to
7 million years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
While the European Miocene apes were like 12 to 9 or 8 million years ago. So they would predate.
Gotcha.
And the climate in Europe became uninhabitable,
oh,
became too
terrible.
cold. So that's why it is believed that they may have migrated south to where it was a more suitable climate for them. We know from like giraffes.
I turned left too much.
They started in Europe, but then the climate became uninhabitable and they went down south. And so they went.
Thanks, Dirty Harry.
into
Yeah,
Africa,
I'm
and that's why
I'm
we
trying to YOLO
nowadays
it a little
have
more.
giraffes
Trying to
in
make it
Africa. So it
faster.
is possible
I've always had a
that
pretty
some of
conservative
these
lock
European
shot.
Miocene great apes did the same. Yeah.
Okay. So then.
Try to turn less,
So
Mammo.
let's pick one.
Like that?
And dive a little bit deeper into it. So maybe like the Neanderthal species. That's a really good one. What was kind of their path? What do we know about them? And yeah, walk us through that.
A lot of people think that the Neanderthals would have just started in like the
Turn left too
it's
much.
most likely that they started in like Eurasia or down south. They probably migrated more northwards because of the climate being suitable for them. They would have lived in more colder climates compared to like other species. So Neanderthals are very interesting because they created art. Most likely created art. let's keep it at that. So we have some cave paintings in like Spain that don't make sense when looking at the dates.
Oh, is that why they're
So some
doing
of
it
them
right?
might be like 54,000 years old, or 50,000 years old. Humans, like Homo sapiens, weren't yet there to make that art. So it would have probably been created by Neanderthals.
Yeah, I feel like I
And
might be
Neanderthals
unloading
lived in like small
the
groups.
room going around
They
the
had
corner.
problems when it comes to like their group sizes. So they probably had some difficulty.
That might be what Mamel is talking about. I'm going too far left.
What else? Neanderthals, man. Like, oh, this is the thing. Like, I'm currently working on a documentary about Neanderthals, and every time I talk about Neanderthals, it's like blank in my head. So they emerged around 400,000 years ago, and they seem to have gone extinct somewhere between 37,000
try
years ago and
right strafe
32,000
again.
years ago. And I don't
I
necessarily
just wanted to see
think
if I
they went
can, if I maintain
fully
it
extinct.
loaded.
Like, they didn't drop off the face of the earth. I think they were assimilated into our lineage because modern humans still carry up to, I think, 3% Neanderthal DNA within their genomes. So we probably like interbred a lot. And then because of the fact that
See, I
Homo
turned too
sapiens
much
are
there, I
able
think.
to
I think I might be
reproduce
fucking it up.
quite quickly and probably a lot easier than the Neanderthals were able to, we probably assimilated them completely in our lineage. So full-bred Neanderthals may have already went extinct around 37,000 years ago, but then around 32,000 years ago, they were completely assimilated at that point. Yeah.
So where are we getting the information that we're drawing the conclusions about? I mean, that the stuff that we know about Neanderthals, like, or that we think we know. Like we found some bones. I know you mentioned the cave paintings. That's freaking awesome.
See, I think that's not even
I mean,
right.
If they were doing cave paintings, they could be farming. I mean, you know, it's
Who knows?
yeah. And so, but what are the things that we've discovered? What are the bones that we've discovered? And
Oh,
what
it's
conditions
faster.
and that lead us to the conclusions that we think that we know about the Neanderthal species.
So Neanderthals are, I think, one of the species that we know most about because of the fact that we found so many bones.
Okay.
Like, I think we found nearly full skeletons. We also found possible Neanderthal burials in France. It's some
Fuck, I almost threw away
researchers
right there.
don't like to say that, or like some academics don't like the idea that these were probably
That might be 53.
burials because, you know,
No
having
boost
to-
though.
like, doing burials means that you have an understanding about life and death, and
Really?
it's a little bit of a
Wow.
ritualistic aspect into
The
it
gate
as
was
well.
better.
So for a long time, it wasn't believed that Neanderthals would be able to do that, but there were probably Neanderthal burials because they seem to be intentionally buried, like places in France. So if you have a burial, you have quite full skeletons. So, oh yeah,
Mm,
I was saying this is one of the possible intentional burials of
Wow.
Neanderthals.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's incredible. Some, like I said, some researchers don't want to go there at the idea that they might have possibly intentionally buried, but I think
It seems
they
very precise, Joe.
They were
Like, it
smart.
seems
They probably taught
very
us
precise. I
Homo
spent a lot of
sapiens
time.
a lot. So Neanderthals were the first to create, probably the first to create mammoth bone shelters in like Ukraine.
Sayonara's
Siberia,
been in here
and
giving me
cold
tips and everything
climate where
too.
mammoths would have roamed. They, the bone shelters are incredible.
I think that last run might have
So
been my
they would
fastest, one of the
use
fastest gates.
tusks. And I think
No, the one
ribs
you saw
out of massive bones,
before was
and
fastest.
then they would put like the hides over it, and you have a perfect shelter.
Wow.
And it's perfectly suitable for that cold climate. And then, yeah, like here you have one. This one is more recent. This one is like created by Homo sapiens. I think this one was found in Ukraine.
That's incredible. So I mean, they're building houses,
Oh, yeah,
structures,
yeah,
places to sleep, places to live.
yeah. But this is incredible. Yeah. So we have some more modern ones. So like on the next to my thumbnail on the left, this one. This is more of a modern one.
So you're saying the Neanderthals built the pyramid?
Nah. God, I love love that idea. But no,
Kinda turn left.
unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Neanderthals would have been extinct, unfortunately, by that time.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, that lost ancient advanced civilization may have been Neanderthals.
Yeah.
man.
Right. Yep. It's the thought did cross my mind.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
No, the Neanderthal bone shelters that were probably
I-
by the hands of
I-
Neanderthals are more like just
I was thinking too many things at
lots
once
of
there.
mammoth bones scattered around at this point because it's so old. But there is a chance that Neanderthals taught Homo sapiens how to do this. Just like they would probably had some type of clothing. They were living in quite cold climates. So
Yeah, I
Neanderthals
might be
lived in
curving.
Germany, which is very up north.
My line to that wall might be a little
Homo sapiens
curvy.
started. We started
I admit.
in Jebel Irut in Morocco.
I know what you're
That's
saying.
where the oldest Homo sapiens
I'm
bones
just trying to
were
hit the
found. They're
point.
300,000
Trying to line up my
years old.
ammo.
So
The
that's
fucking light.
our origins as we currently know.
Like, that was a
But
little
that's
better.
far south. That's warmer.
I think, maybe in theory.
And Homo sapiens eventually went back north. Up north, what else? is
Feels
here?
pretty good.
I mean,
It seems like any human species would be able to figure out how to
It was a little better.
create a structure, like how to build something
Yeah.
from bones and hides and,
Yeah.
and whatever, and potentially other things. But
Feels better.
like I had Graham Hancock.
Yeah,
on
but it's
the
hard
show
to-
a couple
it's hard to, like,
last month, I guess,
make
or
that
last
consistent.
month,
I
we were
can't
talking
make it.
about,
It's difficult for me to make it
he was
precisely
showing
consistent.
evidence for bones in North America where the marrow had been extracted from the bones, and it looked as if, like, what could have, there was like fractures on the bones, and then it looked like they hunted and then they extracted the marrow from the bones. I want to say, I forget how many years ago, but it was like tens of thousands
so
of years ago.
we have the Ceruti mastodon site, which is unclear if it was by the hands of humans. So I think he was pointing to like that site because there's a possibility, but as of this point in time, the evidence is not yet strong enough to make the full claim that it was made by the hands of humans, like humans done that.
pretty
The
shit.
Ceruti mastodon site is in itself very intriguing. I've made a video on
So
it a while
laggy.
ago. I didn't go into like full
Why?
depth on it, but
It's so
I
laggy.
mean, I'm not an academic, I'm not a scholar, I'm not able to like get the nitty-gritty facts.
I don't think it's it.
There's always.
No boost.
I think it's intriguing.
Shit.
That's all, but
Lock gate.
37,000 years ago, we have full evidence of humans butchering mammoths and mastodons in North America. So at least it goes back 37,000
In
years
North
ago.
America.
North America.
Okay.
So I got this in my cheat sheet, so I'm going to quickly scroll and see if I can grab it real quick. Because I did some like oldest evidence in North America. So oldest evidence of humans North America 37,000 years ago at the Rio Puerco Canyon in New Mexico. Clear marks of butchery and bone knives as well as evidence of controlled fire were discovered there. So we have evidence of humans being in North America 37,000 years ago. And that is uncontested. So like that's pristine evidence.
And when did this evidence? When did this become generally accepted?
I think in the last decade or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very modern.
Very modern.
Very modern.
Yeah.
So in the 80s, they already knew about the Clovis first not being the case anymore. So in academia, it was already starting to be accepted that Clovis first wasn't the thing.
In the 80s.
In the 80s.
Oh.
That's when it started, at least. And the media is a bit slower when it comes to this kind of stuff. Because the media will still portray Neanderthals as being dumb brutes, even though for decades now we know that they've been very intelligent. So the media is behind on things. And that
Like
makes
that?
it seem as if academia is behind on things. Because the media won't report on it. And I think that's a massive problem that we have at this point in time when it comes to like ancient history. It's the media being outdated, even though they were supposed to be the ones reporting on it, you know? So that's why I like to look at some of the academic papers.
Because it's clear that I'm not doing it right.
and see
Because
what they found.
if someone can get
And
it
talk with
in like
academics in this
a few
field.
hours,
I know from
and I haven't pasted it
people like
once.
Chris Stringer and Alice Roberts, people that research human evolution. All this stuff that I talk about comes mostly because of their information that they shared with the world, even though the media is a bit slow.
Okay. So, academia still thinks that humans came to North and South America through the land bridge around from
That's,
Alaska?
I think, the proposed idea at this point in time still, but it doesn't necessarily make sense because the land bridge wouldn't have been there around 37,000 years ago, if I'm correct.
Right.
I might be wrong. Don't attack me.
Yeah.
But, I mean, do attack me, but it's fine.
Yeah,
I can handle being
You can
attacked,
handle
it's fine.
You handle it really well, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. On X, you just fire right back.
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
It's great.
I don't take shit.
No,
Sorry.
You don't at all. It's
So no,
fantastic.
so we have a lot of evidence for humans in North America. I grabbed
Yeah.
some dates and I put that in a cheat sheet. So we have the fossilized footprints at White Sands in New Mexico. They date back at least 23,000 years.
I forgot to change strafe.
There's a possibility that
Sorry.
some of these tracks may date back to 30,000 years ago. So they're still investigating this, researching this, and like using the optical luminescence dating and all that stuff, like the new science that they discovered and created to research these things. We also have the Galt site in Texas. It's an archaeological site that dates back to about 20,000 years ago. Incredible site. They're currently in the works. I think the film is at this point nearly done. But there's a film coming out on the Galt site in Texas. And that archaeologist that had bought the site and made it his life's work to uncover everything there is to know about this. And they're still excavating. I've been contacted about a year or two ago at this point by one of the people working at the Galt site. And he asked me, like, do you want to maybe make a video on this? Like, I'm not sure if you've ever heard of it. And I'm like, I've never heard of this. It's intriguing. I dived in, made a video on it. It's incredible. I think that shows such clear evidence of human occupation in America, in like North America. It's amazing, and I'm very excited for the film, and I want to promote it. Give me the film already. Like, I emailed them, like, please give me the film. I need this. So we also have the oldest evidence of humans in Oregon, or Oregon, sorry. I got attacked in my comments a lot for this, saying Oregon.
So laggy.
Like, I'm Dutch. I don't pronounce everything perfectly.
Yeah,
always.
don't worry about it.
But like,
Nice.
oldest
Yeah, that
evidence
was a
of
nice
humans
gate.
in Oregon dates back to like 18,000 years ago. They found evidence of human occupation at the Rimrock Draw shelter, like rock shelter. It's very, very incredible. I made a video on this. And
You
blows
said-
my mind.
How far back was it?
18,000 years.
18. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we also have the oldest human footprints fossilized in Utah, date back to 12,000 years. So that's more like the Clovis time period that we're currently going into. But for me,
Oh
it
my
just
God.
shows that humans have been in North America at least 37,000.
There's a big stuck at the start, though. It was a big stuck. It's
That-
not the
that's
run.
what
I gotta
we
clutch it though.
currently
Let's
know.
go.
I just need people to like figure
Oh,
out
I just
more.
suck.
Find
I'm
footprints,
just a
find stuff.
fucking shitty human being.
Come on, I want more.
Yeah, what
Fuck
were they doing?
me.
What were they doing here?
Because it's so.
That was it, though.
All of academia is in agreement on this 37,000.
Damn it.
At this point, you don't have it. There's no
I got a
whole lot.
timestamp. That
I
was
don't
my
think
best
that
door.
the 37,000 years was contested,
Okay.
as
Okay.
far as I'm aware.
And so, how did they get here?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Like, that's the mystery,
Right.
Damn.
and I like mysteries.
Yeah. Ryan, pull up Google Earth. I just want to show you how I think a possible way that they got here. And tell
Damn,
me if
dude.
this
Yeah, I
is
know. I
correct,
just
but
suck. That would've been
something that I've
53 though.
Exploring a little bit
But
with-
dude, that
with
door.
Some guests is
Like, what?
how
I
people
got stuck on the
got
guard,
to
though.
the Americas in the first place. And so
At the
it seems
start, I
like
got
it
stuck
was
for like
the-
half
it
a
was
second.
Clovis first for a while,
not
and
more.
That was people came from this direction and,
Yeah.
and came all the way across
The
here. and
Bering
came down.
Strait, I think.
Right, Bering
Yeah.
Strait. Yep.
Or maybe that's it. You just want a sandbag,
that
maybe?
area, and exploring the possibility of did people come
The door was
this
insane,
from,
though.
from here? And so, if you
That
go
was
back
still
and
pretty
do
good, this
research,
one.
A lot of this land is
It's
above
improving,
water.
bros. I think we're improving.
So, sea levels at least 400 feet
Here's
lower.
my
so
Mel's tip.
Potentially people living here. You've got the
My
Aboriginal
Mel's
people
suggestion
here in Papua New Guinea, Aboriginal.
and Elusive's
and
observation.
you've got a lot of DNA from those people in South America.
Hey, I appreciate it, bros. I
And
appreciate you being
so
here.
I'm
Thanks,
just
guys.
looking at like Easter Island.
Appreciate you.
This what looks like it could be a string of what would have been potentially above water. Potentially, this could have been islands. This leads right to Peru, basically, where you see all of those ancient megalithic structures, Sacsayhuamán, Intihuatana, Machu Picchu, all the ancient big blocks. And when you go all the way and you follow this what could potentially have been a chain of islands, you get to where is it? Easter Island is here, which has a lot of the same walls. It has some of the same walls that we find in Peru, and so the same kind of like building structure.
Man, that door.
Interlocking sort of blocks, which Ryan will add in post-production, but they look exactly like what you find in Peru, but
So what's
supposedly,
52
according to
pace? Would that be a
there's no
36
connection
pause? I
between
guess it'd have to be,
Peru
eh?
and Easter Island that dates way back.
It'd have to be.
And you follow these islands back, and you can and it leads you directly to where the DNA evidence exists in South America. And so I just wonder, could people have traveled from east to west across the Pacific Ocean, had a settlement in the tallest landmass where they created Moai statues, and used the islands as sort of places to repair their boats and get supplies and get food and drop off and sleep, and maybe they were living there, maybe they weren't, but it just seems like that's such an easy explanation during the Ice Age for people to have come from that part of the world and come into South America first, as opposed to coming into North America first. And I just was curious your thoughts on that.
That's pretty clean. I'm cleaning up. I'm definitely still just warming up and de-rusting, honestly.
I think
it was a clean run.
It would be crazy to say that it's impossible.
What? Come on.
And I like the plausible explanation that it could give us. So I think that if there's a way for us to do
It's good stairs. The stairs have improved significantly.
possible islands back in the day, like along the ocean floor, I think that if they find at least like one or two bits and pieces of like possible evidence, then it becomes a stronger idea and theory, and then it would probably get more attention to be researched. I don't think it's impossible at this point. When I look at it, yeah, if the water recedes enough for like some of that to be above water, then it is a possibility. Because we know about like Homo erectus reaching Indonesia 1.6 million years ago or so. I mean, how did they get to Indonesia? Like, they make boats? Well, probably the water level was a lot lower, so they would have been able to like walk there. Same with like the Wallace Line and all that stuff. So I think it's definitely a possibility.
What are some of the coolest, craziest things that are like the most unexplained things that ancient humans have done?
Yeah, I gotta fix that tunnel part.
So we have.
I think that's my issue.
France, we have stone circles.
My tunnel part is definitely the issue.
Possibly by Neanderthals. Because looking at the dates, it must have been Neanderthals because Homo sapiens weren't there yet.
Okay.
That's a ritualistic aspect, and you can see the picture right here. I made a video on this on my channel as well because it's so incredible. So that shows that Neanderthals had a ritualistic aspect to their lives and the way they lived.
So stalagmites are
like that.
And they're natural formations.
They're natural formations, but the stalagmites and stalactites they would have used to create these stone circles. And it's not just one stone circle, there's multiple, and there's evidence of fire having been burned like near these. So definitely ritualistic aspect. Incredible.
That's incredible.
And most likely made by Neanderthals, because there hasn't been an explanation for humans having done this.
And any thought as to what they were doing?
Well, it's I think the ritualistic aspect says a lot. So we often forget that in our everyday lives, we all have rituals that we do. The way you wake up, the way you do things, the way you make your breakfast, the time that you eat your breakfast, it's all part of your ritual in life. People often say that, archaeologists often say that it's a ritual building, like it's a temple. a ritual building back in the day could have been a community space. Simple as that.
Man, we may have
It's a
to like
ritual to
go
there
back and watch
spend
that
time
run.
with each other. It's part of a ritual. So it
Like,
doesn't
for
need to
real.
be like the woo-woo religion stuff. A ritual space in itself grants you a community, some wisdom that could be shared.
We'll do that. We'll do that in
food
like
that could be shared. It's all part of
maybe
ritual.
15
So
minutes.
I think
We might look at
in a
that run.
ritualistic sense,
Where the gate was
those
wide
circles
open,
were made
but
by
I got stuck in the
Neanderthals,
guard
and
for like
they
a
would
second.
probably created them to have a sense of community, do things together. They probably during that time had a bit of a surplus of food, so they had the time to do this. They were probably thriving, because if you don't thrive, you don't have the time to do anything like this. And I think it would have been a way for them to share knowledge.
Is there any evidence of like more advanced tools than just rocks that they were using, or like any evidence of like bow and arrow, or like nothing like that?
No.
Okay.
We do have the Schöninger spears.
Spears.
They were made from wood, and they
Yeah.
were found at Schöninger in Germany. They are the oldest known spears, probably created by Homo heidelbergensis or Neanderthals, and they date back to 300,000 years ago. So they would have had at least like wooden tools as well. Not just Neanderthals would have definitely created wooden tools, bone needles, things like that.
The reason I asked, I saw a documentary about that showed some bones from a Neanderthal that looked like it was hit with a projectile, and so I guess a spear must have been a spear probably. But,
Yeah.
But that was pretty interesting that they were potentially warring with each other or potentially warring with a different species of human or whatever it might be. So what do we know in terms of like them fighting with each other and
Well, it's difficult for like that kind of information
Yeah.
because of the fact that it's so long ago,
right?
and you only get like bits and pieces. But we do know that so Homo antecessor was most likely the first human species in Europe. So they were the pioneer species. They left the footprints at Hasbro in England. They are probably ancestral to Homo heidelbergensis or heidelbergensis for the German watchers. I just have to. I'm sorry. And then Homo heidelbergensis is most likely the last common ancestor between us, Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, possibly Denisovans. If the heidelbergensis was assimilated into Neanderthals or us Homo sapiens, we don't know. They might have gone extinct. They may have had some, fights and war or whatever. It's very possible. But I don't necessarily see evidence for Neanderthals and humans having been at war or things like that. We see interbreeding, and we see that quite a lot, and that's why we currently have such a high percentage still of Neanderthal DNA, even though they've been extinct for at least 32,000 years. And we still carry up to like 3% of Neanderthal within our genomes. So that shows that we couldn't have been at war necessarily. It's more like we assimilated them, we interbred a lot. We probably had a lot more in common than people currently think. But it's possible that heidelbergensis and Neanderthals may have clashed.
Any evidence for like medicine or taking care of each other or surgery or any of that kind of stuff?
So recently they discovered that there was a Neanderthal child that most likely had Down syndrome. And I think it got to like the age of 5 or 6. So that means that the Neanderthal community that it lived in took care of it. And that shows a level of care and I think love beyond just survival.
How do we know it had Down syndrome and how are they
It's
taking care of it?
a thing in the ear that they also use in modern times that they can see. Like
I tried to
it's
tried to
part of
super
the
you all
inner
the way.
ear, that shows Down syndrome, I think. I'm not an expert on this, but I think it's part of the inner ear that they discovered that they found. that child most likely had Down syndrome. And it got, I think, to like the age of 5 or 6. That child couldn't have done anything for the community. So, I mean, they took care of it. Yeah, at least the 6 years of age, yeah.
I feel like most 6-year-olds need to be taken care of. I mean, it different back then. I feel like because like you could, if you were just wandering out, you could find water. You know, there would be drinking sources. They would settle by drinking sources. There would be food to eat, and so kids today can't drive to McDonald's. You know, they can't drive to go get to the grocery store. They can't go get food. So they're pretty much more helpless today, I feel like, than they would have been back then.
I mean, even compared to like, when you look at like our human lineage, and if you go back far enough, that the fact that we share lineage with chimpanzees and gorillas and orangutans, if you look at their babies, like within minutes, they just grab mom, done.
Right.
Just grab mom. And if mom walks for like 10 hours, they grab and they do not let go. Human babies are completely useless.
Yeah.
Absolutely, completely useless up until like the age of what, 8?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, about that.
Like a kid can't really take care of itself.
Right.
Like I probably should know since I wasn't really been taken care of as a very young child. So my oldest sister would help me out with like making my own bread at the age of like when I was 6. Looking back, like I did a shit job.
Yeah.
I'm glad I survived this long, but I mean, if it was just up to me, I wouldn't have survived.
Right.
So, human babies, just completely useless.
Yeah.
They can't talk, they can't understand, they just cry. Not that I hate babies, they're cute. But I mean,
You're just not going to have any.
nah. And that's fine.
It's fine. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Not everyone needs to procreate.
Right.
You know, you don't want more people like me.
Absolutely. Ryan is in your camp. He's going to skip that whole process.
Yeah.
What else about, before we move on from ancient humans, anything else that we didn't cover that you think is...
So the hobbit species, this is just something can't help myself. So in Indonesia, at the island of Flores, we had a hobbit species living there from I think 150,000 to 90,000 years ago. Most likely a direct descendant from Homo erectus that went there. Homo floresiensis is just insane. A very archaic morphology, as you can see, like long upper limbs and like arms.
I'm definitely going to lift weights
climbing,
in an hour or so, maybe 2 hours.
Definitely like a Homo species, like a human species. Very small.
This is not very much
I
fun.
think like 1.1 meter tall.
It's fun hanging out with you, my
I'm not
friends.
sure if that's like a little over 3 feet, if I'm correct, when I'm like converting my meters to my non-metric, whatever. Yeah, 3
That is an ugly...
feet, 6 inches, I think I just saw. So about, it's
That is
very
ugly.
tiny.
So it's an animal.
And big feet. So like Tolkien was right. Hobbits.
Yeah.
Little hobbitses. But yeah, no,
That's crazy.
they are incredible. And they're currently still excavating the cave where the fossils were found. So more and more information is coming to light very slowly.
How
But
many were found?
All right. You say how many? So let's grab the cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Let's see. There was. Oh, that's
15. So it's 15. Partial skeletons.
Yeah.
15 of them.
at
Wow.
least 1 or 2, I think, like at least 1 full skeleton, I think, and then
A lot of body parts.
lot of
Yeah.
yeah. Mostly they find teeth from like ancient human species because the teeth decay the slowest.
Right.
And Indonesia is not the perfect climate for like fossilization and preservation. So if you want a fossil to be preserved well, it needs to be either a very cold / dry climate, or it needs to be covered in mud.
Okay.
But like warm climates, humidity, all that stuff, super bad.
Okay.
And you can't extract DNA anymore because the DNA decays so fast.
Okay.
So that's why at the Denisova cave in Siberia, they found in one cave evidence of Neanderthals, Homo sapiens, and Denisovans. At first, they thought those Denisovan bones and teeth that they found were just, a little bit of the weird Neanderthal. Then they did DNA research, and they were able to extract DNA, and they found new human species, known now as the Denisovans. But they've only been discovered through their DNA. And the only reason that we know that is because the DNA was preserved, because it was such a cold climate. It was preserved perfectly for this. They've also found molars of Denisovans, most likely Denisovans, at the Tibetan Plateau and in Laos, in the Annamite mountain range. They couldn't extract DNA from that, but they were able to look at like the ancient proteins in like the teeth, and through that analysis they found that it's most likely Denisovan. Not fully 100% conclusive like at the Denisova cave, but similar enough to that it has to either be a hybrid or part Denisovan. Has to be in it. Yeah.
Okay. What were they like? What were they doing as a species?
It's difficult because we know so little about them. Recently made a video on them, and where I looked at what we currently know, we really don't know that much. We do know that they are more similar to Neanderthals than we are similar to Neanderthals. So they would have most likely split later from the last common ancestor than us. So if you look at like the possibility of Homo heidelbergensis being the last common ancestor, it makes it a bit weird, because then the dates probably are a bit off. So if you have heidelbergensis that split into us, and then Neanderthal Denisovan, their split ends up happening later than us. That's weird. So it's probably that Homo antecessor is our last common ancestor with Neanderthals and Denisovans. We split from Homo antecessor through possibly interbreeding with heidelbergensis as well. And then you have like Neanderthals and Denisovans. Their last common ancestor is most likely heidelbergensis, because they share most of the morphology, and like they share most with heidelbergensis more than us. And that split would have probably happened around 400,000 years ago, maybe a little bit earlier, but at the last 400,000 years ago, because that's when the first Neanderthals emerged. So it has to have happened around there. And Denisovans seem to have emerged around that same time as well. So that's probably when their split happened. They were able to interbreed. There is a full hybrid found known as Denny. 50-50 Neanderthal Denisovan. So it was a Neanderthal mother and a Denisovan father, if I'm correct. And she lived around 90,000 years ago. And her remains were, like some partial remains of her were found at the Denisova cave in Siberia. Yeah.
So when we're talking about splitting from ancestors, and I mean, so we have all these different species. So in order for these species to evolve and to form and to become what they eventually become, that happens because they're evolving in different locations, because they've separated from whatever the core species was. They moved to a different location. They're interbreeding with their species within that location. The climate's different, the food's different, their environment's different, and so they're evolving differently. And so in part of the world we're getting hobbits, in part of the world we're getting Denisovans, in part of the world we're getting Neanderthal. And so that's essentially, so if that's known and that's fact, why is evolution a question for people? I don't think we understood that.
I think it partly has to do with religion, that
Okay.
evolution is so contested.
Got it.
Because some people that really, really, really believe in the Bible think that the world is only 6,000 years old.
Okay.
I get them a lot in my comment section, like a lot.
Okay.
I really did not think that was such a thing, but apparently it is. So, because of their belief that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, of course you can't have dinosaurs, of course you can't have human evolution, like of course, God created everything. It's only 6,000 years old. Doesn't make any sense to me when looking at all of this, but I understand their way of thinking. I also think it's important to put yourself into the mind of someone like that. at least be able to understand why they believe. Their faith is so strong. Their belief in their God is so strong. It has to be like this. And you know what? I'm not gonna have an argument with you. I'm not gonna go into this discussion. If you want to believe that, believe it. I'm not here to change everyone's mind. I'm here to research and talk about ancient history. And I just do whatever I feel like my passion takes me.
Yeah.
You know, go with the flow a little bit like that.
Right.
On the other hand, I've seen a lot of evidence for evolution during my research. And having a sister who's a paleontologist, that, you know, the researchers, dinosaurs, and the first vertebrates and all that stuff, you know, you kind of have to believe in evolution at that point.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
if time is real, then evolution is real.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, beliefs, regardless of the nature of beliefs, are ultimately, for me, from my perspective, are limitations. And
Yeah.
so when we take things to 100% true, we're really limiting ourselves from understanding possibilities and understanding the potential nature of reality. The pyramids are tombs. For me, that's a belief. We're taking that to 100%, and so we're limiting the possibility for anything else to be true. Maybe it's maybe it's a high percentage being true for some people. Maybe it's lower for other people. Clovis first is there were no humans in North America prior to 12,000 years ago. That was a belief, but people didn't realize it was a belief. People thought it was the truth, and so it's just super important that we can kind of distinguish between what's a belief and what's a truth if we actually want to live in a reality that's real.
So when you look at like human evolution, all that we know about human evolution comes from the fossil record. And the fossil record in itself is super incomplete. Like I said, from like species of Denisovan, we only have some molars and jaw fragments. It's not going to tell you much, but that's the evidence that we currently have. So that's at least something that we can go off from. Like here, this is the evidence, this is what we know. And of course, there's still mystery surrounding it. And I think that's the beauty of ancient history. I don't ever take things to 100% unless it's been fully researched and there's no other explanation. So Denisovans, we know that they've existed through DNA research. So we know for 100% that this extinct human species existed. That's something that you can take to 100% because it's been fully researched. It's been extensively tried to disprove, because that's the scientific method. The scientific method is not proving that something is A, X, Y, or Z. It's trying to disprove it in any way you can. And the moment you find out that you're unable to disprove it through all of your research, all of your extensive investigations, and you cannot disprove it, that means that it is a fact. And that's why I love the scientific method. That's why I use it in my research. I like to fantasize, and I like to hypothesize. I have my own personal hypothesis even. I didn't share this with you up front because I'm blonde, and it's fine. So I have a personal hypothesis that some of the ancient structures in Europe could have been recreated in ancient times. That they may have been predated by other structures, probably wood, but that's my current belief. So when you look at like Stonehenge, we currently have the stones, and it's I think a little over 3,000 years, a little over 3,000 BCE when they first started. But at the car park, you had like post holes dating back to 7,000 years ago. Post holes that were used with wood, that had wood in it that eventually decayed. To me, it shows that they probably had like wooden structures, but wood keeps decaying. You have to keep rebuilding, and eventually you're just like, you know what? F it. I'm just going to use stone.
Yeah. I feel like the Stonehenge site itself was kind of dated to that 3000 BC time period, at around the same time where people thought that everything is 3000 BC. Like all the big structures around the world are 3000 BC, 2500 BC. Like there was nothing before that. Humans weren't capable of anything before that, so they have to be that age. I feel like Stonehenge could be older than that. Like the actual actual dating?
With like Stonehenge, I don't necessarily see it, but you have stone henges, henge monuments made of stone in like Scotland. So you got the stones of Stinnes, the Ring of Brodgar, Callanish. These predate Stonehenge by quite a bit. Some of them are like, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 years old. You also have like Newgrange in Ireland.
I think Stonehenge is like 7.
At least the Mesolithic post holes are like 7,000. So, like I said, it could have been that they used to make like a henge monument made of wood that they also found evidence of in like Germany and other countries. There's a lot of wooden henge monuments. So I think that they probably had like wooden henge monuments there, and eventually they created Stonehenge from stone.
Okay, yeah, people still think that Stonehenge is 5,000. That's the
Yeah.
general accepted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Newgrange is like, if I'm correct, 3,400 BCE, so that would make it 5,400 years old. But it's been reconstructed in the 60s. And they may not have cleared all the soil, but like lots of the soil has been cleared. So I hypothesized, and archaeologists, I've talked with them, and they say like, probably not, because, but I've hypothesized like, let's say in about 2,000 years, there's a cataclysmic event, all our evidence, all our data and knowledge gets wiped out, and then humanity like has to start over again. And this is just a fun hypothesis. I like sci-fi, so it has to do with that. So eventually humanity gets back to like being able to date things, and then they will stumble upon Newgrange in Ireland. And what if they were to date it? Would they come up with a date from the 1960s, or would they come up with the same date that we found, 3,400 BCE? That was my question. So who's to say that all megalithic structures are necessarily from the date that we currently know? It might have been that when everything was cleared and they rebuilt it at a later date, that is the date that we currently know of. So some of them might predate the current known timeline. My personal hypothesis. So what we do know is that on the Anatolian plateau, where we have Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, Sayburç, Çakmak Tepe, you name all of them. There's a lot of tepes. Tastepeller. So you have that on the Anatolian plateau. These people were living in a surplus when it comes to food. They were already thriving, probably, because otherwise you don't have the time to like build incredible structures. I don't think it was a civilization. I think it was a society. There's a difference. I'll explain that a little bit probably later. But after they stopped creating these things, they started to slowly morph into like agriculture. And that took up a lot of their time. So we have the Anatolian farmers that date back to about 9,000 years ago, or 9,000 years ago, I think, or like 9,000 BCE, one of the two. We have evidence of, in the DNA of the people remains found in like tombs in Ireland, like Newgrange and all that stuff. They carried the same DNA as the Anatolian farmers in Turkey. So the Anatolian farmers in Turkey were probably ancestral to the creators of the megalithic structures in Ireland. It might have been actually that they had the Anatolian farmers had some of the knowledge still preserved from the creation of the Tepe sites, and that they would go into Eurasia. We have ancient structures in like Serbia and that kind of like there. We have some really ancient megalithic structures as well. Very rudimentary.
Okay, let's
like
look at the
Göbekli
run
Tepe, but
that
of
we
course, when
that
you,
was
focus on agriculture for a while.
feels to
Let's say a
be.
couple hundred years. You kind of a little
I
bit
don't know.
forget how you created the
I'm going
Göbekli
to let's
Tepe
watch the
and
run and
Tastepeller
decide
sites
what
because
we're
you've
gonna
been
do. If we're gonna
focusing on
continue
like, growing
or
food for such a long time. Because
switch to lifting
just
weights
like
or
even
something.
now, people they make phones. They forgot how to run a car or like build a car from scratch. You have a phone. You can build this. I don't know how they built refrigerators or phones or whatever. Like that's not my forte. So, of course, they would have that in ancient times as well. So it seems that the Anatolian farmers migrated into Eurasia, Europe, as far as Ireland, at probably around the time that Doggerland was still a thing, before Doggerland completely became submerged. And their descendants probably created the megalithic structures there. And that's why we have like the king's ships and like that were laid to rest in these beautiful tombs. That's why they carry Anatolian DNA.
Okay.
Makes a lot of sense that the knowledge would have come from somewhere. So it makes sense that it came from the Anatolian plateau. Not sure if Malta is like into this, because I don't know how they got there and did that, and the Neolithic builders just completely vanished. Also don't know why. Massive mystery, and I love that. But yeah, it just shows at least some of the possibilities.
So what's the difference between a society and a civilization?
Okay, so it starts with culture, and culture dates back to like community culture, Neanderthals and other Homo species, human species. They lived in groups, social groups. They would have done things for the greater good. Like I said, there was a child with Down syndrome, but it survived up until at least the age of 6. So that means that they lived as a community for and helped each other. Shows a sense of community and culture. Then you have like society, and I think that's bigger groups. A surplus was needed for the creation of the structures. But a society does also things for the greater good, but it's a lot bigger, so you have to like manage it at least a little bit. But there's no structure in the sense of a civilization yet. So there's no kingship, no nobility, there's no laws, administration, writing. That's all part of civilization. When you look at like the definition of what a civilization is, according to the academics. So that's why I don't believe that Göbekli Tepe and the other Taştepeler sites were created by a civilization, because it doesn't fall within what is currently accepted as being a civilization, as what is needed to be a civilization.
So how do you know that stuff didn't exist?
So we have not found evidence for writing, and writing is needed for like the laws, the administration, all that stuff. So the social hierarchy that we see in civilization may have started at the society level, but it eventually became what we currently know happened in like Mesopotamia with like the civilizations.
But so like papyrus will last for like what, just a couple hundred years or so. So I mean, what's to say that they weren't writing stuff down?
Well, papyrus is like the creation of papyrus and like the papyrus scrolls. And the reason we know that came a little bit later is because it's such a sophisticated method compared to like if you etch it on stone or make like clay tablets like they did in like Mesopotamia. That is a lot easier to do.
So this is not live. This was the instigate.
Later, I think it's a bit more sophisticated compared to like.
But how do we know they weren't that sophisticated? How do we know they weren't writing stuff down?
It's possible.
In any means. I mean, in some method of writing stuff down, like if they were doing it, I don't think we'd know about it.
So if you look at like during the Ice Age, we have like dots in cave paintings. So you have like a bison, and you have like certain dots next to it. And I made a video on it that it would have probably been a very rudimentary first form of writing, as in tracking the seasons. So a dot was like start of the season or whatever, knowing when you can do it. I don't necessarily know and understand how you come to that conclusion, but a researcher did. He was not an academic, by the way. He was an amateur. He had the idea, and then he had academics look at it, and they were like, oh, that's actually a very reasonable explanation. It's very plausible. So yeah, here. You can see the 4 dots on the back of it. Yeah, there. So probably did that to like track cycles of like seasons and stuff. So there were probably 4 good seasons of hunting for this bison species.
Yeah.
So it's a first idea of writing. But of course, yeah, when you look at like Göbekli Tepe and you look at some of the iconography that you can find there, it's possible that some of them may have been intentionally created in a way that for them was a form of writing, of knowing. If you see that squibble or if you see that swirl or whatever, it means this or that. We don't necessarily know
Why
that.
would it do that?
That's difficult. But like writing as in like
This is the
actual
run. This is the run.
words
I'm gonna
and
watch one more time.
alphabets, that happened in Mesopotamia.
We think.
As far as we currently know,
Yeah.
yeah. Unless there's more information or like more evidence from other regions, I'm waiting for it. Like, give it to me. Just give me a flux capacitor and let me time travel so I can figure all
I
this
know,
out.
that would be cool. Yeah. It's just that, I mean, it's so hard to find even the bones of our ancestors that, I mean, the stuff that's like the hardest stuff that could have survived from our ancestors. It's so difficult to even find that from
And
50,000 years
they can
ago,
find
60,000
textiles and stuff,
Um,
and threads and even type of glue that Neanderthals created at least 40,000 years ago. So we can.
I'm
we
gonna
can
try a
still
bit
find
more,
a
but
lot. It's just
might
that
stop
like
playing
the
pretty
fossil
soon.
record, we have to go off from what we have discovered, and then there's always possibility. But this is at least
let's
what we've
watch
discovered. So this is what we
some of the
at this point
52s.
in time know.
yeah.
You can't say it's 100%.
Right.
Like with civilization and the writing system, you cannot say it's 100% there. It's just that as of this point in time, we know that it started there because that's the oldest that we currently found. And I think that
Finding glue is different than finding paper, I guess, is my only point.
Yeah.
Like it would be difficult to find paper from any point in history. And if you have people that are intelligent as we are today, evolving at different parts of the planet in different groups as parts of different species, in isolation from each other potentially, and if they are just small groups of people or societies in the case of Testepla, these are people that are as smart as we are today. It's just it's difficult to know what they were capable of.
Yeah.
What they were actually doing. I'm with you. It would be awesome to have like a time machine
Yeah.
to go back and do.
so my thing is always never underestimate.
Right.
So look at like Homo erectus, one of the very first human species, emerging at least 2 million years ago. Within 200,000 years, they were already at Georgia, the country of Georgia for the American viewers. So it's a country in Eurasia. At the Dmanisi cave, they found Homo erectus fossils. Then they reached Indonesia by 1.6 or 1.5 million years ago. So within 500,000 years of them emerging, they reached nearly the other side of the world. Don't underestimate ancient human species.
Right.
And don't underestimate the ancient Egyptians when it comes to like creating pyramids and things like that. Because they were intelligent and sophisticated and they were more than capable of doing these things. The how, I can't say for 100% they created this by this method or by that method. All I know is that all the current known dates point to the ancient Egyptians being the creators and builders of these things. The ancient Egyptians built the pyramids. Exactly in the nitty-gritty detail of how they did it, we don't necessarily know. But we do know that it dates from that point in time.
You've been to Egypt a couple times?
Yeah.
Do you think that we have all of the tools that the Egyptians were using? No.
No. I also think that people underestimate the way sand and water friction can create and cut and smooth and polish. Yeah.
How do you think they did it with all those? Just the Great Pyramid as an example, like with all of those blocks, 2.5 million blocks. How do you think that they were able to quarry, cut, transport, place all of those blocks?
So I've never, and this is a fun thing, I've never fully researched the construction of the pyramids. And there was one of the reasons that I didn't do that as of this point in time yet has to do with the fact that I don't think we've got the full story yet.
Right.
So I can research it,
But nobody
But
knows.
then I will still have some mystery questions in the back of my head, and I will never be able to let them go.
Yeah.
So I like to sleep at night, and I prefer my sanity.
Yeah.
It's very simple like that. Sometimes you have to like know when not to dive in, because I will go down a rabbit hole, and I will keep falling down up until I find that point of this makes sense.
Right.
And because there's still some mystery to it for me personally, I just know I won't be able to sleep for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
Because I will just keep researching, and life doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
Right.
So I think that they did create it. It's just that the nitty-gritty detail of exactly how they could have used water, they could have used, like Wally Wallington showed, ways of like making a block stand up, things like that. It's all very possible. And I like the mystery a little bit, at least in like some points of ancient history that I'm researching. I don't want to know everything yet, because the more I learn, the more I figure out that I actually don't know that much, and that's because I learn more and more. So I have a question and I get an answer, but what happens is then I have 10 more questions because of the research that I did, and there are still some mystery things, and then 10 questions, and then I get some answers, and I get more questions and more questions, and that's my ripple effect when it comes to ancient history. And I want to know everything. That's my problem. Yeah.
What's the most interesting part of Egypt for you, of ancient Egypt?
Ancient Egypt. So when it comes to like structures, it's definitely like the pyramids, starting with the step pyramid of Djoser, because I think that's one of the most beautiful pyramids there are. I've been inside it, and I've always loved it from like pictures and stuff, and always dreamed about it. And it's not just a pyramid; it's an entire complex surrounding it, and the entire complex itself is incredible. The smoothness of some of the stones is just beautiful. So they were very sophisticated. And you can see some of the evolution of pyramid building when looking at the step pyramid of Djoser for sure. But when it comes to like the ancient Egyptians and the rulers and their ways of life, the biggest thing I have is like Pharaoh Hatshepsut. That's like, I can read about her, I can dream about her. I will never be able to let this go. She was incredible. She made the country thrive. She did not go to war. She expanded their area a little bit through some of the campaigns that she put out, and they were just thriving under her rule. They created some of the biggest obelisks that we know of, and the temples created in her name were very sophisticated. Her temple I think it's I'm flunking on the name, this is bad. So at the Valley of the Kings you have the Temple of Hatshepsut, mortuary temple. Incredible. Like the sophistication of building that, amazing. And then you have like her, here you can see it. Yeah, Der El Bahari. The names. It's all names. But it's incredible. I've been there. I've walked around it. It's absolutely gobsmackingly beautiful. And she had a nephew / stepson, Tutmosis, I think the third. Tutmosis the third. People often believe that he was the one trying to erase her from history. I don't see that. And people still believe this and push that idea and that narrative, even the media. So I read once in like one small snippet of a massive paper around her life and death and all that stuff. And there was one little snippet that at the Red Chapel in Karnak Temple, created for her, almost all of her depictions are scratched out, but that there is one depiction of her in the way that they would depict pharaohs being dead, with Tutmosis next to her. And it was created after she died. So I actually found the one stone that this is on. I'll have to share the picture later. I'm gonna have to like really search in my phone. I've got like 25,000 pictures on my phone. I understand a little bit, like within this time limit, I have to find it, but it's gonna take me at least like 10 minutes. So I'll send that later and see if you can show it on the screen if you want in the podcast.
Cool.
But I was actually there with an Egyptologist, and I told her about me trying to find this one depiction. And she told me, like, she stared at the depictions of the Red Chapel a lot, and she had never found it. And I told her, but it has to be very high up, because Egyptian people aren't very tall. I'm tall, like I'm Dutch, I'm giant, it's fine. But most Egyptians are very short. So would they look at the highest row of depictions often? Probably not. So I took her to the temple, the Red Chapel, and we went there. And so I was looking around, and in like 15 minutes, I found it. And I tapped her on the shoulder, and I said, Sahila, it's there. And she's like, no, it's not there. I've checked. And I'm like, no, it's there. And so I pointed her to exactly the stone, and she started crying, actually crying, because I did found it. And she was like, I can't believe this. I've been looking for the one depiction all these years, and I've never found it. And it was just there. It's just that you have to know exactly which of the stones it is. And it's on the top row, all the way to the right in the corner. People don't really look at that, because all the depictions around you are already grabbing your attention. Everything around you is already grabbing you. Why would you look at that one small depiction on that one stone in that one section in the temple? But she started crying, and she translated the text, the hieroglyphics on it, and yes, that was Queen Hatshepsut, depicted as she was already deceased, with Tutmosis next to her, honoring her. So her, I think this might actually be it, yeah. But I'll see if I can find it on my phone as well. But this shows that he was not the one who tried to erase her from history. It was probably his predecessor, or successor, or whatever, how you want to call it. Because Queen Hatshepsut has been erased from history nearly completely. For a long time, it was not even thought to be a possibility that a woman had ruled Egypt during that time.
Oh. What was all the thumbnail stuff that you were dealing with a couple of months ago?
Yeah, I get this a lot. So I, of course, I make thumbnails, and I show a picture of myself in my thumbnail so that people already know it's a blonde woman telling you about history. A lot of people don't accept that I do this, and especially like some men. They say that I pose, or that I use my body to get clicks and things like that. And I'm like, but men pose in their videos, thumbnails as well?
Yeah, men are trying to look good, right?
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't I wear a little bit of makeup so I don't look dead on screen?
Right.
But yeah, no, I often get told that I try to use my assets, and with that they mean my female chest, my chesticles, as I call them. So, sorry. So yeah, I often call them my chesticles because I can't cut them off, and it's like part of you now. But it's fine. Yeah. So that they tell me that I use that to get like clicks and like entice people to like click on my videos and get views and get money. If I wanted to like use my body to get money, I would have had an OnlyFans.
Right.
I don't have an OnlyFans, and I'm always covered nearly until the neck. I mean, come on. It's very obvious that I don't want to use my body like that. I also don't even think my body looks great, or that I myself look good. I have a very strong hate towards like this, and it's become an acceptance at this point. I'm like nearly 33. It's going to take me a long time to eventually like be happy with what I got. But yeah, no, I was bullied insanely when I was younger. I was always called the ugly one, and it was a thing. So I have like zero self-esteem when it comes to that. So about 5 years ago, I went to a therapist, and the therapist told me, you maybe have to like start taking selfies. And I'm like, I hate my face. Why do you want me to do that? Well, you get to learn to accept it by being exposed to it. And that's one of the reasons I also started my channel. I started to film myself. have to listen to my own voice, which is horrid, by the way. I feel sorry for you and Ryan, like having to listen to this. I'm sorry. It's terrible.
To you?
But yeah, I
Oh
hate
my
my
gosh.
own voice.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's the worst. Having to edit while looking at my face and all my weird facial expressions and then this voice and all of that together, and it's like editing, I can do it very quickly because I hate everything.
That's
So it's
fine.
just go through.
You gotta work on
Done.
it.
Oh yeah, no, I hate
You
it.
gotta get to the bottom of this. Yeah.
Oh.
Ryan's the same way with his voice. He can't listen to himself. I think he's getting better about it, but there's some ways to overcome this, and I think like listening to yourself
Yeah.
and just full acceptance of
Yeah.
yourself is one of those ways. Just to know that it's
Yeah.
like it's not the reality of the situation. Like it's like we're creating that about ourselves, whether it's body dysmorphia or
Yeah.
whatever it is. It's just but well, good for you for starting a channel then, and attempting like having the courage to
Yeah.
go through all that.
I mean, I told the therapist I want to watch, and I look into the mirror because I have to brush my teeth, and she was like, "Honey, it's
Yeah.
not good.
Right.
You got to
right.
do something about this." So
Yeah.
I don't take pictures of myself to sell myself. It's really a part of accepting who I am. And the reason I sometimes post them online, and I don't post all the selfies that I take, but I sometimes post one online and then I get attacked for the fact that I do that. And I'm like, part of accepting myself is sharing the way I look with other people.
It's not like you're not wearing anything. Like you're like
Like I
wearing,
said, I'm
long
covered up until
sleeves.
like the
Right.
neck.
So what's the
I've not shown cleavage anywhere in any of my videos
right?
in the past nearly 5 years that I've had a channel.
Right. So,
If I wanted to do that, I would have done it. I wear my everyday clothes. So for me, it's very important to be okay in my own skin. People say I wear tight t-shirts or tight sweaters. They don't understand. I was abused physically as a child for 9 years straight. I was hit, kicked, slapped out of the blue at any point in time. So I currently wear a little bit of a looser fit. I have a tank top underneath. I don't handle clothes out of the blue touching my skin because it's a trauma response. It makes me flinch. So whenever I wear baggy things, I have something tight underneath. But when I wear a t-shirt, like a normal t-shirt that I feel okay in because the fabric is nice and it fits me and it hugs my skin, it has nothing to do with tight and showing boobs or whatever. It has to do with the fact that that's a trauma response for me. And I feel okay in clothes that fit me. Just like men wearing muscle fit.
sure.
How dare they wear muscle fit and show off their muscles? It's all, just created OnlyFans already. I mean,
Right,
come on.
right.
Like,
It's crazy.
why am I being held to that? Is it just because I'm a woman? I didn't ask to be born as a woman. In fact, as a young girl, I often cried myself to sleep that I hated the fact that I was a girl and I was going to have my period, and then I got my period, and I cried myself to sleep that I hated the fact that I got my period. I'd never wanted to be a girl. It's not that I'm trans or anything. I am a girl, and I fully embrace it. But life for me would have been 1,000 times easier if I was born a boy. I mean, just peeing in itself, it would have been.
That's true.
Getting drunk and just la 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 la.
Right.
Come on, it's 10 times easier than what I have to do. You know,
Yeah.
find a bathroom, pay for the bathroom, hope that it's clean, and then find like pads on the walls, and it's like, oh
Yeah.
God, I just want to pee in the bush. Would have been so much easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, for my life as a girl is 10 times rougher than it would have been than if I was born a boy.
Mhm.
But then I get people don't take me
I
seriously.
mean, the thing to realize about people attacking like you or your looks or your body or whatever it is that that's just their insecurities coming out. It has nothing to do with you. It's like their ego. It's their attempt to gain moral superiority over someone through
Yeah.
judgment, through negative judgment, and through shaming.
Yeah.
And that's just like a conditioned thing. It's like it happens in a lot of families. It's conditioned through the parents. And it's just something that comes from. It's an unfortunate part of the human condition today
Yeah.
that we're seeming to deal with. But you have to know it has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
And you know, the comments and stuff, like this is why Joe Rogan doesn't read comments. You know, it's like
I know why. Wow.
Yeah. I'm fortunate people have been.
You
like,
want to see my block list on YouTube
oh,
with my hidden
I
words?
bet it's extreme.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna exceed the amount of letters that I can use very quickly when it comes to this.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, you handle it well.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And good for you for overcoming all of the past and being present and doing your thing, in the moment, and not being afraid to put yourself out there and start a channel, because I know it takes some courage. It takes some courage to.
It
do
does.
that, yeah.
It actually does. Putting yourself out there and having people watch you.
Yeah.
And if you make a mistake, then you can hear about it for like weeks on end.
Right.
But, or then 2 years later, someone brings it up again, and you're like, oh, I thought everyone forgot that.
Yeah.
So I toured Egypt for about 5 weeks in 2022 with Adept Expeditions and NEXT. A lot of fun. 5 weeks in Egypt's a little bit too long, but you get to the Great Pyramid twice in the span of 5 weeks.
I see Johanna James with you as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
The first tour, so the first tour was hers, and I was her guest on that tour, and she had to leave early because she had to film a TV show. So I spent about a week and a half with her, and she left, and then I stayed, and after that did my own tour. A lot of fun. But at her tour, we went to the Edfu Temple, and this was an experience. So this was nearly on the anniversary of my grandma passing. My grandma loved owls. And I was mentally not doing the greatest at that point. Because, it's nearly been a year that the woman that felt like a mom to me passed. And I'm in a different country. I'm not with my family. My family was getting together. And I walked into the Edfu Temple. So you get on these carriages with horse carriages. That's the only way to get from the boats to the temple. Really chaotic. So your adrenaline is through the roof, all that stuff. You enter the temple, and all the people there were just staring up to the right as you enter. I was like, what are they looking at? So I asked NEXT, what are they looking at? And he's like, oh, hey, there's an owl there. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Are owls here often? He's like, I've never seen one. Let me ask someone. So he asked a couple people that were working at the temple for years. Some of them worked there for 40 years. They had never seen an owl there.
Really?
So he took a picture of me looking up at the owl from behind me. So you can see the owl on my arm that I tattooed for my grandma, and you can see the owl in the distance. It's one of those experiences that shows the mystery of life a little bit to me. You don't know what happens to you after you die, but there's at least something. So she was looking at me that day, letting me know that everything's going to be fine.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. And you want to show your tattoo?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be visible.
It ought to be.
But
oh, it's way on the back.
yeah, it's way on the back.
Yeah.
So I'll share it later.
Cool.
I told Ryan, it's on my Instagram,
Cool.
and I'll share the pictures later.
That's really cool. That's powerful.
Yeah.
And so 40 years, I've never seen an owl in that location.
No. Owls really aren't that known in that area.
Yeah, I've never heard of an owl in that part of Egypt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. So, have you ever had any other kind of spiritual or spiritual experiences before, or paranormal experiences before?
So, when my grandmother's mother passed, I was 12. So I've known both my great-grandmothers. One passed when I was 10, and the other passed when I was 12. So I went to the service of my my grandmother's mother, and the day after I was home, and I was looking in the mirror, I was just tying up a ponytail. And as I dropped my right hand down, there was just some weird warmth on my shoulder. And I remembered the last time my great-grandmother touched me was on that point. So I don't know. I feel like there's something after death. Yeah.
It's pretty much scientifically proven that energy can't be destroyed.
Yeah.
And it continues. So yeah. All right. Well, we won't get too deep into that, but what else in Egypt? You had mentioned that fascinates you, and I'd like to ask you about the vases maybe, but you had mentioned the whale bones.
Yeah. So there's this location known as Wadi El Hitan, in Egypt, so it's a bit more south than Cairo. It's quite in the middle of the desert. So back in the day, I think it was 1902 when the first bones were discovered to protrude out of the sand. And then in the 80s, I think Philip Gingerich is his name, started to like excavate there, and he discovered like massive Basilosaurus fossils, and some of them had like hind legs. And what? And it was like, okay, wait, whales with hind legs? So they actually discovered through that part of the evolutionary tale of whales. So whales, as most animals, you get from a water animal to a land-based animal. That's how evolution started. But then the whales, their ancestors were like, oh, let's go back to the water. And that's why they are mammals. They have to like come up to breathe and stuff like that. So here you can see like the hind limb cast of the Basilosaurus. It's incredible.
And when are they supposed to have lived?
I think about 37 million years ago.
Okay. And there were whales with hind legs.
Yeah. So you can still see that they were way more closely related to like the land-based animal that was their ancestral species.
So the whale bones that we find in the desert in Egypt, do they all have these hind legs? Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the Dorudon, the Basilosaurus, and there's another one, Gyges gehennae. And that was the first late Eocene protocetid. So there was the Tethys Ocean, where the Sahara Desert is currently located, and in the Tethys Ocean, these beasts would roam around. So they would still have to like go up for water and like up for air. Whales do that nowadays as well, but now they can stay underwater for much longer than back then. But yeah, so there was like a land animal went back into the water that had to still lay like eggs and stuff like on land, like procreate on land and all that stuff, and eventually that led into them doing all of that underwater as well, first on like shallow banks, and now whales can just do that. And then evolutionary speaking, that's insane. So you have like water animal, land-based animal, back into like a water-based animal.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they also found other species there. So they found like a shark tooth from an extinct shark species that lived there a long time ago as well. Let's see, the shark tooth was from like 40 million years ago,
Okay.
41 million years ago.
Okay.
Crazy. They also found sirenians and reptiles. They found skeletons of them as well, but just not as many as the whale skeletons from the Basilosaurus and the Dorudon. Yeah.
So how much of the area was underwater?
Well, you can still see, like, if you look at like the Sahara there, you can see those lines and squibbles and stuff. Like, that used to be the seabed.
Up in here, up in
Yeah,
the desert
yeah.
area.
It used to be the seabed.
Okay. So this looks like, I've talked about this stuff with other guests prior, and this stuff looks like, so this is supposedly wind dead. This was supposed to be created by wind in northern Africa. And the interesting part about it is that it kind of creates this, it starts up here and it comes in up here, and it sort of circles around and then goes this direction, and you've got all of these deposits of salt that are all over the place. You've got a volcano here in the Kusi that has actually salt inside of it, and it erupted not crazy long ago, but you've got salt deposits in there. And then all of these kind of striations just continue out to the west and go over to the west, and then out here, ultimately into the ocean past the Richat structure.
I think it's partially both. Partially like from the old sea floor, because a sea floor can also have like channels and rivers. often people forget that the bottom of the sea can still have like channels and rivers that flow in their own direction and with their own speed, and it carves out into the seabed. And partially it's wind erosion, because when it was no longer covered in water, the wind had like free reign. So of course that carves it out even more. I think it's a combination of the two. I'm not an expert on any of this, but that's my best explanation, I think, in my mind. So if you go back to like Egypt, so it's there. And it's such a unique location compared to like the rest of Egypt. I think it's about a 4-hour drive from Cairo, which is not too bad for Egypt speaking. A little under 4 hours, I think. But I have to go there one day, and I hope I can get a tour done next year where we will visit the whale bones in the desert. I have to see that with my own eyes. Like I might not be able to touch, but it's fine. I just want to see.
Your thoughts on the vases?
I think they're beautiful, but I have no expertise on it.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm not an expert in anything, but like especially with vases like these, I don't know how any of that works with like validity and how all of the paperwork goes, how it's proven that something is legitimate. I'm like, I have zero expertise on that. I can look at it and I can think they look beautiful, and some of them really look pristine and beautifully made. Not that I have an explanation on exactly how they were made. I think that sand and water were definitely used in the creation of them because of the friction. You can like cut and shape stone with the use of sand and water if you do that in the right way. But besides that, I can look at them and think that this is pretty awesome. Yeah, for me it's difficult, things like that, because I also have to remind myself that I am not knowledgeable on a lot of things.
Right.
And I think that that's okay as well. Like I would love to have an expert talk to me about it in full detail and just give me a complete rundown on like, this is what we know. I would love that.
Yeah, it's tough because we don't know much. It's tricky to that's why we're trying to study them and get to the bottom of them, but a lot more questions than answers.
But that's often what happens with like history and like science and research and all that stuff. You have a question and you get an answer, but then 10 more questions pop up.
Pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much. Yep.
Hate when that happens.
It's it's kind of hurts.
Yeah.
So what any drama happening? What's interesting with the drama?
So there's a lot of drama in history. Who would have thought? Holy hell. My lord. I thought, let me do just some like ancient history stuff. It would be like a lot of stuffy people would do this. Would be good. No drama, no high school shit. Holy hell. It's worse than high school. So you have people on both sides that are very vocal, and some of them want others to pick sides. And I think that's a bit of an issue at this point, because why do there need to be sides per se? Like, we all have the same sort of passion. We go about it in a different way. But like, I'm friends with people in the alternative sphere, like Johanna James. She's one of my best friends. I love her. I would die for her. Like, no question asked. She's amazing, and I have such a good bond with her. We have some really interesting conversations when it comes about ancient history. She loves the mystery, and she believes in Atlantis. I don't. But that's not going to make me...
She's 100 years zero? Or do you think that there's a possibility?
I've not seen evidence for it to be a possibility, so I'm more towards like a 10. So yeah.
Plato's talking about it?
Yeah, but it's more like...
That brings you from 0 to 10.
No, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I can't say for certain that it's not, but there's a slight chance, maybe, plausibly.
Yeah, so do you feel kind of pulled to the people on the... I know you've done stuff with Minuteman, you've done stuff with, what's his name, Dibble, you've got great friends like Johanna, and so there's some
I've done stuff with Johanna as well on my channel multiple times. So that's, for me, like, I personally don't necessarily see sides like that.
Right.
I just see people who are very interested in history, and like with Jana, she does her own research. She likes. She sometimes finds like these topics that I would never have thought about, and I like her work, and I like her personality and charisma. And on a personal level, she and I are quite close. And after my surgery earlier this year, she was one of the few people that kept reaching out to me, asking me how I was doing. Only a friend would do that, you know. Like if you're not friends, you're not going to do that. So, and she had a surgery of her own around the same time, so we kept tabs on each other. Like, how are you doing, girl? But I don't always have to talk history with her as well. We've had some really good conversations about like ancient history and her views and my views, and she always knew I leaned more towards the scientific side, towards the academic side. Not that I'm a part of it, but I never spoke out about me being of that side. And then I was pushed into that label by other people, and I mean, I didn't fight it because I didn't think that it was necessary to fight. If you watch my stuff, you know that I'm quite open still to possibilities. It's one of the reasons I think you invited me to be here.
Yeah, it is.
Even though I lean towards the scientific method, that doesn't mean that I'm 100% of that side. I'm open-minded, and I think it's good for people like me to join spaces like this, to show your viewers that, hey, this is the way I research history and the way I view the ancient world, and let me share that with you. And if you find that interesting, you can look at my channel and look at my videos. But I'm not going to alienate people just for their beliefs or their perception.
So I wanted to ask you about South America a little bit and some of the blocks that exist in South America, because the stonework there is, I just got back a couple of weeks ago, was absolutely blown away by the work there. The explanation for how the blocks were created is hammers, and that things were hammered on and pounded on, and that is what creates these stones that look like this, that were just fit together perfectly. There's been an earthquake here, and you can see that some of the stones have slid back.
Yeah.
On the front of the stones, you can see the hammer marks. It's like potted, and there's all these tiny little holes from where they're hammering on it. There's that's a good. All over these rocks, you can see the hammer marks. But where the stones lay on top of each other, it's totally smooth. And on almost every one of these sites, you see this red stuff in the cracks.
Yeah.
It's like this orangish, reddish like stuff that's just stuck on there. It doesn't come off. You can scratch it. It's like it would take like, I don't even know, it would take metal or something scraping on this stuff potentially to get it off. You can't get it off. But it's just odd to me that where you see evidence of the rock sliding back on an earthquake, where you have it's totally smooth, where the rocks connect with each other and where they touch each other, and the hammer marks are clearly visible on the front, but they're not visible where they're laying on top of each other. So I guess I don't understand the traditional explanation for how these rocks were actually truly worked. If it was hammers, I mean, you need thousands and thousands of people that would need to polish the inside after they got done with the hammers, and to polish the inside as opposed but why they would care about polishing the inside but not the outside is beyond me. So it's just a huge, I think it's a mystery. I don't think we know how these things were made, and I think the red substance that's between the stones is a huge mystery. We don't know what that is. I think it could be anything. It could be a part of the process if they were used to soften the stones potentially, and that's why they fit together so perfectly, and that's why they puff out, and that's why there's no hammer marks between them. And so I wanted to ask you your thoughts on that topic as we kind of move into South America.
Yeah, so I did see NEXT respond to you on Twitter about the red substance, and that he agreed that there's definitely something there. For me, on the top of my head, when I think about stones and smoothing things and like all that, I always go back to like sand and clay and all that stuff, and it could have been like a reddish clay with a lot of silica, because silica is really hard, and you can like definitely use that to polish stones quite quickly and easily. With the red substance, then be ingrained by the rock due to like the friction, maybe, like the heat. Possible. I'm not a geologist, so I'm not very knowledgeable on that kind of stuff. But I do think it's very interesting, and maybe they can like see if they can get some of that red substance off.
That would be
In
nice.
any way, I don't know, but like investigate, research, and like see if they can figure out what that red substance is, because I did see you post quite a lot of photos and videos where you can see the red substance, and like NXT, who went there quite recently this year, also said that he saw it like in a lot of places.
Yeah.
It could potentially hold a clue. But yeah, it would be good to like investigate what is the red substance, like is it a part of like a clay, or like that it was rubbed in so hard, or like it got so hot that it's now part of like the rock underneath. It's possible, but I want to know. I just now I want answers.
Yeah, I know, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
You just put another question in my head.
I know. Yeah, you gotta get your research in this one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself for not. I think it would have been highly illegal to scrape some of it off, but you would have literally need. I mean, it was as hard on there as the rock itself. It was like it didn't seem like clay. Like I mean, and it was on the like the face.
Yeah,
of
was it
where
like in between? Because you've seen some of the rocks like slip off a little
Right.
bit. Like was it underneath there as
Yes.
well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, in several places, in several locations. One was Machu Picchu at the Temple of the Three Windows, massive blocks, perfectly cut somehow. I say cut, but who knows? I mean,
Cut shape.
shape,
Whatever.
and it was in there. It was in several where the rock had slid back or where an earthquake had happened and they had separated. So, yeah, it was all over the place, and only on the walls where they had clearly, where there's no mortar, and they perfectly fit together, like every block perfectly fit together without any kind of seam or crack or break or space. I mean, that's where you saw them, and unless some like an earthquake had separated them or they shifted.
Yeah.
So it was pretty crazy.
That's pretty crazy indeed.
Yeah. What else are you working on in South America? You're interested in that Maya city?
Yeah.
that was-
I often look at like the new archaeological discoveries, and it's also like a playlist on my channel. So I look at like if there's an article coming out. Like recently, there was an article about like this Maya city that was actually huge in the state of Campeche in Mexico, and I think it's nearly 2,000 years old at the oldest parts of it, but they have not been able to do any groundwork. So they're trying to get that in like progress and like actually excavate there, possibly in the upcoming years. And I would definitely love that. Yeah, you can see it here. Like this is what they know from just looking at the LiDAR. And you've seen some houses and you see like a ball court, and I don't understand how archaeologists are able to like see this from simple LiDAR scans. They understand like the entire the way that the Mayas built things, and they can recognize it. I won't be able to do that.
They're guessing in large. I mean, they're it's educated guesses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean like their educated guesses compared to like my educated guess would be a lot better. But I'm very excited for them to actually excavate there.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be good with the LiDAR that we've seen in the past couple years, compared to like people having to go there on the ground, and it was always very slow finding new cities and structures in the Amazon or in Mexico. And in the past couple years with the LiDAR, they can find so many things compared to like a decade or two ago. This was found by I think it was a student who wanted to know more about this area in Mexico and if there was like ancient structures there. And he went on a Google search to see if it was LiDAR scanned in the past, because LiDAR scans are really expensive and often the funds are just not there. So he went on Google to see if there was like the scan already made. And on like page 16 of his Google search, like I don't even go beyond page 4, like hello, I've got a life. On page 16 of his Google search, he discovered that there was a LiDAR scan of the area commissioned by some carbon emission project that like made scans to see the carbon emission and all that stuff. amazing, like
That's crazy.
incredible. It was like he's working on he's a PhD student, but that LiDAR survey, the people who made that survey, that were commissioned for this carbon emission project, they had no archaeologist with them. They never realized. And this was made in like 2013, so more than a decade ago. And now archaeologists are looking at the scans because of this student, and they discovered a huge Maya city. And there's a highway just like right next to it. People are living there. The people are just like farming the land around them, and they had no idea, or like they possibly could have known that there was at least something, but that it was probably like a massive Maya city, they wouldn't have known.
The crazy thing is that these are everywhere.
Yeah.
In the Amazon,
Yeah.
like in the jungle down there, from Mexico to Brazil to
I think
Peru, everywhere.
earlier in this year they found like a massive city in the Amazon near Ecuador, or
Yeah.
like in Ecuador, that was like 2,500 years old.
It's like everywhere they look.
Yeah.
Everywhere they look, they're finding
Yeah.
stuff in the Amazon. It's crazy. And the LiDAR is getting cheaper because they're using drones now to
Yeah.
be able to fly the LiDAR. So that helps. But yeah, it's like it's literally everywhere. And it makes you wonder, like, how many people were really down in the Amazon and when? And because
Yeah.
I hear the dates about 2,000 years and 2,500 years. That's clearly because we're guessing. First off, we're guessing. Nothing's been. I mean, and
It's an educated guess.
it's an educated guess, and it's clearly because what they do think they know is that that's when the Maya civilization existed, and so it must have been the Maya people, and that's who did this. But that's a guess. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be
It
that
could
it's,
predate.
it,
Yeah.
it could absolutely predate.
Yeah.
Until they get down there and start excavating and dating things.
I think that the Olmecs predate the Maya,
Yeah.
at least by a little bit, so it
Yeah.
could even be like an Olmec city.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah. But even that stuff, the Olmecs, like those heads that were quote unquote intentionally buried, like, I mean, how old could that stuff be? What if it wasn't intentionally
If they like did the dating properly, but it depends on when they dated it. Because like radiocarbon dating isn't always perfect, and I put more faith and like belief inside in the optical luminescence dating, because they are able to see when it was buried, like when it was last hit by sunlight and things like that. I think optical luminescence dating is far more reliable, and a lot of academics agree with me on this. So that's why they keep using it more and more. It's quite new. It's quite a new technology compared to like radiocarbon dating that's been around for quite a while now. I think optical luminescence dating will evolve and give us way more answers in the future. And I'm very excited for that. I think it's good that I was born in this time period, because technology is advancing so fast, and we are now, in the past couple years, having new technologies that a decade or two ago weren't even thought as a possibility. And I think that's gonna keep going.
Mm-hmm. Do you know where optical luminescence dating is occurring? I heard that it's like that there's a couple of areas like in France that you can ship stuff there, because I'm looking at getting some of these things. And my understanding is right now it's only granite that can be dated. I was talking to Danny Herman a couple of days ago. He's the guy that did all that work on getting veins, and he's going to come on the show in a couple of months. But my understanding is that it's so young, that optical luminescence dating, and that it's not that it's like it's only certain parts of the world and it's only certain stones like granite. But
I do know that they did optical luminescence dating on some of the fossilized footprints, and they did optical luminescence dating quite recently in La Garma, in the La Garma cave in, I think it was Spain, where they found like a 16,000-year-old Paleolithic hut inside the cave. We made a video on that, but I know from my recollection and my research, I almost know for certain that they used optical luminescence dating all there.
okay.
So I think it's getting more out there, but I can definitely ask some of like the academics or like my sister to see where the dating is done. Would be really nice to do some more research with that, but I do think it's at this point like still quite expensive. because it's quite young, and that makes it more expensive. If it evolves, like advances a little bit more, it probably gets more cheaper and more available to other people as well.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, maybe heading back to the during the break, we talked a little bit about we went back to human evolution, and one of the things that we had missed from earlier when talking about ancient humans and you asked about like medicine and how do they treat each other, and then you had mentioned at lunch that there was actually a what was it, an amputation
Yeah.
that had occurred.
So this is earlier we were talking about like Neanderthals and how they would care in like their medicine and stuff. So this is more like Homo sapiens. So about 31,000 years ago, there was a child around the age of 10 on the island of Borneo in Indonesia, and it seemed to have had a surgical amputation of a lower leg. You can see it on the screen. It's the lower leg bone around the shin, and they amputated the bone below, and the child survived and actually lived for nearly another decade afterwards. And this happened 31,000 years ago. So this means that the people who did this, who carried out the surgical amputation, had the knowledge of amputation, the knowledge on how to stop blood flow, on knowledge about like anesthetics. That they probably drugged the kid like pretty badly, but I mean, it survived. It's fine.
Yeah, I hope
And
it was drugged.
and they would have probably had to have known at least a little bit about like antiseptics, because the kid did not go in shock. It did not die. It didn't die from like infection or anything like that. The kid afterwards was probably completely useless to the community, but it lived for nearly another decade. So there was a high level of care, and I don't think it's a religious or ritualistic aspect in that. It was just, that's a member of our community. We're going to help it. And it's going to have to survive, and it'll live for another decade. It's crazy. So you can see on the bone, you can see where the amputation was carried out. You can see some of the marks left by their tools. It was probably done with stone tools, flint, and like all that stuff. Flint is very, very sharp if you make the right tools. And you can see some bone growth near it, but at the point of where it was like cut, you can actually see like the marks that were left.
Is that the red highlight area?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Crazy.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy. And so you can tell by the bone growth that it was another 10 years because it was a child in the bone.
Yeah, you can see that the bone was still in growth while it was amputated.
Wow.
Just that where it was cut, it's just done.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
But to think that like 100 years ago, people would still die during amputations. This was carried out like 31,000 years ago. Like
crazy.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So you're saying it was aliens?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Has to be aliens.
I mean, it has to be aliens.
Has to be aliens.
Talking about anesthetics, talking about like these unknown.
These were the
tools.
Martians or the Venusians.
Yeah. It's gotta be.
Gotta be.
Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, it's silly to think that people in ancient times weren't intelligent.
Right.
They were. We don't need, like in my mind, we don't need an advanced lost civilization to explain these things.
Yeah.
People were intelligent. Like you can see clearly from this that they had a level of skill and intelligence, and they were able to do incredible things.
Right. And people were just living in pockets back then. Like people were living in groups of like
Small
groups. And so in order for them to somehow have this knowledge of, what did you say, anesthetics?
Anesthetics, antiseptics, stopping blood flow.
Yeah. Like, how do you learn that living in a group of 6 people?
Yeah, it's not like a group of 6 people probably, but like more like 30, 40, 50.
Yeah. So even then.
But like, look at like Neanderthals. They lived in like super small groups, 20, maybe 30, and that was considered big.
Right.
And because they also reproduced at such a slower rate than us. But like we humans, we Homo sapiens, because we live in a larger group, the eldest would have the knowledge and would pass that on. And then they would learn more. And so it all gets added to the knowledge that they already have. How they figured out how to stop blood flow, anesthetics, antiseptics, I don't know how they figured it out. They apparently did.
What would have been used as those two antiseptics?
I'm not sure what kind of antiseptic plants grow on Borneo, but I do think that there is at least one or two that could be used as an antiseptic. And for anesthetics, well, I bet there's drugs there. Just live in, like grow in from the plants and stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe a mushroom or two.
Yeah.
Could be. Here we have something. The fruit of the Panjum edu tree can be used as an antiseptic and processed properly. I think I remember something about this. Indeed, yeah, when I made my video. It was like, it's quite a while ago that I made that video. But yeah, they have a plant there that could be used as an antiseptic.
What's your percent chance that there was a society back in those days?
In about 31,000 years ago?
Yeah.
There's a small chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. For society, like, I often say, like, the birth of society is in, like, the Anatolian Plateau in Turkey, mostly because of the fact that they started building things. So, like, that part of society, I think, started there. But, like, society itself and, like, community building and, like, caring for each other, I think that goes back a little bit further.
It's just to understand the plants that you're surrounded with and to understand how to use them medically.
But like orangutans also use plants to heal their own wounds. So this was quite recent. I'm not sure if Ryan can find this, but recently they found an orangutan that had like a wound on its face, and it used a plant that they chewed on because it was a painkiller. But they also put the plant on the substance of the plants that they chewed on, put that on the wound as well. Yeah, here you can see. So it actually healed its own injury. That's an orangutan. That
it's
has
not
no
an amputation, but
it's not an
still
amputation,
impressive.
but I mean,
Yeah.
having like medical knowledge about like plants and what plants can do things, I think that goes even back further than humans itself.
Yeah. It's impressive.
Yeah. Like we lost the knowledge because we rely on our phones.
Yep.
I think that's one of the issues that we currently face in our society
Well,
or civilization.
and we're not interacting with a balanced world anymore. We're not like walking out into nature and finding plants and interacting with plants, and we're mowing them down and chopping them down and planting stuff that looks pretty. And so
I think we're slowly losing our touch with nature.
quickly.
Yeah. Well, probably quickly, yeah. Like, I think back in the day, in like the Stone Age, the now extinct humans, the human species, I should say, and even us Homo sapiens, like back in the day when we had to build shelters to like survive and things like that, I think our personal space would have been a lot bigger than our personal space currently is. Like my cats still have that. If I stand up in my living room and I just want to grab something from the refrigerator, my cat in its 2-meter high scratch post does not respond, does not twitch, nothing. The moment I stand up, because I had it in my mind that I want to touch his tail, he wakes up. Like, dude, I'm on the other side of the room and you already woke up just because I thought about it.
Right.
He knows something's going to invade my personal space. I think we humans lost that ability over time. So I did a test with my ex who always slept really, really deep. You could not wake that dude up. Like, you could just pants together, all that kind of stuff, make noise, he would just sleep through it. Like, he would sleep through his alarm clock at least 5 times a week. And so I held my hand near his face while he was sleeping. He woke up instantly because I invaded his personal space. And I think that now it's like this close. For my cat, it's like the other side of the room. I think we lost that ability to have that be more further away from us.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's a survival mechanism that we are losing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like it's like knowing when someone's about to call you on the phone because they're thinking about you. It's you thinking about your boyfriend and getting into a space, and then him knowing that you're there. I talked to Stefan Burns a little bit, and he explained it as who's a astrophysicist person and space weather guy, brilliant guy. His thought on that phenomenon is that it's the Schumann resonance, which is essentially light is trapped between Earth's surface and the magnetosphere, and it bounces off, and it's constantly bouncing off. And the wavelength of this specific wavelength of light is the exact length of the circumference of the Earth. But it's basically it's a resonance of light that's bouncing back and forth, and it's all around us. And the theory on it is that light that it's been trapped for millions and millions and millions of years, and that it's carrying information with it, and that it can carry information from the prefrontal from the temporal lobes of one individual to the next, because it's almost like bouncing information off of a satellite to a phone, but you're bouncing information from a brain to a brain, and the information is moving through this Schumann resonance. And so I think it explains a lot of like potentially psychic behavior and psychic capabilities and stuff like what you're describing.
Yeah. I think that could definitely be an explanation. Like when my boyfriend and I started talking, we would often like before the other one like was finished typing, because they typed a little bit. He always types in like half sentences. It's a thing. I don't understand why people do that. I don't understand why he does that, but he does. So he often types in like half sentences because he just types enter so fast. And then I would finish his sentence often. And he was like, how do you do that? How do you know exactly what I want to say? And maybe we were just in like the same wavelength or something.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
We're in the same Schumann wavelength. Yeah.
Because we often say like, oh, we're on the same wavelength. And for us, it's more of like a joke. But I do understand that there could be a scientific explanation for that, definitely.
It's the one that makes the most sense for me to explain a lot of things that are completely, in my entire life, have been completely unexplainable.
Yeah.
I dug that
I like
explanation. Cool. So maybe we move to, I've got a couple of other topics to ask you about, and certainly anything that's on your mind, any work that you've done, research that you've done, I'd love to talk through as well. But the Younger Dryas time period, there's so much. I feel like if in the 1980s the Clovis First thing was like you were a pseudoscientist if you talked about Clovis First back then, I feel like that's still the prevailing academic thought towards the Younger Dryas as being a cataclysmic event that occurred. But it seems like there's so much evidence for that. Like it seems like there's and I want to hear your thoughts on it. So maybe what are your thoughts on it?
I think the Younger Dryas is a ripple effect of multiple things happening nearly at the same time. So you had a volcano, the Lager See volcano in Germany, that erupted about 100 or 200 years before the Younger Dryas onset. That already.
Yo, what's up, Angel? How are you, brother?
Event.
How are you, my man?
Very cataclysmic for the Europeans.
Hope you're doing well, dude.
That weren't Europeans back then, but it's fine. There weren't Europeans yet, but there were people living on the Eurasian plateau. So that, in combination with so here this is like what's left of a massive.
How are you, man? I saw you were streaming earlier in the morning.
That's a massive crater. So that has to have been a massive eruption.
It's pretty epic.
Large area that
the Angel stream.
got affected. So you also have Lake Agassiz with the meltwater that got free, that rippled into the Atlantic, and that it messed with the way the Atlantic flows. So you have to think about like the Atlantic as like a conveyor belt. It goes round and round and round and round. So you have wind and like water. It heats near the equator, then it goes to the Arctic, cools down, then it heats near the equator, and then it goes to the north and it cools down. And this is an effect like, this is a conveyor belt.
Yo, you'll have to stop by for a few. Yo, nice.
But fresh water in combination with salt water,
that's cool, man.
in massive quantities, they don't fit. They don't go well together. It's a different substance.
Yeah, I'm about to. I might sign off.
Oil and vinegar.
Exactly, it's like oil and vinegar. So
I'm probably gonna do a weightlifting stream, honestly.
Coming into
I might do this for another like
few
minutes.
that has an effect on the entire climate globally. And because in combination with that volcano in Europe, this meltwater, the conveyor belt of like how climate goes and how wind and everything, I think that is why the Younger Dryas onset started. And like that's the reason why we got into an ice age.
Out of what was?
Like the Younger Dryas itself is like into it and then out of it.
Oh, okay.
So the Younger Dryas is called this because of the Dryas flower that is growing in like super cold Arctic places. And during the Younger Dryas, it would have been growing more south. That's why we know that there was an ice age during that time. It's a short ice age, Younger Dryas.
The ice age started 2.4 million years ago.
Yeah, buddy.
and went
Thanks,
all the
man.
way through to the beginning of the
Will, my
Younger
dude.
Dryas, and then we were plunged into that cold period.
Well,
that
you
we're
have like
talking
the,
about.
Epic.
you have the older Dryas, the Younger Dryas, and the ice age itself. It ended earlier, but then you have like the Bulling Alarod interstadial. So that was when it started to warm. The ice age ended, Bulling Alarod, it got warm. Older Dryas, so we have a dip. Then we go back to like normal, and then Younger Dryas again a dip. The older Dryas was like super short.
So when did
Not
the
as
ice age that began 2.4 million years ago went until what? How many thousands of years ago?
Think about 15.
15.
About around there. That's when we started to heat up during the Bulling Alarod interstadial. And then we have like an older Dryas. You can see the first dip from the Bulling Alarod, and then it goes back up, and then it goes back down. The second one, yeah, that's the older Dryas.
You think we're still in an ice age? Or you think we're out of an ice age?
We will always be in an ice age or not. So like interstadial or ice age. It will always be one or the other. So we're currently not in an ice age, so we're in an interstadial.
Okay, same as.
Will this end? Yes, this interstadial period will end, and we humans are, of course, with our emissions, not are kind of like we're quickening it a little bit with our messing with the way the Earth functions. But it will always have like ice ages, interstadial, ice ages, interstadial. It's a part of the conveyor belt of this planet, how the planet goes. You will have glaciers and then meltwater, and glaciers and meltwater.
So interstadial is the same as interglacial period. Yeah. And so there's been 4 of those or 5 of those in the
I think
last?
so,
Yeah, in the last couple of million years.
yeah.
And then so how long do those typically last?
It depends.
Yeah.
One can last long, the other can last shortly. An interstadial can last for quite a while. But then when something messes with the conveyor belt of like the climate globally, it will make quite a quick shift. And the shift can be as quick as within 100 years. That's in the sense of like this planet being like billions of years old, pretty quick.
Yeah, it's immediate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not even appropriate to say ice age. Like that's just the temperature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Like that's like it's colder than you think.
And we've been in a super long interstadial.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interstadial that we are currently in is like really, really quite long. It didn't go as hot as some of the others, but it's still quite a long one compared to the others that we've had. And with the others, you can see like clear dips. We haven't seen our dip yet.
Right.
So that probably means that we go up and away into the heat, and then it will plunge down.
So it's potentially staying a little hotter because of human activity. Maybe? It's delaying the potentially possibly as well.
But we don't know how much the crash effect.
Yeah. So what is the catalyst for us? What looks like is going to happen pretty soon, plunging back into cold temperatures of the ice age.
It depends on a couple of factors, I think. How much our carbon emission will affect the planet and the way for this planet to keep cooling itself, because we are warming it up. I mean, the planet also tries to cool itself still. I'm not sure if the planet can hold that out for super much longer, maybe a couple decades, maybe 100, 200 years. It's possible, but at the same time, it might be that within 50 years, we're going to drop into like an interglacial period. That's the weird thing about this. You don't really see it coming until it's there with this kind of stuff. Like we have the scientists that look at the climate, and we all know. We're not being nice to this planet. we could be nicer and we could have been nicer. Yeah, for sure. This planet gave us life. We're kind of like rubbing it in its face. You give me life, it's gonna ruin everything. It's a shame, but I think as long as the conveyor belt of the Atlantic isn't messed with at this point in time, and like I think the Pacific also has its own conveyor belt that we don't need to.
It's a global conveyor belt, but
Yeah.
but you're right. The Atlantic conveyor belt that goes from like the Gulf up to where you live, the UK, is when that gets disrupted. My understanding is when that gets disrupted, then that is going to plunge the Earth back into the.
Because that's
depths
what
of the Ice
happened
Age.
during the Younger Dryas as well, because that conveyor belt got messed up.
Yeah, the
like
Gulf Stream.
I knew that there was at least something in the Pacific as well, like
Right.
having to do with it. So they think that Europe keeps warming partially, but they also believe that if the conveyor belt gets messed up enough, that my part of Europe might be super, super cold, because that ice part will just, the glaciers and all that stuff will just mess it up. So I'm not ready for that. My country is like way below sea level. My house is way below sea level.
Right.
I may be able to swim, but I don't think I can swim that well.
Not in that cold water.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, that's going to be a disaster. And scientists are actually predicting that this is going to happen within this century.
It's possible,
That
unfortunately.
the Gulf Stream's going to get disrupted, and that the global temperatures are going to drop by 14, 15 degrees, and that we're going to be back in the depths of the ice age like this century.
There is definitely a possibility, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a possibility it's going to happen next year. But I think it's a probability that it's going to happen within this century, is my understanding.
I will say that without.
I'm alright, buddy. I'm
think
alright. How about you,
it's
man?
safe to say that within this millennium, it's definitely going to happen at least once or twice in the next like 900 years. I think so, yeah. Because this planet really tries its best to survive, and we're not helping it. We could be doing a better job at that, at least.
Yeah. I think once it happens once, we're there. We're back in the ice age. Like it's like when the Gulf Stream is disrupted, global temperatures drop.
No, not much. We're gonna raid boss. I might do lift weights.
Like,
Appreciate you
with the
being
younger
here.
guys
I'm done
that
with
are
this level
got back
right now.
I think it's safe to say that.
Thank you for being here, man. Yeah, hyped to see the stream.
Go back to the chart.
Yeah, I'm plunking on how long the Younger Dryas lasted.
1,200 years.
1,200 years. Yeah, like I
Thanks,
said, like a
brother.
little
Thank you
over
for being
1,000
here.
years. That's quite fast
Yeah.
to get back up from it.
Yeah.
I don't. We would be very lucky if we get out of it that fast again, because it can last like 2 million years.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the last interglacial period was like 100,000 years ago or something. So I mean, the whole Younger Dryas up and down thing, those little fluctuations in the temperature when we look at them from today, looking back 12,000 years, that's really just the ice age ending and us going into that interglacial period.
Yeah.
Like this is just little wobbles coming out of that. Yeah. So that's the chart on the top left. That looks like when I buy crypto at the top. That's what it does after I buy it. That's what my chart looks like.
Okay, my boyfriend will laugh at this because he's like getting into like trading and all that stuff and getting to learn the patterns.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. I'm gonna tell him like Matt buys it when it's high.
The arrows are where I buy. They're pointing out where I buy.
Yeah,
All those
exactly.
arrows right there.
Love it.
But yeah, I mean, and then it just drops. So yeah, it's concerning. I mean, it's like you talk about people in the UK that would need to move down. I mean, like the entire northern half of the northern hemisphere, the southern half of the southern hemisphere. Everybody, there's going to be a mass migration when that happens more towards the equator. I mean, crops are going to be disrupted. There's going to be
So think about this,
We're off
like
the
the
supply chain.
interglacial warming on the left, that picture, that one.
Yeah.
Think about the fact that Neanderthals emerged around 400,000 years ago. And
When it
they
was hot.
thrived up until like 150,000 years ago, 100,000, 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And after the